Oní eré ọ̀la ìjà, oní eré ọ̀la ìjà. Kí ló ṣe mí ṣèwọ́ ṣèjà náà ìyàwó? Kí ló ṣe mí ṣèwọ́ ṣèjà náà ìyàwó? Abu bàbá ọkọ, abu màmá ọkọ. Bó bá ń bá kan sọ̀rọ̀, awú bí búrẹ́dì omi. Amọ́kọ lójú táyì, bẹ́ẹ̀ni kọ́kọ́ ò jẹ́ nkọ́kọ́. Bọ́kọ bá ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀dùn lọ́wọ́ àníbọ̀dá ìpanumọ́. Bọ́kọ bá ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀dùn lọ́wọ́ àníbọ̀dá ìpanudé.
there it is right there. So there it is right there. Here I am right here. Wura Fadaka. So yes. Do you know that music is actually copyright protected? So anytime I play it, they take all the advertising on the stream. But I'm so obsessed with that music, and the advertising doesn't really it doesn't contribute to anything of any real or that's the sacrifice that you make. I don't even know why I turn on the what's it, but that music right there is copyright protected. Anytime I play it, I get that they just take the ad revenue. So there it is. Good day to you. Good to be your company. And how are you? We go again as we always go. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just as soon as you hear me invite you to do it. Click on the like button. If you are not already subscribed, then please do that as well. If you've had reason to unsubscribe in a fit of anger, if you were somewhat peeved by a session and you try to unsubscribe, resubscribe because of course the platform your regular diet. So like and subscribe if you would. In fact, I insist that you should really like and subscribe. So like and subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you into the studio. Share the link to the stream on your social media spaces. Super chat towards the stream. Yes, that's what happened. AB, Ola decided I didn't want to shut down, but I wanted to leave. So if somebody was willing to take it on, then I'd have handed it over. So Ola made himself available. So yeah, super chats towards the stream. By the way, we need to be seeing super chats. We're not seeing sufficient enough of it. We don't get ad revenues really on the stream, so it's really the super chat or nothing. So super chats towards the stream. But yes, just to AB's comment right here, it says because I was threatening then that I was tired yesterday and I was going to shut the session down, and then one of the panelists volunteered to carry on the session as the host, so I handed over to him. It says, one man, what happened last night from I want to shut down after 3 hours running an 8-hour session show. So yeah, that does happen. In my downtime, do you know what I actually watch in my downtime? I actually watch my own stream. Not any narcissism or not any ego trip, but I actually my own stream more than any other stream. So in my downtime, and what I especially love watching are the after hour session when I have left, because of course my own beat, I'm there, so I know what happened there. But when I've slept and woken up and I just want to hear something in the background, I play my own stream and then I listen to the after hours. And the after hours has been some of it last a few weeks now. Yesterday's session or the session before, I was actually listening to yesterday's after hour session just before I clicked on the live thing to go live now. I just enjoyed thoroughly, and I'll probably carry on listening to it to get myself to sleep. And if there's an after hours with this session, then I'll listen to that in the course of the day. It's just so glorious, some of the conversations that they have in that after hour space. Biggie, Enigmatic was there, BT, of course, all the usual, all the hit names were there. Just they weren't even talking about anything in particular. They were just gisting, but the conversation was so civilized. Often in those after hour session, they chop each other up, and then it's almost skittish, but they weren't being skittish. So somebody will speak for a little bit, then they were just moving it around with just a fluidity and a lucidity to it that just made it so glorious to listen to. I'll go and listen to the last half of it as soon as I finish my own stream here. Good day to you. Good to be your company. And how are you? We go again as we always go. The usual protocol, as I've already said, click on the like button. If you haven't done that, please do. Click on the like button. If you are not already subscribed, if the subscription button is showing as red on your screen, please click on subscribe to turn it gray. So like and subscribe. The hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you into the studio. So come join me on the stream. If you want to, in fact, you should really super chat towards the stream. to lubricate the platform, to put some engine oil in the grinding wheel of the platform. So do that. Share the links as widely as you can as well. So the hashtag still going, hashtag free AJL Speaks. It looks as though we're at the final half of getting this guy out of incarceration. I have the anticipation that he'll be out within the next few weeks. But until he is out, then we continue to push this hashtag free AJL Speaks. So maybe I will actually even send the hashtag to a few names that I know. I won't even add any notes. Just send it to them so they know what's going on. So hashtag free AJL Speaks. So all that. So now a bit of an odd session today. Actually, there was I delayed it for as much as I could, but there's nothing really in the news cycle that especially sparkles out. So if there is nothing in the news cycle that especially sparkles out, then we always go to the tried and trusted, a bit of Peter Obi flogging. That always goes down very well. So if there's nothing going on, there's always that can of baked beans that you have on the shelves. That if there's nothing in the house and you can't be bothered to do anything, you just bring that can of baked beans out, make some toast, and you have beans on toast. So Peter Obi is that can of baked beans that is always on the shelves. So if there's nothing in the news cycle, we can always revert to a bit of a Peter Obi flogging. So a bit of a Peter Obi flogging this session. So yes, I think that's what's not making us progress, isn't it? But yes, like, share, subscribe, super chat towards the stream, all those nice and cozy things. So all those nice and cozy things. It's raining where I am, so you may be hearing the rattling of noise in the background. Yes, so it's raining where I am, so you may well hear the rattling of rain in the background. So they call that a force majeure, an act of God. There's nothing I can really do to stop that. That's a force majeure. So a force majeure, and the session, of course, a tour de force. Force majeure, tour de force. Like, share, subscribe, super chat towards the stream. In fact, I want to be saying the super chats coming just as early as possible, so that and I want to say consistently throughout the span of the stream. If we put in the effort to put in the effort, you might as well nod in the direction with a super chat. So let's just get into what we have. Like I said, we don't have an abundance in the news. So we just we eat what we grow, according to Malam Buhari. You eat what you grow. So inflation to drop to 24.7%, forex rate to average at 1,300 to the dollar. This is the 2025 projection of the Economic Summit Group. So if you want to vest any confidence in this projection, then you may well want to back that confidence with some money, because of course the dollar trading now 1,600 thereabouts. So there's a 300 naira margin there if you have the volume to really take advantage of it. Inflation to drop to, and inflation, by the way, is around 34%. So it's like it's as a double-digit drop they're expecting. The inflation in Nigeria is actually driven by food inflation. So there are other inflationary items, but the supercharge, the thing that actually turbocharges the inflationary rate within the Nigerian space is the food inflation. So if they are telling us then that inflation is going to drop to 24.7%, that is to tell you then that a food strategy is about to be unfurled. Inflation to drop to 24.7%, forex rate to average 1,300 to the dollar in 2025. So we're of course in 2025 now. So there it is. So there it is. The Nigerian Economic Summit Group has projected that inflation will drop to 24.7% in 2025. The group also forecast that the foreign exchange rate will stabilize at an average of 1,300 to the dollar driven by anticipated improvement in fiscal and monetary policy alignment. So fiscal and monetary policy alignment. So it's a double Dutch talk, it's essentially what the government plans and how it will actualize. The harmonization of that will contrast the hemorrhaging of the value of the naira to the dollar. That's essentially, maybe the language I'm even using convolutes it more, but that's essentially what it means. The Nigerian Economic Summit Group has projected that inflation will drop to 24.7% in 2025. The group also forecast that the foreign exchange rate will stabilize at an average of 1,300 to the dollar, driven by anticipated improvements in fiscal and monetary policy alignment. This is contained in the NESG's 2025 Macroeconomic Outlook Report, released on Thursday, January the 23rd, 2025, under the theme Stabilization in Transition, Rethinking Reform Strategies for 2025 and Beyond. The report credits the anticipated reduction in inflation to better coordination between fiscal and monetary policies. By aligning government spending with targeted monetary interventions, policymakers aim to curb the inflationary pressures that have plagued the Nigerian economy in recent years. Inflation is projected to decline to 24.7%, signaling an improvement in the country's macroeconomic stability. The exchange rate is projected to strengthen, averaging at 1,300 to the dollar in 2025 under the ideal stabilization pathway. So that ideal stabilization pathway tells you then that it's speculative, very, very much so. So that all the stars have to align for that to be the case is what they're saying. Ideal stabilization pathway. The effective coordination of fiscal policies with monetary policies. The effective coordination of fiscal policies with monetary policies, monetary policy measures will drive this anticipated reduction in inflation rates, NESG noted. In its analysis, the NESG highlighted key measures responsible for these projected improvements. These include disciplined government spending. So that already tells you that it's unattainable. What do you mean no sound? Can people hear me? Tell me in the comment section. Don't be doing this no sound because it puts me off. Tell me in the comment section if you can hear me or not. Because I've been rabbiting on for quite a bit now. Thomas, can you hear me? He won't be there anyway. Can people hear me? All right. Let me know in the comment section if you can hear me before I carry on. Otherwise, I'm just here. All right. Thank you, Adela. All right. So yes, don't do that again, Choma. In its analysis, the NESG highlighted measures responsible. I've lost my traction now. This girl, man. Can somebody please give Choma a plug-in in there for me, please? Let me just take you from the top again because I just broke my stride there. The Nigerian Economic Summit Group has projected that inflation will drop to 24.7% in 2025. The group also forecast that the foreign exchange rate will stabilize at an average of 1,300 to the dollar, driven by anticipated improvement in fiscal and monetary policy alignment. This is contained in the NESG's 2025 Macroeconomic Outlook Report, released on Thursday, January the 23rd, 2025, under the theme Stabilization in Transition, Rethinking Reform Strategies for 2025 and Beyond. The report credits the anticipated reduction in inflation to better coordination between fiscal and monetary policies. By aligning government spending with targeted monetary interventions, policymakers aim to curb the inflationary pressures that have plagued the Nigerian economy in recent years. Inflation is reported to decline to 24.7% 7%, signaling an improvement in the country's macroeconomic stability. The exchange rate is projected to strengthen, averaging 1,300 to the dollars in 2025 under the ideal stabilization pathway. The effective coordination of fiscal policies with monetary policy measures will drive this anticipated reduction in the inflation rate, NESG noted. In its analysis, the NESG highlighted measures responsible for this projected improvement. These include disciplined government spending. So that's where I go to. So this includes, so if they are projecting this projection based on disciplined government spending, then that is to tell you that it's not attainable. Because the Nigerian government is anything, any and everything. Discipline is not one of them. It's anatomic. It's the very antithesis of the word discipline and Nigerian governance. They just print like Arab, like they were Saudi princes or something. They want to live like Arabs at the expense of you and I. In its analysis, the NESG highlighted key measures responsible for this projected improvement. These include disciplined government spending, strategic intervention in critical economic sectors, and measures to mitigate the effects of global economic uncertainty on Nigeria's domestic economy. Exchange rate strengthening. The NESG also forecast a notable improvement in the exchange rate. You know, the exchange rate, there's an element of believability to it, because the exchange rate has actually there's an element of believability to it, because the exchange rate has actually established a resistance at 1,600 plus. I'm not quite sure when it last broke through 1,700, but for weeks now it's been resisting at 1,600 plus, so thereabout. So if it's established that plateauing, if it's showing resistance, if it's resisting at 1,600, that is to tell you that it is strengthening at that point, and then the value of the naira will continue to improve against the dollar. So whatever was propelling it and hemorrhaging has now plateaued. The NESG also forecast a notable improvement in the exchange rate, predicting that the naira will average 1,300. I'm still insisting that the true value of the naira is 800 to the dollar, and we'll get there sooner rather than later. And I'm still stockpiling naira, by the way, because I'm backing that prediction, that projection of mine. The NESG also forecast a notable improvement in the exchange rate, predicting that the naira will average at 1,300 to the dollar in 2025 under an ideal stabilization pathway. This expected strengthening of the naira is tied to a combination of favorable economic conditions. So, how attainable are they? So, let's see now. Higher crude oil sale. So that higher crude oil sale, it is attainable, because you'll note that a meeting took place a couple of days ago. Simi Fubara, Yemsen Wike, all the elders of Ogoni land, Mele Kyari, Nuhu Ribadu, and a couple of other key players within the governance. And what they were discussing there was the reopening of certain strategic oil wells within the Ogoni land. So they are wanting the assurances of that community that they'll play along with government. So I think they want to move towards the OPEC quota, which is, I think, around about 2 million thereabouts. So the higher crude sales is quite attainable, because works are in the workings for that to be achievable. Higher crude oil sale, global demand for crude oil stabilizes. Increased production and exports from Nigeria are projected to bolster foreign exchange earnings. Resurgence of oil refining. So that Dangote would have kicked into a full-fledged lane by the second quarter of this year. So that is resolved now, and then the price of petrol will resist at around about 1,000 to the liter, and will continue to cascade down as more competition come into that space, because of course the government refineries are sparking up again. Rabiu, what is it called? BUA, his refinery completes this year. So there's now a glut, rather than a scarcity, now a glut of oil, petrol in Nigeria. That's the anticipation. Resurgence of oil refining, the ongoing resuscitation of Nigeria's oil refining sector is expected to reduce import dependency, eliminate, not even reduce, eliminate in totality. Will be a petroleum exporting country now, which we already are, already just off the back of Dangote. The ongoing resuscitation of Nigeria's oil refining sector is expected to reduce import dependency for refined petroleum products, conserving foreign exchange reserves, and easing pressure on the naira. Expanding agricultural production, enhanced agricultural output, driven by government support and private sector investment, is likely to increase Nigeria's export portfolio, further contributing to forex inflow. So never mind export. Let us are growth efficient enough to feed ourselves first, so that the Ebin Power will turn to Atiyo. This anticipated improvement reflects combined impact of higher crude oil sales, expanded manufacturing output due to resuscitation of oil refining subsector, and increased agricultural production, all contributing to enhanced foreign exchange earnings. So that's their anticipation. There's a lot of moving parts in that. There's a lot of dogs that have to be lined up in a row for these things to come to actualization. What you should know, the National Bureau of Statistics reports that headline inflation rate in Nigeria reaches 34.8% in December 2024. So from a standing point of 34.8%, they are telling us they will reduce inflation to 24.7%, 10.1 decimal reduction, all within 1 year. So that sounds like something from you remember Uncle Beke from Tales by Moonlight? That sounds like something. Kioma will probably not know what Uncle Beke is. It's a generational thing. He doesn't even know what Tales by Moonlight is, I suspect. But no, that sounds like a story for the gods. The National Bureau of Statistics reports that headline inflation rate in Nigeria reaches 34.8% December 2024. President Tinubu vowed to reduce inflation by 15% in 2025. That's all embedded in the budget, by the way. So there's that. We'll see how he manages to do that. So this one, I'll give you this as a headline because I have a video clip that actually speaks to this. Bala Mohammed using attack on Tinubu to launch presidential campaign. So you can choose to understand anything that Bala Mohammed has to say from the prism, not prison, no, because I know some of you don't understand English too well. So prism, that's PRISM, prism, not prison. But you can choose to understand Bala Mohammed's politics from the prism of this headline. Bala Mohammed using attack on Tinubu to launch presidential campaign. So if you understand politics, then you know what Bala Mohammed is playing at. If you understand politics, you know what Bala Mohammed is playing at. Let me bring you this. This is going on in the Southeast. So this was a story that I think Kenya was actually trying to alert us to. Was it yesterday or the day before? There's some gruesome goings on. There's always been gruesome goings on in the Southeast, but this is especially appalling. The gruesome goings on in the Southeast. Well, what? Yeah, I should keep my eyes away from the comment section. I don't know what Adeola is saying. So gruesome goes on in the Southeast. In one of my radio broadcasts, I alarmed that all these hotels everybody is building must be inspected seriously because many of these hotels are disappearing the people that lodged in them. Imagine discovering graves in a hotel, all kinds of devilish atrocities, organ trafficking going on in many hotels in our land, and the government is mute. It's not that the government does not know. If Soludo has decided to do something, then he must have a team of government hotel inspectors whose primary duties is to check all the hotels from time to time. The Hotel Udoka Golden Point Hotel and Suites, aka La Cruz Hotel in Oba Anambra, houses over 50 well-partitioned graves. That's Graves, 50 well-partitioned graves in the hotel's last floor with a devilish shrine. Do you know how many people that might have been lost in that hotel? Some kidnapped victims are kept in the hotel until, in many occasions, this is how it's been written. I'm not reading it badly. Some kidnapped victims are kept in hotels until, in many occasions, until ransoms are paid. If you are lucky, you might leave the hotel alive. Our people must wake up and look into all this hotel business everywhere. Hotel. Let's look into that business. Something is wrong somewhere. So that's whatever. But it's really this clip that I want to show you. So this is this hotel somewhere in Anambra State, where they discovered 50 graves. I think on the roof of the hotel. Let's watch it.
That front, admin.
So there it is right there. So if you've ever wondered why I am always suspicious of this, all these Obi Kobana priests and white money something, all these people, if you've ever wondered why I'm always suspicious of them, that's exactly why. Voodoo money, there's just a lot of it's just voodoo money, isn't it? You know, it's just, and they have to continuously top up whatever sacrifices they have made, and of course another life lost. So there is 50 graves discovered at the top of that hotel, 50, and they found fresh blood as well and all that. So voodoo money. So talking about voodoo, you are a big fool if you say Ifa is nothing. Obasanjo addresses Christians, Muslims in Nigeria. So if Ifa is something, why is it not then recognized as a legitimate form of worship within the Nigerian paradigm? So that's the thing. They managed to embed Sharia into our constitution, but our own tradition that we've practiced even pre the incursions of these Abrahamic faiths is not at all recognized by our own people. You are a big fool if you say Ifa is nothing. Obasanjo addresses Christian Muslims in Nigeria. So yes, this is one for Mike and his fellow Obatala worshippers. Pardon me. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo has declared that he will emphatically address anyone who says Ifa is nothing as a fool. The former leader stressed the importance of safeguarding African cultural heritage during a gathering on Sunday, asserting that these traditions should not be threatened with extinction. So I don't think there's anything that extincts. We see how the Ooni of Ife, the Ooni of is one of the most venerated kings we have to put it like that. Although he is really an Ifa priest, is one of the most venerated monarchs on the planet. Go to Brazil and they worship him like a god. Obasanjo highlighted the need to protect Yoruba culture, describing it as authentic. According to him, before Christianity and Islam was the Yoruba Ifa. According to him, before Christianity and Islam was the Yoruba's Ifa Orunmila, meaning Ọlọ́run ló mọ ẹni tí ó máa là. It is heaven that knows who will be saved. Correspondents report that Obasanjo made these remarks in Abeokuta, Ogun State, while celebrating the 50th birthday of the renowned female talking drummer Olamuyiwa Aralola, known as Ara, at the Green Legacy Hotel and Resort, located within the Obasanjo. So even as a hotel within this library, that what's going on in that? Anyway. The former president noted that hosting Ara for this special occasion was a purposeful gesture to honor her contribution to the preservation of Yoruba cultural heritage, particularly in talking drums, an art form traditionally associated with men. He said, for whatever reason, we must preserve our culture. Ara is a woman of culture. She is our cultural ambassador. She has lifted our culture and had broken the taboo on what was formerly believed to be exclusively for the male gender. She had not only excelled in this, but was already building young ones to preserve her legacy. So when I was growing up, there were two things that you don't imagine a woman should do. You cannot see a woman climbing a palm tree. Secondly, you cannot see a woman playing a talking drum. Ara has broken the taboo and she has done very well. So that's Obasanjo right there, venerating the virtues of Ifa and all that. So from that to the headline piece, there are more Yahoo people in government than outside. So you can interpret that Yahoo people to mean Yoruba people, of course. Obi being forever the ethnic jingoist. There are more Yahoo people in government than outside. Your friend, not mine, P. Obi. Peter Obi, the 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate, has criticized the Nigerian government for harboring more corrupt individuals than the wider society. Speaking as the guest speaker at Nextford University's 4th graduation ceremony in Lagos, Obi lamented the rampant misuse of public resources by government officials. For governance, don't think when we talk about vices, it is only Yahoo boys. There are actually more Yahoo people in government than there are outside, because we have turned the entire country into a crime scene where, where people inside are stealing and people outside are stealing. He said, we're talking about people inside stealing, people outside stealing. Maybe Obi can hand back that 250 million naira he stole from Anambra State in cash. They caught him at Aerodrome, number 7 Aerodrome Road in Papa. That's where they caught him, and he owns that building, number 7 Aerodromes Road in Papa. Go and check. Go and verify according to the Oka man. So from the top again, here is Obi sending coded messages to say that there's too many Yoruba people in government. Peter Obi, the 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate, has criticized the Nigerian government for harboring more corrupt individuals than the wider society. Speaking as the guest speaker at Nextford University's 4th graduation ceremony in Lagos, Obi lamented the rampant misuse of public resources by government officials. for governance, don't think when we talk about vices, it is only Yahoo boys. There are actually more Yahoo people in government than there are outside. So there, you can substitute that Yahoo with Yoruba. We know it's a very nice Yoruba hater. For governance, don't think when we talk about vices, it's only Yahoo boys. There are actually more Yahoo people in governance than there are outside, because we have turned the entire country into a crime scene where people inside are stealing and people outside are stealing. Obi reiterated the importance of strong leadership, urging the graduates to become agents of positive transformation. It is about leadership and igniting the future. It is not rocket science, but it is difficult. It is being able to have a strong character, the ability not to do the wrong thing. This is the guy that took all of Anambra state government and put it in his own private company. He charged the graduates to use the knowledge they have acquired to build a better society. You are a victim of Nigeria because, pardon me, you are a victim of Nigeria because our age and the age before have refused to do what is right, and you are suffering it, he added. On the sideline of the event, Obi stressed the importance of online education in tackling Nigeria's educational challenges. He referenced successful models in countries like India, Pakistan. So he's still doing the China in China. So this nonsense, whatever it is that he does. Yes, so oh, so people will cry today, I suspect. I think somebody is already crying in the comment section. We need to massively educate people, because education is one of the most important tools. This is somebody that barely has an education, by the way, extolling the virtue of one. We need to massively educate people, because education is one of the most important tools of development. The more educated any country or society is, the more developed it is. You see, this is, can't even speak English. Is I am a driver, I am a trader. Oh no, I am a trader. You are a professor. You know, so just sounds of the something. So from the something. So still, you know that Voodoo Money Hotel in Anambra State is all over the news. Here it is being reported by another outlet. Anambra government demolishes kidnappers den disguised as hotel, uncovers over 30 graves. So how is that even a thing? Just imagine. And there they are right there. So those are the graves right there. They're just harvesting. Oh God. Unbelievable stuff. Udoka Golden Point Hotel and Suites. Imagine there. Do you remember that song, Hotel California? You can come in, but you can what's the lyrics again? You can come in. You can come in, but you can welcome to Hotel California. You can come in, but you cannot leave. That is what is going on in this hotel now in Anambra State. You check in and they harvest your organs and use it for voodoo money. So still staying with Peter Obi, is already shopping for a running mate, and this is somebody that is auditioning right there. Incoming Vice President 2027. Reactions as Obi meets prominent Kano APC chieftain photo surfaces. Labour Party presidential candidate in the 2023 general elections, Peter Obi, met with the chieftain of the All Progressive Congress APC, Abdul Salam Zaura. Correspondents report that the 2027 presidential hopeful Obi visited Zuara in Abuja, the Nigerian capital city. Moses Paul, convener of the Free Nigeria movement and an ally of Obi, was also amongst the visitors. Zuara wrote on his Facebook page recently with accompanying photos. In my ongoing efforts to drive development in Kano State, I had the honor of hosting His Excellency Peter Obi, the former governor of Anambra State and presidential candidate of the Labour Party. Beyond political divides, the AA Zuara Foundation and I look forward to collaborating with him on initiatives that promote growth and progress in Kano and Nigeria as a whole. Obi's private visits to Zuara's residence reflected a developing connection between the two political figures. Observers view Obi's outreach as part of his strategy to engage key stakeholders nationwide ahead of the 2027 poll. So we'll see who he runs with next. Certainly not going to be the Mauritanian guy, what's that Arab guy that he ran with Uba, what was it, Baba Ula or something? So you know that Mauritanian guy that he ran with, certainly not going to be him. Dati Baba Ali, yes, Dati Baba Ali. Meanwhile, some Nigerians on Facebook shared their thoughts about the visit. Mujahid Sabitu Kode says, something big is coming, inshallah. And another one, Abubakar Khalid, mashallah, may Almighty Allah guide you to achieve the good things you have for Kano State. And then this is the one right here, the incoming Vice President 2027, His Excellency Abu Salam Abdul Karim Zuara. so there it is now, taking shape. So Obi already then shopping for a running mate for 2027. Peter Obi's new romance with the North. With his recent visit to northern communities, it appears that Obi has begun laying the groundwork for a potential run in 2027 in the 2027 presidential race, even before the starting signal is sounded. In 2024, during the Ramadan, Obi visited numerous mosques in northern Muslim communities in Nasarawa, Niger, Kebbi, Bauchi, Gombe, Sokoto, and Kaduna states before the fasting period concluded. In the course of the tour, the former Anambra State governor commissioned multi-million naira boreholes. We saw the boreholes, so anybody that paid multi-million naira for that person, his first name is Mu, and then the last name is Gun. We saw the boreholes that will be put up in the north. If he paid multi-million naira for that, then his first name is Mu, and his last name is Gun, Mugun. In 2024, during the Ramadan, Obi visited numerous mosques in northern communities in Nasarawa, Niger, Kebbi, Bauchi, Gombe, Sokoto, and Kaduna states before the fasting period concluded. In the course of the tour, the former Anambra State governor commissioned multi-million naira boreholes in some of these states, making political observers posit that the Labour Party chieftain has started a mission to boost his popularity amongst Muslim voters ahead of the 2027 election. So he visits Babangida, we saw that. So the Obi has not stopped campaigning really since February 2020. I wonder, it's not, we will have a good laugh in 2027 anyway, when the whole thing comes to it comes to a crashing fall, you know, that's just what is going to happen, isn't it? Not to put too fun a one on it. Is anybody following the two Baba? Is anybody following the two Baba divorce something? It's been all over the news. We don't usually do that. That's usually left for the Doopsy space, but even Doopsy doesn't like petty gossips. But let me play you something. Actually, this is actually nothing to do with politics, but when I saw it, it struck me so profoundly. So I just thought I'd bring it to you. So let me show you this. It's some AI generated something, but when I saw it, it just struck me so profoundly. Here it is. Oh, let me see how much of a full screen I can make it. Let's see. Can I make it fuller? Oh God! And there it is. Is it gone? No, there it is. You see, it's going to make me sign in. I'm not signed in on my Instagram on this particular laptop because my other one crashed. So it's not going to make me. But you still see enough of it to see what I mean. It's quite striking. Let me remove that banner. I want you to see it in the fullness of His glory. Look out for Nigeria. Okay, let me play it again. So that's the United States right there. That's Brazil right there. There's China right there with the panda. And that's Nigeria right there. But why are they using an Indian girl as the representation? That's the thing. So I saw that and it struck me. So I just thought I'd show you it. So it actually adds nothing to nothing, but I just thought I'd show you anyway. But onwards and upwards and onwards to this one, then let's go through the clips that we do have. So I was telling you about this headline. That I have a clip that I was telling you about this headline that I had a clip that explains it in the fullness of. So here it is.
Transportation has really begun from what we see. It seems that on the home front, in your state, Bauchi, there is storm. And I've been reading and seeing a lot of issues between you and Senator Bala Mohammed, the governor of Bauchi State. And I think that is important for us to clear that political conversation in your state. And it does look like it's come to your own. He doesn't think that you are doing your job well. And you don't think that he's doing his job well. He came for your principle. He says that the president's policies are impoverishing Nigerians. And he says that all of these criticism, they're not political. They're actually constructive criticisms. But it does look like he's not staying well with you. If someone says these policies are not making the lives of Nigerians better, I think it is better for your government to think about how you can make the lives of Nigerians better. Why are you hating Bala Mohammed for criticizing? Why are you not looking at the message, not looking at rather than attacking the messenger?
Well, you see, there's the issue of sincerity of purpose. Governor Bala Mohammed showed clearly he did not have any sincerity of purpose. It's not that other governors did not try to interrogate the tax bill when it was presented, which is, a good thing, as a matter of fact, so that Nigerians get the best of it out of the bill. But what Senator Bala Mohammed proceeded to do was to use it as a platform to launch his presidential campaign very early in the day. He was the most severe with his invectives towards the president, towards the administration, with his vituperations towards both the president and the administration.
So Bala Mohammed has a presidential ambition.
Well, clearly, this is what he wants to use it for. And you could see also that when the matter was interrogated, those with the level head, the governors and others, looked at it and said, yes, it's valid. And they decided to support it. And he made a quick about face. What the general public doesn't know is that since then, Bala Mohammed has been trying to secure an audience with President Tinubu. He was trying to use an event that was to hold in Bauchi, a Tijaniya Islamic event where certain scholars from Senegal and other places had been invited to visit, to secure an appointment to meet with Mr. President, to use it as a photo op, and to plead behind the scenes. So you can see that now that he's seen the tax bill has moved forward, he is still talking on the one hand, and he's still trying to use the back door to secure an appointment. This smacks of insincerity.
Did he say that he wanted to see the president? Has he told you that he wanted to meet the president?
I have a letter to that effect, because he wrote to the president, and the president directed that the letter be sent to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, because the language he was using is about foreigners coming, foreign Islamic scholars coming to visit, and he wants them to be supported when they come, meeting them at the airport. This is the purview of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And then use it to meet the president. He will probably beg quietly, as he was doing when he followed him all the way to Riyadh last year. And when probably he didn't get what he wanted, he decided, okay, that was the time to use this tax reform bill to launch my career. Meanwhile, he's busy doing serious damage to Bauchi State. He's busy disenfranchising the very poor in Bauchi State. Farmers, herders are being dispossessed of their grazing land, of their farmland, expropriating it, land grabbing, giving it to private entities. At the moment, there's even a court case in one particular, because you see, what he's doing, number one, he's touching federal grazing reserve, which is not under the state. He should not be touching federal grazing reserve, where federal government has made investments on that land. Number two, there is a state House of Assembly, so state law, that has designated grazing reserve for the state as well. He is circumventing all of that, or violating the existing law with something he calls Order 3, where he is grabbing that land and giving it to private entities. First, he says it's a lease, and then they're being issued certificate of occupancy. So this is where we just finished talking about Lagos State and Constitution and State House of Assembly laws and so on. You cannot come. This is where we just finished talking about.
So that's Yusuf Tugar right there, explaining just the sort of. And by the way, that's my favorite minister within the Tinubu administration. That's your Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Tugar. That's Bianca Ojoko's boss right there. It's just, if they say round peg in round holes, it's just such a perfect fit. You know, it's as good as, if not better than, Godfrey Onyema, who was the Foreign Affairs Minister under Buhari, who was an excellent candidate for that post. But this guy now, in terms of his language, in terms of his projection of the country, in terms of his knowledge of the subject, his expert knowledge of the subject matter, in terms of the depth and breadth of his experience, the expansiveness of his education, and the broadness of his global view, is the perfect. I don't think we've yet had a better, even Bolaji Akinyemi, I would say this guy even is on par, if not better than Professor Bolaji Akinyemi, is a superb foreign affairs minister. So that's Yusuf Tugar right there, my number one favorite minister in the Tinubu administration. My number one favorite minister, let's rattle through now. Let's just address something that Mudashiru Obasa said, that due process was not followed in his removal. Yes, it was.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, distinguished colleagues. I, Honorable Femi Said, representing Koshofer Constituency 2, brings to the House, under matter of urgent public importance, motion for the removal of the Speaker. Right Honorable Mudashiru Ajayi Obasa as the Speaker of Lagos State House of Assembly. In line with the provision of section of 92, section 2, section 6, C of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended, I hereby move that the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Mudashiru Ajayi Obasa, be removed as Speaker of this House Assembly for the following reason. 1. Gross misconduct and poor leadership, including perpetual lateness to legislative sections and meetings. 2. high-handedness and lack of regard for honorable member at all times, intimidation and suppression of members, including inciting members against one another. 3. Financial inappropriateness, misappropriation of funds and lack of transparency in its management of the House of Assembly funds. 4. Gross abuse of office and privileges as the Speaker of the House of Assembly via authoritarian and undemocratic leadership style. 5. The erosion of trust among honorable members due to unethical practices and inability to carry the majority of members' assembly along in decision making. Resolved that the Speaker of the Lagos House of Assembly, Right Honorable Mudashiru Ajayi Obasa, be removed as the Speaker of this Lagos State House of Assembly. I so move.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, distinguished colleagues. This morning I rise this afternoon to second the motion of removal of Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Mudashiru Ajayi Obasa, as the Lagos State House of Assembly, ably moved by Honorable Femi Said. I so second them.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All in favor say aye. Aye. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
And there it is right there. The gavel falls and Obasa's fate is sealed. So there it is. The gavel falls and Obasa's fate is sealed. So due process and the mace was actually on the table. He said that he did it, but he didn't hide it quite cleverly enough. So the gavel falls and Obasa's fate is sealed. Obasa's fate is sealed. Let's talk about sealed fate still. We've been bringing you little snippets from our historical archives, especially around the Nigerian Biafran War. So here is an European perspective sympathetic to the Biafran narrative. But how much of what this guy has to say is believable? This is Frederick Forsyth.
Mr. Forsyth, you claim that what's happening in Biafra is genocide and massacre on a very large scale.
Yes.
What evidence do you have for this?
It's mainly threefold. Partly my own eyewitness experiences. I followed the Biafran army very closely on a number of occasions. At one occasion at Onitsha, I came across 300 members of the Apostolic Church at Onitsha slaughtered by the Federal 2nd Division.
Did you actually see these bodies?
Yes, I helped clear them out of the road. The Biafran army was so shocked they wouldn't march past them. It took us 18 hours to clear the bodies out of the way. And they had all had their hands tied behind their backs and been shot at close range. On another occasion...
Did you count these bodies?
Personally, one by one, no. The estimate was 300. I think it was a fairly fair estimate. They were piled as high as a man's shoulder, like logs stacked on the roadside. On another occasion, a man whom I know was a photographer working for the Biafrans took a photograph very shortly after a village had been completely wiped out. And you can see still the bodies lying around the market square where they were shot down. Secondly, from eyewitness sources, survivors of the massacres. And thirdly, from interrogations of federal prisoners who, when the Igbo captors have been sent out of the way, admit, quite frankly, that they are there to wipe out Igbo. That's what they admit.
But what do they say that their orders were?
They don't mention what their orders were. They don't seem to be taking any notice of orders anymore. They're taking frightful casualties, and in revenge for these casualties, they seem to be going on a blood rampage, which has nothing to do with what Lagos is saying about the rehabilitation of the Igbo and how they're all going to be treated as equal citizens of Nigeria. In other words, there is such a disparity between what Lagos is saying on the one hand and what the federal army is actually doing on the ground. One has to come to the conclusion either Lagos is lying, and I don't think they are, I think they're quite sincere, or that the federal army of 80,000 brand new raw conscripts has gone out of control.
What about the bombing of Biafra? The federal government has claimed that they've only been attacking strategic targets.
Well, this is absolute nonsense. They may have given orders for the attacking of strategic targets, but the pilots they're using are almost exclusively Egyptian. And I've examined too many sites of bombing raids to be of any other conclusion that almost without exception, they go straight for civilian centers. Anything that's protected by Even light machine guns they stay well away from. They just go down on schools, hospitals, and the African townships and the markets, all of which, during the course of a working day, are crammed with women and children. Very little else.
There is other evidence. On January the 29th, the...
So that is Frederick Forsyth giving us a version of what he purportedly witnessed during I'm using words like purportedly, allegedly, because Frederick Forsyth, of course, totally and completely discredited, both as an author and certainly as a correspondent. So that's Frederick Forsyth right there. But still staying within the historical archives, let's document some of the things that Abacha did just while he's so loathed and feared in equal measure.
Good evening. Welcome to Network News Tonight. I am Carlo Otese. Also reading tonight, Fatima Abbas Hassan.
Hello, good evening, and welcome to the Network News.
In accordance with the provisions of Section 1 of the Treason and Treasonable Offences Decree number 29 of 1993, the Special Military Tribunal for the Trial of Persons involved in the December 1997 coup plot has sentenced to death persons found guilty of treason and any treasonable offense. Announcing the verdict today at the end of its sittings, Chairman of the Tribunal, Major General Victor Malu, said that 15 persons out of a total of 30 tried were found guilty as charged. 14 were found not guilty, while one was convicted for a lesser offense than the original charge. Lieutenant General Oladipo Dia is amongst the 13 persons charged for treason and conspiracy to commit treason. He was found guilty on both counts.
General Dio Dia, Major General A.T. Olaruwaju, Major General A.K. Adisa, Lieutenant Colonel O. Akinyode, Major O. Fadikwe, Major B.M. Mohammed, W.2 Koka Oladisun, Corporal I. Kontagora, Corporal Edi Ebunu, Engineer A. Adebanjo, Mr. Owatimehin Abimbola, Mrs. Shola Shoele, and Professor Femi Odekunle. Lieutenant General D.O. Dia, Charge 1, treason, finding guilty. Charge 2, conspiracy to commit treason, finding guilty. Major General A.T. Olaruwaju, Charge 1, treason, finding guilty. Charge 2, conspiracy to commit treason, finding guilty. Major General A.K. Adisa, Charge 1, treason, guilty. Charge 2, conspiracy to commit treason, finding guilty. Lieutenant Colonel O. Akinyode, Charge 1, treason, finding not guilty. Charge 2, conspiracy to commit treason, finding guilty. Major O. Fadikwe, Charge 1, treason, finding guilty. Charge 2, conspiracy to commit treason, finding guilty. Major B.M. Mohammed, Charge 1, treason, finding not guilty. Charge 2, conspiracy to commit treason, finding not guilty. W. Koka Oladisun, Charge 1, treason, finding not guilty. Charge 2, conspiracy to commit treason, finding not guilty. Corporal Ibrahim Kontagora, Charge 1, treason, finding not guilty. Charge 2, conspiracy to commit treason, finding not guilty. Corporal Edi Ebunu, Charge 1, treason, finding not guilty. Charge 2, conspiracy to commit treason, finding not guilty. Engineer A. Adebanjo, Charge 1, treason, finding guilty. Charge 2, conspiracy to commit treason, finding not guilty. Mr. Owatimehin Abimbola, Charge 1, treason, finding not guilty. Charge 2, conspiracy to commit treason, finding, not guilty. Mrs. Chola Shoile, charge 1, treason, finding, not guilty. Charge 2, conspiracy to commit treason, finding, not guilty of the charge, but guilty of concealment of treason. Professor Femi Odekunle, charge 1, treason, finding, not guilty. Charge 2, conspiracy to commit treason, finding, not guilty.
The findings of the tribunal in respect of persons charged with other offences are as follows. Colonel E.I. Jallo, found guilty of concealment of treason and sentenced to life imprisonment. Colonel Y. Bako was found guilty of 2 out of 6 count charges. He is sentenced to 10 and 5 years imprisonment. The sentences will run concurrently. Lieutenant Colonel I.A. Yakase is found not guilty on 1 count charge of concealment of treason, but is to serve 14 years prison sentence for conspiracy to commit theft and 14 years for criminal breach of trust. Both sentences will run concurrently. Major B.M. Mohammed is to serve 2 years prison term for making false documents and 14 years for conspiracy to commit theft and another 14 years for criminal breach of trust. Sentences will run concurrently. Major A.A. Isiako is acquitted on charges of concealment of treason and theft. He is discharged and acquitted. The tribunal has also discharged and acquitted Lieutenant Commander D.A. Jean-Eton on a 1 count charge of stealing. Mr. Mokhtar Maidabino is acquitted from the charge of theft, but will serve 5 years imprisonment for receiving stolen property. Mr. Dero Maluolu is found guilty of concealment of treason and will serve life imprisonment. The tribunal discharged and acquitted DSP Bawa Machido and Mr. Ilyasu Muhammad.
So excuse me. So that's a blast from the past right there. Of the 15 people, and by the way, if Pansax gets funky, just ban him. Of the 15 people in that list, 10 were Yoruba people, and all of them guilty of whatever they call it. Who was that guy? The lead person, the one that was kneeling down to beg Abacha in a famous clip. So there it is right there. So many. It was essentially calling Yorubas. That call, that is C-U-L-L, not C-A-L-L. It was essentially calling Yoruba officers from the army by way of death. So there it is right there. So that's another historical clip right there. Another historical clip right there. I'll play you one more clip, I suspect, and then we go on to the Kegite music. I'll send the link again. I always say it's a participatory sport. It's a participatory sport. You have to come in to participate. Otherwise, we struggle to have a session. Here is Tinubu is presently in Dar es Salaam, and Akinwumi Adesina, he made all the way to go and make sure that he was the first person to greet him as he came off the plane. So that's the power and potency of not so much Tinubu or the Nigerian president. So here is a little soap song of Femi Akinwumi Adesina doing Daddy Ekabosa.
Welcome again. How are you? So I came ahead of you, so I can be here with you. Welcome. Thank you.
So there it is right there. So that's a little bit of a blast from the past. The link is in the comment section. Anybody that wants to hop on. We play the K-Guide music. We see what happens after that. Let's look for the K-Guide music. Hopefully you can still hear me. And by the way, if anybody does turn up bringing presents, because of course the news cycle is a bit
only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
So that is right there. Ikuko Nerua, which may just have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. We may have somewhat of a session. We only have Baba. I think we have Thomas too, but I'm not sure Thomas is fully there. I tried to speak with him earlier on. Hopefully Baba is fully there, or otherwise we may just yes, Baba is there. Good to have you, Baba. Good to see you.
Yes, good man. It's been a day.
It's been great. All the better for you being here.
Welcome to the new week.
Yes, let me add this to the mix. This is nothing to do with you and I, but just to add variety to it a little bit. Confusion as Tubaba announces separation from wife, Annie Macaulay. So I think that's the show. You know, it's only luckily that I became even aware of this person. I think it's a comedian, if I'm right in my understanding of who he is. But that headline right there, Baba, is trending #1 all over the Nigerian media space. So I just thought to bring it in. Whoever knows anything about this, these two elements. Do you know anything about this sort of people? Baba?
I know their history, but it's not my cup of tea. Who doesn't know Tubaba? Right from his days with the Plantation Boys, and before he moved into Kenny's music. Annie, I think Annie from Akwa Ibom, an actress. Yeah, I mean, he sang the African Queen. You remember that hit
I thought it was
in one of the movies in America? No.
You are my African Queen.
Exactly. One man, I want for you.
I thought it was a comedian. I thought it was a comedy something.
No, he's an old timer. In fact, a living legend. I'll give that to him. He had lots of smash hits before, and I think the wife had some mental something, not too much, that caused by marital issues. So that's beside. I'm not interested. That's for Gen Zs to talk about. Let me formally welcome or greet my people in the comment section.
and of course our esteemed viewers who faithfully come listen to us every day, where panelists disagree to disagree without being disagreeable. Welcome, viewers, once again. Don't forget to click the like button. That is very important to us. And while it's doing that, subscribe if you haven't done so, and also share the program. You know, it's something that you always cherish. Every day is a new thing on the platform. Let me start, with Frederick Forsyth. I think, well, his narrative is colored by his loyalty to a lifetime friend, Odumegu Emeka Ojukwu. I think, I'm not too sure of this as a fact anyway. I think they were in Oxford together and they hit it out therefrom. And until Ojukwu died, they were very, very, very tight, both of them. He was a correspondent during the war. In fact, he wrote the book, the authorized biography of Odumegu Ojukwu. Emeka is a title. Emeka is it? He wrote it. He went into exile, to tell you how tight the both are, in Cote d'Ivoire. And all Ojukwu's children, whilst he was in Cote d'Ivoire, Abidjan, as in exile, all lived with Frederick Forsyth in London. He nurtured those children, actually. So when he says narrative like this, well, I can look at it from both sides. One with sympathy on one hand, and the other hand, I look at it realistically. War is not a picnic. War is not a party. War is serious business. People die. Weapons are tested, used. Violence flourish during war. That's what war is. So when you say 300 people die, so bloody what? I'm not trying to be cold, but that is the reality of war. I am a realist. Have you witnessed a war where nobody died?
Do you believe him, though, Baba? Do you believe do you believe him that
No, I believe I believe in it. The war was bloody, but it's on both sides. You understand? And the federal troops first were not callous. They deemed it to be brotherly war. But when a woman used her beauty at times to deceive a whole platoon, no, I won't say a battalion, because a battalion is 1,000 soldiers, a whole platoon, and give them false information that entraps them, and they all died like chicken. So they become very hostile. Where children, little boys, militia were used to deceive, set trap, poison food. What do we expect the other side to do? They become alert and become violent in their pushback, not trusting anybody. So this is war. So I don't want anybody to call, they kill, they do, no. This is war. That is what war is. I've never seen war anywhere in history, current, yesterday, that the ones that happen tomorrow, that people will not die. It's about extreme violence. That is what war is. So those of you may want to lash in on that, start to develop headache, forget it. That's the reality of war. So let me go to this killings, the damage in Anambra. You see, this Gen Z always think whatever is happening now is new. You get my point. And for them, I always want to look things and I want to tap them on shoulder and say, look back. Look, it has happened before, even more violently than what is happening now, because the Gen Zs, they get mouth. Other generation, now action they get, because they don't have computer to tap and play with. You understand? In the 90s, I think about the mid-90s, in the East, but more so, particularly in Imo, Owerri, and other axes. There is real, how do I put it, brigandage, ritual killing, massive ritual killing going on. And they were not hiding it. In fact, one of the most notorious of the group was the Black Scorpion cult. They are known, they don't hide it. It got so bad that one of them, those cult people, they even be driving, they see a young man and a beautiful girl, they drag the girl into the car. If the young man makes any fuss, they slap him and push him into the gutter and take the girl away. And this was during a military regime. It culminated into a hotel called Otokoto. Otokoto. Most people must have had it from their uncles, from their fathers. The same Otokoto was like, yeah, the one Soludo just destroyed in Anambra now. Same also Otokoto Hotel then, where they carry people and kidnap them for rituals and stuff like that. Young men were really rich and not bashful about displaying their riches and things like that. I mean, the whole place was awash with lots of money from old hands, from young ones. But then the shit hit the fan. The rituals got one too many. A granite seller was killed, and the head, the same thing, they was going to deliver it to somebody in his house, also a prominent hotel owner, real estate owner, and of course, everything went haywire. Most people, rich people, were killed in Owerri, in Imo State. In 3 days of riots, severe riots, people, the streets were flowing with blood of rich people, killed, destroyed their property, their exotic cars, Rolls Royces, everything destroyed. Those that escaped managed to run down to Lagos. And I fear this could repeat itself again. It could repeat itself again.
Over 30 graves found at the top of the ceiling of that building, Baba.
It's not new.
And fresh blood as well. Fresh.
Yeah,
there it is.
I just told you now, this was just some 30 years or 32, 33 years ago in that same axis. So it's been happening, but that was how that one ended. Otokoto Hotel, for instance, one of the hotel was 3-story building, beautiful ambience inside. People brought it down. They burnt many houses. People ask any older person in that lived in the East then. People ran away and flocked to other regions in the heat of that riot. And I could see if Soludo is not handling this well, it could culminate into the same scenario. And when people go into the streets, they don't ask for your credentials. They attack you based on what they've had before on the street about you, or the kind of wealth you display. Wealth without industry. So Soludo has to be very careful and try and nip this in the bud. Nip it in the bud before the people react, because there is a limit to what people can endure. Where in a state you can't send your child to go buy you granite, to go buy you a bottle of beer or things. They can't go on simple errands. Where your heart will be in your mouth when your child is not supposed to return from school 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock you've not seen him or her, you get worried. So these are the kind of things they have to, because they've shifted from armed robbery and to kidnapping and ritual and things like that. And just like it happened then, they have to be very, very, very careful about this. Even then, even policemen were involved. Then policemen, I think 10 policemen were caught in the crossfire of that period. And this was military era, where I think it was one Tanku Suberu or something, the military administrator of that state. Yet people went, look, when people has gotten it up to here, they don't want to know the kind of gun you turn against them or the kind of reaction they will get from the government. They just react, spontaneous. And when it is spontaneous, you understand, it's out of control. Anything goes. Spontaneity is what the Soludo just have to avoid this moment. Is raised a private militia, let them do their job diligently, the best they can do, scare away those that are perpetrating this heinous crime out of the state, elsewhere, if it cannot actually put them behind bars, because most of these people are very powerful. And if the allure of money, which Nigerians are susceptible to, these people have it to the hilt. They have deep pockets. They have deep pockets. So he has to do the needful. He should not just do it because it's an electioneering year for him. Because I hear Anambra will be going to election in November. So why is he even just waking up to this nonsense?
Did we not have something similar in Osun State? Some hotelier that was also caught in the same thing. Do you remember?
I can't readily remember right now, except you can juggle my memory.
I'll try and search it out. It was quite big.
Okay, news, you mean the one who killed the student who came to his hotel?
The master, yes, the master
okay,
student.
Of course, you know
and then they were
he has lost his appeal. He has lost his appeal, so yes, I'm sure he's going to Supreme Court. He'll be going to Supreme Court shortly. But I'm glad that that case was handled very well, because at times you can be doing it for a long time, but there are some people's head you can't just do and kill, and not all dead body go and sleep. Not all dead body go to deep sleep, because that man was so powerful, both in society and the inner sanctum society, relatively, which is a secret cult. He was even to be the Oni of Ife. He contested with Adeusi. Imagine that kind of person being an Oni. You are not an Oni, you are just picking people and using them. Even created a university, that one. He had a university and he was just picking the students anyhow and using them. Many parents suffer losses of their children, but God works in a mysterious way.
You know who I blame for all this, Baba?
Yeah.
I blame Davido.
Why?
Because he has introduced a level of ostentatiousness in Nigeria that nobody can legitimately compete with. And then they are now doing all of these things in order just to you know, I blame Davido for all this.
No, it's not Davido. I mean, before Davido, there has been the rap culture in the US, which they've copied and swallowed hook, line, and sinker. And with the advent of the social media space, you understand, like Sherman said many days ago. Yeah, many weeks ago, Sherman said, look, the social media is not real. But how many youths of today know that it is not real? And in truth, social media is not real. I've had instances in car park. A woman had to stand and wait for some Gen Z trying to use her car to display whether one of these Facebook or something. And the woman was amused. She was the owner and was looking at them using her car to pose and things like that. And those who watch it will think that is real. Oh, they just bought a new car. And they will start to run helter-skelter to meet up and things like that. So social media is not real, but they don't know. They are in deep sleep, most of these youths. They are in deep sleep, and it's putting a lot of them in trouble. Wanting to be like the Joneses. It is not real. So when you say Davido, Amo Babolu or anything, I think that music was just turn of the century. I don't think is that old, but the rap culture has been there as in the 90s after R&B phased out. The rap came in and things like that. That's where the whole thing started. Coupled with it came with elements of rebellion and things like that. I mean, there are a lot of groups, I can't really remember their names now, which I mean, one also was involved, enjoying the music and things like that. I mean, you sent me Coolio a few hours ago, and I just remember Coolio, cool guy, and I enjoyed his music. So it's just education they need, particularly from their mentor and their parents. And parents, let them always talk to their children. I know there is some difficulty actually with nurturing today, but then some parents can't even talk to their children because they find themselves inadequate, not armed, naked, cannot take care of the children.
You know, Baba, that space you just opened up. So some parents, most parents can talk to their children, but what they are saying to their children is actually what is worrisome. You know, some parents actually encourage their children to do all this Yahoo business, and they okay, your 16-year-old daughter goes out, comes back home, plunks 150,000 naira on the table, and tells you to go and pay the rent. So you don't even bother to ask her where she was last night and how she got the money.
That's what they will tell her.
Yes.
That's it.
Men have been emasculated. Women have lost mothers have lost their morality. You know, survival and trying to keep up with the Joneses, like you said. You know, we're living in perilous times. That's just what it is.
Yeah, you put it well. You situate it very, very well. We are living in perilous time, and in a situation like this, even religion, the church, the mosque that's supposed to help and give us a kind of reawakening, they are not even doing the job. They are even worse. They are worse. Because even the pastors, they go in convoy, they have bodyguard, they wear bling, they wear sharp suits, and they have private jets. So where will they learn these morals?
And all they ever preach is prosperity.
Prosperity.
You know, the Christianity in Nigeria is all about prosperity preaching. It's not about moral rectitude. It's not about virtues or uprightness or none of the wholesome values that you want to associate with religion. It's about prosperity.
Sadly enough, where we are at it, Roman.
I know that.
Where we are at it, it's not just the Southeast. I mean, the Southwest is really deep in this. I mean, I watched some clip on YouTube in Ogun State, where a little boy, 17 years old, saying they sold they killed their friends and they sold the arm for 25,000 naira. And I said, what is 25,000 naira? Not even enough to eat amala in a Michelin restaurant, branded restaurant. You use a human hand and sell. They asked him the leg, the torso, the head, how much. And I think the most expensive is either the head or something, 50,000. 50,000, you took a man's life, a young man like you, whom you know, not a total stranger. And I asked myself, what has the world become? 17 years old. Where did they learn this? How did it happen that a 17-year-old would dismember his mates and start?
Do you remember that?
It's like the world wants to come to an end.
Do you remember that gospel singer just a couple of days ago that was caught with his girlfriend's head in a carrier bag, and then when they got to his house, he had carved up all the bodies in portions, put them in carrier bags.
Somebody do you know? Maybe you've shared the same bed for some few months, many times, and you have the heart to not only to finish her, but to dismember her. you need to be at another level of devilishness to be able to do that. How can you look at her face?
I wonder, Baba, that because we look at life from our own prism, isn't it? And I for a long time, until recently that I'm starting to grow out of it, I used to look at life from my own perspective and used to stop at things that I would not do, not acknowledging that things that I may not be able to do, other people can do it.
Some people will do it 10 times and not blink an eyelid.
And they will, and that guy now, if he got away with whatever he was doing with his girlfriends, whatever, he will go back home, get dressed, put on fine clothes, and go about singing gospel songs and preaching virtues. Yeah, I mean, God, unbelievable.
And you meet that kind of person, maybe in a restaurant, you'll be saying hi to him, and you'll be talking, and have hope maybe you can come out with some friendship out of it, not knowing you're talking to a killer.
You even look on them, that's why they say that's always the recommendation. You see them pull up in a flashy sports car, and you think, oh, I'm educated, I'm hardworking, I'm clever, so why him, not me? But you don't know what he did to get there with 30 grades in the top of a hotel.
Yeah, that's true, because if you say, I want to be like this person, always put a caveat. I want to be like this person minus all his travails. Because can you even stand 1% of his travails? I want to be like Christ. You want to be like Christ? Can you carry a cross to Golgotha? Are you ready to be nailed, to be tested? Are you ready to be betrayed by your friends, your family member, like they betrayed Christ? So every person is unique. Just pray that your own fortune will not pass you by, that you will not be sleeping when your angel of destiny appears. You will be alert to grab the goodies destiny has provided for you or prepared for you. But to say, I want to be like Muhammad, I want to be like Christ, you are just deceiving yourself. Because if you carry that half of that load, it's like a load a rail wagon carries. You want to put it on a car, that car will go flat. That car will go flat. So this is the understanding. I think maybe because we used to have moral studies before in primary school. I think those things have to return again. Not even only moral study, hygiene. Hygiene starts from when we line up in morning devotion. We line up. Everybody stretch your fingers. When you stretch it, if it's grown, koi ruler on that hand. And if it's even black, you didn't clean it, you could chop. And ruler in the back of your hand, it could be 10. So it starts even from the assembly in the morning. It stands where another teacher from another class, as soon as they enter your own class, everybody will stand up. Good morning, ma. Or good morning, sir. Before you sit down again. Those are morals. They may look mundane or ordinary, but it molds the kind of character you become. Look at Adeshino with Jagaban. He said, when I heard that you are coming, I said, oh, I have to come ahead of you to welcome you personally. That's an Omoluabi culture. That's how things should be. But these days, when somebody even I will tell you an embarrassment I faced many years back. This must be must be close to 30 years back. I was traveling. I came back. And usually when I return back like that, my wife will come with a driver always to pick me up. There was this girl in Port Harcourt, far, just about a little bit older than my first child. She's a girlfriend of a friend who is even an egmont to me.
Look at that, Baba, with that old trick, be a girlfriend.
You understand?
Don't worry. You mean your baby?
No, not. I'm telling you an honest story now. And this girl saw me from like in Atikeja Airport, like it was like 25, 30 meters away. She called me by my first name, loud and clear. My wife turned back and looked at her from head to toe. She hissed and she walked ahead. I knew I was in trouble. As soon as we got into the car, she removed her ghillie and I was in trouble. And I went to say, Uncle Wale, very embarrassing. And from that point on, I learned a lesson. I learned a big lesson. These are the kind of things, but if she were to be a girl with moral, even if you don't know that that woman by my side could be my wife, you will put chief so, not even run to me, you can shout, or uncle so and so. That's some form of respect, but these people, they are on a different level entirely. So moral studies have to be brought back to schools, whether private or public. It is very necessary. In Asia, they still do it. In Asia, they still do it. I have friends in Asia, I see their children, they almost worship their parents. They almost practically worship their parents. Even I've seen in Germany, how children, though these are rich parents, maybe it's because of the riches, I don't know, but all I've seen, they have too much respect. But this thing is being eroded and is getting to the worst heights amongst our society, particularly in Nigeria. So the government have to do something. I know poverty may be at the height, but even these days, yes, sir. No, ọ̀rẹ́ mi àgbà tí máa ń pè ní ẹ̀gbọ́n soso òun ló ń fẹ́. Mo lọ́wọ́ mi clean o dúpì, mo lọ́wọ́ mi clean o, but ìyẹn gan, ìyẹn tí ń sọ, èyí tí ń sọ yìí. Ẹ ṣe mọ̀ tá a bá wà pọ̀ papọ̀, ẹ̀gbọ́n tí ń pè lẹ́gbọ́n tó jọ ọ̀rẹ́ mi àtàtà, àjọ máa ń wà náà ni pẹ̀lú, you understand? So orúkọ ọlọ́dẹ máa ń là mọ́yàn lórí. Àwọn ilé wọn ṣe Yorùbá.
Ó ti yé mi. Sọ débẹ̀ yẹn tẹ́lẹ̀.
Ọmọ Port Harcourt ni wọ́n.
Ó ti yé mi sà.
Don't say that. Don't let Baba escape now. Papa, he was caught I don't want any trouble with all this. Divorcee. Fine. You know, Baba, just as an aside, you know, when people catch when they always say, you know, if somebody is going to have a side chick, say, you say, of course, now. Is it not for the freshness of the whatnot, you know? Anyway,
so one man, any other topic, in the absence of any other topic, can I yield and allow other people to come in?
Yeah, but yield only temporarily, because I used to have the floor, but I think DPC especially came in to speak to the two Baba thing, which I just brought in as just a last moment thought. But Dupsy, let me play you this clip. It's a throwback of when the wife was making bold commentaries. So let me play you this, and then you come in after it.
So every relationship has their different thing going. But the one thing that is common, the one thing that is never going to change is the fact that every relationship is always going to have their ups and downs. And then love and trust should keep you. The truth is, the way love is there, it becomes a choice afterwards. If you've chosen to be committed to this person, you got to stay that way.
Now, by the grace of God, now. By the grace of God, that's the only secret I can say.
I think what comes to our mind before whenever we fight, we start our conversation like he always starts. I'm very upset with you. I will never ever leave you, but blah blah blah. And I do the same thing too. I love you. I will never leave you, but blah blah blah. And we fight. Bottom line is, no matter how much we fight, when I mean fight, I don't mean physical fight, verbal quarrel. We know that we are going to sleep on the same bed that night.
So the last famous words, the famous last words, I will never ever leave you until the divorce paper comes through the post. Dupsy.
Yeah, it's
When you finish.
Okay, Chioma. How are you, Chioma? So I just came in just to talk about Annie and Chubaba. So one man, I think this kind of desperation that women are always desperate to get married to a particular guy. I don't know what women see, and I can't judge them. When women don't have this self-confidence, and I think it's very rampant, especially amongst these our children nowadays, these Gen Zs. No self-esteem whatsoever, no self-worth. So this girl now made sure she got married to Chubaba. After she got married to Chubaba, because she couldn't cope mentally, I think it's just because she couldn't cope mentally with all the atrocities her husband commits all the time, she started taking drugs. So now, after using that coping mechanism in this kind of abusive relationship, now the guy now came to announce to us today that he's no more, he's going to get divorced to Annie. After all said and done, do you know what I mean? Well, I always preach that marriage is not that important. It is not compulsory. It is a beautiful thing because I've been in it for a long time now. It is a beautiful thing if you find the right partner. And don't force things, though. There is no way a woman especially can force love. For a man to love you by force, it's not done. It's not going to be possible. That energy you want to use to change the guy, that energy you want to use to make a man love you by force, use it for something productive. I tell all these younger people, use it for a business, use it for something, for a product you can sell to people. Because it's going to boil down to things like this. The guy will still get tired of you. You can't force a man into a relationship. You want to start worshiping the man, then you start using drugs as a coping mechanism in that relationship so that you'll be able to cope with the BS the man brings to you. After all said and done, see what happened to Annie. After all what this guy has done to Annie, he now announced today that they are going through the process of divorce. So they're going to be divorced. I don't understand. I don't even know the people that are telling them that this marriage is an important thing, that it's so important that you have to be there by force, by cook or by cook. I don't know how to say that. It's good. Marriage is a beautiful thing, but it's not compulsory for anybody to force yourself to be in a relationship with a particular guy. If you wait enough, you will find somebody that loves you genuinely. Go ahead.
You see, the thing is, what I've always thought is, any woman getting married to a famous guy, then you know that you are married to like a community husband, like a musician and an actor, etc., that is successful and famous, maybe even good looking. You cannot have the expectation that you are in an exclusive relationship. You have to be extremely stupid to think that. when women are throwing themselves at them any and
But
everywhere.
woman, if you don't have the guts, if you don't have the energy for it, do not go there. Some girls can marry to Baba successfully. I hope you know. And they won't even mind all the BS that is going to bring to them. They're going to marry him successfully. But this girl is a chicken. She doesn't have that kind of energy. So she used drugs as a coping mechanism in this marriage. Some girls are very strong. They can actually cope with Baba. But she doesn't have that kind of mental capacity to cope with this man. Is it compulsory for this girl to get married to this guy? What is the big deal in Baba? What is the big deal? I don't understand. Then if you can't cope mentally with this kind of a man, why must you force yourself into that kind of relationship? Why must you? This girl can get married to somebody even famous than Baba, and she will be successfully married to that guy. But this Baba, she cannot cope with Baba mentally. She doesn't have the mental capacity. She was depressed in the marriage. She wasn't happy all through. And now the guy announced that they're going to get divorced. It's not. This marriage thing pisses me off when the thing is not like, two minds that think as one. It has to be mutual. If it's not mutual, why are you so desperate to be married to a popular man or a rich man or whatsoever man that you want? Even if you take it easy, you're still going to get that kind of man that will still love you for who you are. So I don't know why people are so desperate that they can do anything to get married to a particular person. It's low self-esteem. One man. People should stop the nonsense. They should stop it. See what's happening now. And Baba said,
do they have children? Do they have children?
Yeah, I think like 2 girls or 3 girls. I can't even remember. I think she has 2 girls for.
The first one is 16 years old.
Really? They've been together that long?
Even before then, woman. Even before then, they've been together before that 16 years. Baba said you shouldn't.
Who is initiating this?
Okay, I'm listening, woman. Who is initiating? Let woman.
No, I was asking who initiated the divorce.
It's divorce. Can I say something, Ms. Doopsy?
Okay, go ahead.
Can I say, Ms. Doopsy, can I speak?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Ms. Doopsy, One Man, Baba, and everyone in the comment section. My people, love y'all. Hit the like button. Kisses. Okay, so, Woman. First of all, Ms. Doopsy is absolutely correct because I feel like Annie is not on the same level as Two-Face in terms of physical attraction. I mean, he can do way better than Annie, honestly. Someone like Two-Face, because we all knew when he came out with African Queen, and then she started chasing him down, and people were actually surprised he ended up with her. Like, huh? Like, have you seen his baby mamas? I mean, woo! So it's more like this one's juju. We knew that Two-Face, Annie, they're not compatible. Like, she's not all that, But anywho, Annie is on Real Housewives of Happy Lagos, right? Real Housewives of Lekki or Lekki. So she's really trending with all these Atlanta Love and Hip Hop women from the US. They joined the Real Housewives of Lagos of Lekki cast. So it's like she's lit right now. So Miss Doopsy, another way to look at this is men are they're like your biggest haters. When you're doing better than them, they will stain your white. Mind you, Baba was comfortable with Annie being nobody. He was the famous one. He was popping. He was the so-called legend. To me, he's not. But now that Annie is on this series for like 2 seasons, and this season she's off to change. She's like the main cast. You know what it is to be like main cast? It's like being Nene Leakes, you know? He's a hater, basically. So it's like your worst enemy is your husband. He's jealous of her success. I mean, this is the height of her career on the whole Netflix. What is
Why did she get married to a hater? Why did she get married to a hater? Why did she get married to a hater?
I don't know, but let me tell you. No, some people, Ms. Dupsy, you're very much aware that men don't like when a woman becomes more successful.
I don't know those kind of men. I always tell you that. I don't know those kind of men that wouldn't like their wives to be successful. I don't know. I don't associate myself with those kind of men. I don't know them. It's you people that know them. It's you people that know them. It's true now, woman.
And I think they exist in the industry that Chioma is talking about. You see, you see,
I'm trying to get you in touch with reality.
Yes,
this is our reality.
Famous people, sorry, Choma. Famous people are also notoriously insecure, you know, and they like all of the attention to be. That's what makes them famous, because they crave attention so much, and they want to be the star turn in every situation. So he has been the star name. They talked about person in their relationship. Mm-hmm. Now, her star is starting to sparkle. And he could not contend with that her now rivaling him as the famous person in the you see that a lot in show business anyway.
Everybody is saying her name. I mean, because the new season is coming out, the Real Housewives of Lekki or Lagos, whatever it's called. But Annie is like out there now. She's on our TV screen in Lagos right now. You see what I'm saying? So she's more famous than Tubaba. Nobody knows him now. I mean,
everybody knows Tubaba. Tubaba is a legend, and nobody can say
now we have three voices.
One man doesn't even know him.
Hold on, Choma. Adama. Now we have three voices. Let's have one.
Let me talk.
Yes. Yes, I didn't even know him, but then I only know Sonia Adeo, so you can't really count me amongst human beings. You know, I only know Sonia Adeo, you know.
Like, that's what I'm saying. When Baba said that Two-Face is a legend, I'm like, legend who? When was it because of one song? African Queen? Bye. He's not no legend. He stained her white, and just because she begged for the man to marry her don't mean nothing. Okay, now that she's who she is, he's a hater. He's jealous, and this is the problem in marriages. Men don't want their wife to be successful. It's a
women should stop being desperate.
Tell us.
Women should stop being desperate.
They beg to Baba to marry her.
Do you know what it is?
Women should stop being desperate.
Hold on.
Let's have one voice now, please. Let's have one.
You go and look for somebody that will love you.
Thank you. Is it my first man?
Love you. Go ahead, Adama. Go ahead.
I'm not finished now. I'm just saying that at the end of the day, you know, these men, they will stain your whites. You get what I'm saying? He's very insecure. He's a nobody. Nobody knows him. He's a loser. He's not Wizkid. He's not Davido. His name is not popping. He's nothing. His wife is more famous than him right now. Nobody really calls Two-Face.
Stop deceiving yourself, Trauma. Let somebody else talk.
Hold on. Look at the comment. Hold on, everyone. Hold on. This is too much now. Look at the comment section. People are asking you to tone it down. Look, even the audience are struggling. Just let's have one voice. Yeah.
Let me finish, right? So yeah, Annie is famous now. If you're on ground in Nigeria right now, you know that. Like, her name is blowing up everywhere. She's big on Real Housewives. And nobody's still mentioning Two-Face. Who? Two-Face who? He's a nobody.
Woman is a
nobody. Even his daughter is more famous.
Can we move on? What you're doing is not fair.
Let me finish.
This topic along now.
Let me finish. You know, I think they called him is it Father of All Nations? You know, he's done this to several women. So I'm not even surprised. You know, but you know what? He's gonna get what's coming for him. God is gonna punish him because he put that woman through so much. At the end of the day, I still blame Annie, but you know what? She used him to make herself something.
Your God is a wicked God. He will not punish anybody. Let Adama talk.
Like I
Your
said,
wicked God.
She made
Your
something.
wicked God will not punish anybody.
She made something out of herself. That's the most
Let
important
Adama
thing.
talk.
And at the end of the day, if he don't want her, guess what? She's still Annie Adibia. You get my point? Her name is popping all around.
We don't get your point. We don't get your point. You've been talking since.
Let me finish. She's on Netflix. And you can tell that Two-Face is hurting. And he's the bitter one because he had to come out and make an announcement talking about, oh, my account is not hacked. I said it. He's bitter. He's a hater. He's jealous of his wife's success. That's why I tell you, ladies, man, be careful who you marry.
Mama, are you still moderating here?
Don't end up with a punk because these punks,
let somebody else talk, please.
These men will stain your white. And right now, she's at the height of her success. She don't need him. He's a loser. Next, I'm done.
All right. Adam, did you want to come into that space, Ada?
No, I don't want to come in. All I want to say to her, I just want to make this statement. Let's go by the ways in the queue. Don't say greetings to you and greetings to you, my sister Choma. What you said, let's keep it real. Tu Baba is a legend, with or without, and the woman sitting next to him. Before all these people you named, Davido and all this thing, they are boys, they are Chingom boys to him. So say it the way it is. At the end of the day, let's not this rubbish.
She made him who he is, though. She was there before he even started with the African Queen. He wouldn't be Two-Face without Annie. Really, that's why she felt the right to stay married to him.
Please, can we talk? Woman, can we talk? Is it this guy that is moderating a woman? Because he won't allow us to talk.
I'm not we're having a conversation.
Let's talk.
All right, but
he made him who he is at the end of the day.
All right, don't stop pinching Dupsy. I know we know what you're doing. Don't
you know exactly what you're doing. We don't have time for this audio no tonight.
All right, we really just started.
Adama, don't make me come over there. Adama, don't make me come over there to your house. I know where you live.
You know, Baba actually, he actually came out. He came out to say something. I think he said his account was hacked and they're not getting divorced. It's all convoluted, actually. Is he carrying some sort of mental health issue to Baba?
There's no mental health issue.
You too.
Let me answer the question.
Are you a psychiatrist? How do you know that? No, please tell us how you came up with that question. You are just
one man.
Because he has now come out. He has come out to say that his account was hacked and he's not getting divorced. And then
is he the first person that his account has ever been hacked? Is he the first person?
No, listen. No, one man, you got it wrong. He said his account is not hacked. That he made those statements.
Woman partnership.
He's depressed. He's bitter that his wife is successful. Her name is all over.
Woman, please let us talk.
As we speak. Please. They're releasing Real Housewives of Lekki. Real Housewives of Lekki. If you're in Nigeria, tune in, watch it, support Annie. She's the bomb. Two-Face is a nobody.
I'll be leaving if this guy won't allow us to talk. I'll just leave the studio.
All right, come in. But I'm trying to get a clip of where he actually came out to run commentaries. But I have to say that I'm not far from Chioma's take on this. I don't know the history of the guy, so I don't really know the...
What have you ever had anything you say you're far from me? Say it the way it is. You're not far from this thing. Be realistic now. You can't even pull up what you're saying. You're not far from Chama Click.
No, one man. Chama, come on to notice like Jamaican. Even Taba argue Lori WhatsApp. You will say you are not far from Chama. What's the problem? Is there any problem? You are not far from Chama. You are not far from Chama. What is the problem?
I mean, kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ gan? Mama, tell us what
What's
is
the
going
problem?
on.
Hold on now. Don't make sense. Can you go make sense? One voice now. We have three voices. Hold on. No, just hold on, Choma.
One man knows that.
Just hold on. Let me play this clip.
Yo, my people, man. Nobody have my account. Let me talk with you. I want to talk. Understand? I come in peace.
It comes in peace, but it declares war. So there it is, right? And you say it doesn't have mental health issues.
He's depressed and he has lost weight. He's depressed
so Chama,
and he has
are you
lost
a
weight.
doctor? Are you a psychiatrist? Like, tell us based on what you are assessing. Now I'm a doctor. Based on your assessment. You have no. Listen to my question before you answer. So because I give you orders and you put it in. So based on what you are assessing, please tell me how you came up that he's depressed and he has lost weight.
Based on jealousy, we kill. That man is jealous of his wife. I'm telling you, this is a statistic. A lot of men cannot cope with successful women, especially when they were shining before the woman takes over. He's not booming. He can't hold a concert. He can't sell no ticket. He can't even sell like a hall even. Like he's not famous right now. I'm sorry.
Has she come out to speak on this? Has she come out?
Two-Face is jealous of Annie because he fell off.
No, you said that already. Has Annie come out to speak on this, or is she?
No, she's too busy at the top. What she needs to speak to?
She's not busy. He's called a woman with a low self-esteem. Call it what it is. She has a low self-esteem. Choma, when you spoke, I didn't interrupt you. Now allow me to speak.
Adama, can I say something to you? She's a responsible mother.
When you spoke, I allowed you to speak. Now it's my turn. Let me speak.
She doesn't need to talk to social media.
Hold on now, look at that. If you look at the comment section, they are not liking the three voices at once. But Adama coming, it's a very complex. From the outside looking in, but then they are celebrities, so we're entitled to look into their lives and run commentaries. But the first thing is put them both in the spotlight. So in terms of careers, it propels them somewhat. But he has come out now to say that his account was not hacked. He is proceeding with the divorce. Choma is wanting us to believe that he cannot abide the sparkling of our star, and this is what is pushing him. And you can
are you
see
giving
that
me the platform to speak?
Yes. Often. Yes, I was just laying the background. Okay, carry on.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for laying the background.
You've come with fire.
So I came with fire because I don't like it. Because let's say the way it is. Let's make this clear. True Baba is the legend. Before all these small boys,
is he is or was?
Please now, for one man, stop it. When I was no, don't do this with me. Show you, Okay, Oshe, thank you. Doopsy, shout out to you and shout out to you, Choma.
Thank you.
Thank you. So what I'm trying to say is this. Yes, what we're trying to say is this. True Baba is a legend and he's still a legend. He paved the way. You're my African queen that we know all these celebrities we know today. Let's forget about anything. Now the question and the homework I want every one of us on the platform to go and do. Since Choma said, Anna is the one bringing out True Baba, you married a man and your child happens to be the number what? Let me not call the name. After you've been with him for how many years? It's called a woman with low self-esteem, that disvalue herself, that doesn't know her worth.
No
You're so
self-worth.
thirsty.
No
You're so
self-worth.
thirsty. Thirsty. One thirsty, ni thirsty. We call them. There's something we call.
Adama, your fellow women, your fellow woman.
Chama, when
your
you're
fellow
talking
woman,
now, I didn't
you're
interrupt
not
you.
doing
Let
that.
me talk. Yes, she's my fellow woman. Am I a man? Everybody know I'm a woman now. Let me talk it. Let me say it the way I feel. Everybody know I'm a woman now. Let me say it the way I feel.
Continue.
He's so thirsty.
No self-esteem. No self-worth.
Yes.
Jonathan's voice.
Shoma, please say everything in your system. Please say it the way it is so that when I'm talking, you will not interrupt me. Pour it out so that when I'm saying anything, you will not come into what I'm saying. All I'm saying is that Anna has some issues. She needs to be evaluated psych-wise. And I know we have one of the best. If she's been in London, she's been to America, let them evaluate her. Something is unstable about her. To be parading herself this way. To Baba, you have made it clear to the whole wide world you like women. It is up to her to stay with you or not stay with you. I don't know what the problem of women is. When you meet a man that tell you the truth, problem. When you meet a man that lies to you, problem. Please, women, choose one side. You can't be all over the place. Anna is not a victim. That's the point I'm trying to buttress here. Anna is not a victim. Oh, Choma, I just asked you a question. Please finish what you want to say. So when I'm talking, you don't interrupt.
You said a whole bunch. No, Adama, you said a whole bunch of nothing though. That's what I'm trying to figure out. How is she not a victim?
So you may be nothing, Choma. Yes, yours makes sense. My own makes sense. It doesn't
Woman,
make
try
sense to me.
Choma now. Try mute her.
He's trying
so
to
that
No, Choma, you have to let Adama speak. For the sake of the audience. But Adama, what's actually instigated all this? Is there because we played the previous clip, they say, oh, they don't let a quarrel get through the night. They always settle. Every couple argues, but they settle. And that was the picture they were painting. He backed that comment up. And then suddenly now this. So what's the build-up to now divorce papers being filed?
Adama, let me help you. Adama, let me help you.
No, Dupsy, I am going to give it to you because all I want to say, Dupsy, take it from here. Anna is not a victim. Dupsy, Oshe, I give you my time.
Thank you so much, Adama, my sister.
I quickly want to chime in so that I will leave.
Go ahead.
I want to correct.
You're in this territory too, enigmatic. You are following. I thought you were more serious.
I hope Ishioma will make me talk. I beg.
Let other people speak. Now, why are you always interrupting?
I was here before enigmatic.
What is going on?
Now,
Chioma,
for the floor.
Chioma, you wouldn't even have a video if it wasn't for me that sent you the video. So calm down.
Chioma, hold on. For the flow of it, let
flow with this one.
Chioma, I crave your indulgence. Just a second, I'll be gone. Okay.
But let me you speak.
Yeah, let me just say something real quick, one man, and to all the women in the home, maximum respect to all of you. I pray to have a daughter. I do not have one, but when I have one, by God's grace, I will train my daughter to be self-sufficient, to value herself, and to know that because of a man, you cannot lose your self-esteem. I'll start like that. First of all, and then I'll say Two-Face Idibia, right, is a legend. Who, if you do not know Two-Face Idibia, is quite it's quite pardonable, and then we can say, okay, go and learn more about Two-Face. Two-Face mentored Wizkid. When you are speaking Two-Face, don't speak to Wizkid or Burna Boy or Davido. They are baby, they are kids. Where you are talking with Two-Face Idibia. Two-Face will be 50 anytime from now. These kids were still scrolling somewhere when Two-Face was out there making Africa blow. So the problem with any Idibia, right? Like Adama said, she needs a medical attention first. And I'm not saying this casually, and I'm not saying it out of a vacuum. If you know the situation between Two-Face and Enif over the years, you understand what I'm talking about. Remember where Two-Face started his life, and I will say this too before I proceed. Any woman who is going out there to date any of these guys, when I mean any of these guys, the guys in the limelight, particularly in the music sector, they have a window, right, that they make a lot of money. So many women, are in their faces. And you can just look at Wizkid. Wizkid has been making money for the past 10 years. Davido have been making money for the past 10 years in thousands, in millions of dollars. They are billionaires in their 20s. You know what I'm saying? Then it behooves any girl or any woman to decide, do I want to stay with this type of lifestyle, or do I want to find a quiet lifestyle? What type of lifestyle do you want to choose? So if you choose to take the smoke in the kitchen, keep quiet and move on with the luxury that goes with it, but do not cry when you see what is behind the kitchen. So look at Chioma now, that she knows everything that Davido has done, but she chose to be with Davido. Underneath, something is going on. People do not know now, and tomorrow if something blow up, they will blame Davido. If she was my daughter, or if any was my daughter, I will blame her. You knew what you knew before you went into it, right? So let me speak this real quick. Before any came to the picture, are you aware of the fact? Do you know the profile of the ladies that had babies for Two-Face? Go and check their profile. Check Pero Adeniyi. Check Sumbo Ajaba Adeoye before any came into the picture. Pero Adeniyi, she's the daughter of Chief Jide Adeniyi, a wealthy, very stupendously wealthy, rich businessman, right? This Pero Adeniyi that I'm talking about, I think she's a medical doctor. She was trained in the US over here. She had I think three children for Two-Face, right? 2 daughters and 1 son. And Pero Adeniyi and Two-Face, they had a lot of controversy in their relationship too, particularly because of Eni. While she was dating Pero, Eni was in the picture somewhere. When she was supposed to be focused on her own career, Two-Face was out there blowing, then dating Pero. Pero had a university degree to the highest level in a very good school, trained abroad by a billionaire father, right? So Two-Face came from the street to date all these high-profile women. Go and look at Pero's profile today and what she's worth, right? So if you say Two-Face is a street boy, that Eni is something. Go and look at the profile of Sumbo Ajaba, right? Adeoye now. I think she's married to a pastor, something like that. 2 sons with that. Those are 5 children already. 5 children.
But enigmatic. I agree with you. That's why I said that I'm surprised he ended up with someone like Annie, because they're not on the same level in terms of attraction. You see what I'm saying? But
Nobody's asking you about attraction. Stop that. That's not what you said.
I was not talking to you. Did I say your name? No, I didn't say your name. I didn't say your name.
Let him talk.
Did I say your name? Did I say your name? No. So enigmatic, as I was saying, she was there before any of these girls. She was there when he was a nobody, and that's why she felt entitled to stick with him. I wouldn't do that. So continue.
Okay. So, like I said, I want people to Google and search the high-profile ladies in Two-Face's life. You will know that any Dibia does not scratch Two-Face's toe, not less lacing his shoes. So it was very convenient for people to see whatever Eni was going through. It's like Eni was forcing herself on Two-Face. It's been a public secret for over 10 years.
She's been a public news dance.
God bless you. I don't want to use that. That's why it's been a public secret for over 10 years. So everybody knows that Two-Face is not on the level of Eni at all. Like I said, if you are Two-Face from the street, you are able to marry a medical doctor. You are Two-Face from the street. I think she lives in Banana Island, right? And the other lady too. So without taking too much of the time, when you look at this, the situation that I think happened last year, I think there was a public show. There was this, is it House of Africa Women show or what? There was this show on Netflix. People who do not really know much about Eni had a glimpse of what Eni was, or probably the lifestyle of Eni, right? And do not forget that Eni had her own skeletons in the cupboard too. That Two-Face, you know, when things happen like this, men will always face the backlash. They always receive the blow. You don't even know what Two-Face has endured. His resilience in the marriage so far. So whoever has been paying attention to the two of them will know that this is long coming. It's like, why hadn't it even happened before now? That is the question on the list of people who are actually aware of this. So what I would just say before I leave is that if you have a daughter, please let your daughter know that she's everything without a man. I'm not saying don't marry, right? But put value on your life. Add value to your life. Do not drop your self-esteem for a man because of one thing or the other. Look at the lady that had Wizkid's first child. That girl, I forgot her name now. When she knew that things was not going well, she found a way to get herself together, get herself educated. She has a life to herself. She has a professional career, and she's doing good. And Wizkid had a good relationship with her, right? Tomorrow now, like I said, I'm going to reiterate it again because we're going to have things is going to come up again. If something happened again tomorrow, people will start to blame Davido. If you see Davido's lifestyle as a gentleman, would you give your daughter to Davido? Right? But if you are the daughter who is so hell-bent to go with Davido, if something happens tomorrow, do not cry. If you say you prefer to cry in Rolls Royce than to go for a gentleman, then do not tell us tomorrow that you left a gentleman for a Rolls Royce and you see the guy going everywhere with women. So I would just say, I think it's about time she gets herself together. She should let this Two-Face complex dynamic, family dynamic to go over her life. It's been a messy layered challenges over the years, and nobody should blame Two-Face. If you want to blame any of them, blame the two of them. And
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, brother. I'm so sure. But let me talk.
Thank you so
Let me
much.
talk.
May God bless you.
Don't leave though.
She's a victim. She's a name is a this thing. And again, it can't be a victim. And thank you so much, brother.
Adama, you're just shouting. Anyway,
Adama, let me talk, Jerry. Adama, let me say something.
Go ahead. Do
Thank
sit
you.
up, Thank you.
Thank you, my Danny Adama. God bless you, Jerry. So thank you, Enigmatic. So somebody asked in the comment section, I think Larry said, can you use drugs as a coping mechanism? Actually, yes. And that's what most people use it as. It's for coping mechanism. When you're going through something you can handle, your mental capacity cannot handle that thing. So people use different things.
Drugs?
So what did you say?
Did you see her taking drugs?
Can you just shut up or go out of the studio till I finish? So somebody asked. So yes, a lot of people use drugs as coping mechanism. So you can use different things. People use different addictions as their coping mechanism. So drugs is one of the coping mechanism people use. So talking about this girl from ghetto, I don't know where she was raised, badly raised, low self-esteem, no self-worth, no ugly. I don't know, very terrible. So she came into Two-Face's life, so desperate to be married to the guy, and she ended up getting married to the guy. So what's the big deal? You should go ahead and divorce her. I support her. And Two-Face, for your information, if you don't know today, Two-Face is a legend. He will forever be a legend because he's a well-talented guy. So he knows what he's doing.
But you only have one song now. How can you be
only one song? Bad woman, go sit down somewhere. If you're sitting down, stand up. Now you start what you want to do. If you're sitting down, stand up. Woman, let us hear a word. One song, Bawo. If you don't know what's happening in the Nigeria entertainment industry,
music industry, because you want only one song.
You can Google woman if you want to know more information about Tubaba. So this girl is such a desperate, low self-esteem girl that doesn't. She's not even up to Tubaba's feet. So she got married to Tubaba. Now used something to cope throughout the marriage, and now they're going to divorce. We are happy with the Association of Confident Women around. We are happy. We are happy that she's going out of Tubaba's life. She should go and get her ass together, then build herself, make sure she's somebody in life, instead of being desperate to get married. I hate girls that are desperate. You don't understand. I can't stand
Very
desperate
desperate.
girls.
To do
I
to
can't
add
stand
to what you
desperate
said, let
girls.
her get therapy. Let her get therapy. It's
It's
okay not to be
important now. She
okay.
should get it
It's
already.
okay not to be okay. Please let her get therapy. Her self-esteem is very low.
Very low. Very low. They will always desperate. And that's the same thing that will happen to Chioma. Exactly the same. Mark my words today. Exactly the same thing that will happen to Chioma, the video's wife. Go and back it down today. Because those girls don't have the mental capacity to.
She's looking like bonga fish. Even with her bonga fish waist lot, the video is still cheating on her.
The video will forever cheat on her. So the same thing will happen to Chioma. Chioma Deleke. So the same thing will happen to her. Okay, go ahead, one man. But Chioma should not ask me any question. I'm not here for her. So one man, go ahead.
She allowed me to ask you a question now. When was the last time this guy trended before this? Because I wasn't even aware of him. I didn't know it was I thought it was a comedian.
Can you guys be serious? Can we be serious? Two-Face is only popular because
Google him, one man. If you want to know more,
no
about
one
him,
really knows Two-Face.
You can go to
only
Google.
Because of
One
African
man.
Queen.
One man, can I ask you a question? Lucy, hold on. To respond to you, what you just said, I'm glad to tell you the one that has been trending, Davido, the one with how many baby mamas, and he's still cheating on his wife after losing his son. May the child soul rest in peace. And people will be coming here portraying his name. We just had what our speaker said, the panelist said before Dupsy spoke. Why is it that we idolize people? And if Chioma come out tomorrow, Chioma Adele can come out today and start saying Davido did this to Chioma, let me tell you, if you are listening to the one-man show, they will cheat on you. So just embrace it. You're not all that your weight loss and everything. That was them people not do any difference. One man cheat on you, Lonnie. We know you. We that know you. As an artist, we know you.
She will start using drugs soon.
Watch out. Watch out. So, why do you guys sound jealous? But anyway, can I say something? Right? Don't you guys notice that?
Whatever happened to the sisterhood? I thought there was a fraternity.
Sisterhood. Mama, stop it. There's nothing like women supporting women. Stop it. It's a scam. Women are not supporting any women. Stop it, woman. I hate it. Sisterhood. There's no sisterhood. Listen, I'm not jealous of anybody. I can make my own bags of coin. I don't rely on anyone. At the end of the day, I pay my bills. So nothing a man can do for me. You see how Dipsy is talking? Please, Chioma, let me talk. Don't interrupt me. When you're talking, I didn't interrupt you. So, okay. We've had the okay. So let it be like that. Please, one man, at the end of the day, like our last panelist said, please raise daughters that will know their worth and not based on what their shape and their punani is saying. Because at the end of the day, we have a lot of women with good punani and shape. Thank you.
Yes, but
God bless you.
Nobody looks at women for their PhD now. They look for the women for their butts and whatnot. Who's looking at women for their PhD? Nobody cares about that, But
one man, don't you find it funny? Immediately the show aired, Two-Face decided to make an announcement. It's only these weak men that will come out to make petty announcement. Does the world need to know? And then he came on social media to say, oh, his account is not hacked, to double down on it. Who are you? Like, nobody remembers you again. He's not, at this point, he's trending with Annie's name, no longer his own name. I don't know if I'm making sense. He's now trending.
Maybe he wants to release an album.
No, you are not making sense. No, you are not making sense.
So now he's trending with Annie's name. So I'm proud of Annie that she has made something of herself. She was not just being a housewife. She's made movies. She's in Nollywood. She's done a lot of reality TV shows and even regular sitcoms, Nigerian sitcoms with her daughter. So she wasn't just sitting down at home getting fat like Two-Face. She was actually a career woman in the industry, making money. making connection, making moves. So this is all jealousy. You know, he'll be begging for her next month. Trust me, nobody wants him now. How much money does he have? If anybody will want who, it will be Annie. She's making a name for herself. She's making more money. So I'm happy for her. She can move on. She doesn't need him. You know? So, I mean, Two-Face just made the worst decision of his life at this point. Nobody wants him now. Honestly.
Okay, Chioma, since you said, okay, hold on, Chioma, please, hold on, one man, please. Since Chioma knows so much about Two-Face,
quite frankly,
please,
I'm not
what child,
surprised.
Chioma, I'm asking you, what number is Anna's children among Two-Face children? Since she's the one making Two-Face to trend, what number is her children?
Okay, first of all, Adama, that question it doesn't. It's a rhetorical question because everybody knows
no, it's
that.
Not. Answer the question.
No,
Since
no,
he's the one that made him now.
Let me answer it because it's silly. I don't answer silly questions, so I'm going to explain to you why it's silly. Everybody knows in the industry that Tu Baba is the father of all nations. He has babies by different women, even in America, countless women that we don't know their names yet. So that's a silly question.
A lie. That's a lie. We know all his baby mamas.
No, he has more.
Answer the question. All the women that he has babies with, and women will highly educated and educational background. Choma, answer the simple question. What number is Anna's children and what two Baba's children? Since that he's the one, she's the one making him trend. You can't answer it because that's the baby mama.
No, but she was married to him for more than 10 years. You guys can give her credit for that. And stop trying to shame her. They were married for more than 10 years, and she made something of herself. She was not just wallowing in misery while he was being a father of all nations. She was making something of herself. You know?
All right. Shall we move on, or have we exhausted that? I didn't even know anybody would be interested. Maybe we'll be doing more of this sort of.
Okay, one man, thank you. I'll see you.
I think the last
time thank you so much. I'll see you today.
I'll see you in the comment section.
I'll see you in the comment section.
No, we will beat this girl. Well, but thanks for having us.
Okay, wait, Adama. Wait, hold on. Let me make my last name. Adama and Dupsy. I just want you guys to know that Tu Baba, he fell off. And, you know, Annie is at the height of her career. This is all jealousy and hateration. He's depressed and he lost weight, obviously. So, and probably he's begging her for money. And that's the cause of all of this. She has more fame now. She has more money. And it's all jealousy. Men cannot stand a successful woman. I mean, after all, they've been married for all these years. They weren't just married 5 years. They've been married for over 10 years. What are you telling me? It's success and hate and jealousy. That's all it is.
Okay, thanks for telling us. See you.
And Tu Baba fell off.
Thank you, one man.
He's nobody now. He fell off.
Take care.
And Miss Dupsy, one song does not make you a legend. One hit does not mean he's a one-hit wonder. It does not make you a legend. So that's all I have to say.
All right, brilliant. So there was. You can take your helmets off now, Prince Daddy and Thomas and Baba. Where do we even go from there? Let's go to let's see if Trump Daddy is ready for us. Trump. No, I think it's traumatized from what just happened. Who is with us? Thomas, are you there? All right, let's go to Aro Gidigba. Aro, surely you are there.
I'm eating, so.
All right. All right. Let's go back to Baba then. See if Baba will pick it up from there. So Baba, I noticed you were quite quiet during all that. You see?
Yeah, woman. Okay.
Did you? What was? You know, I don't even know what just happened, but it happened. Shall we just go back to boring stuff like politics and the projections?
One minute, I want to ask Baba a question. Baba, like, as an elder that has been married for years, and even with, maybe more than one wife. I don't know how many wives you have. I'm just saying, what do you think about this situation that now that, Annie has made it, her show is on TV, is airing on TV right now, and he's using this divorce rhetoric to, mess up her shine, to steal her thunder. I mean, don't you think it's jealousy from the husband? All of a sudden, now that the show is on air right now, just isn't that crazy? What do you think? I want to hear your perspective on this.
Choma, it's good to be young. I'm happy you're a young woman. There is just no way Annie Dibia will make the kind of money, not even 10% of what Two-Face has made, and he's still making. He is not a one-hit wonder. That African Queen is always referred to because it was in one Hollywood movie, actually. There are only two musicians in Nigeria whose songs are featured in Hollywood hits, King Sunny Ade and Two-Face, Two-Face, you understand? And Annie actually, how do I say it? Threw herself at him. Even the marriage, she organized it. And a lot of stories surrounding their wedding even, because it was organized for them by the present Senate president, what's his name, Akpabio, organized it. And he gave them a car in that marriage. And Two-Face, I think, David Mack actually comes from Two-Face, I think, Plateau State. So he had to even match the present. So what is happening is not surprise to anybody. It was something headed for the rocks from day one. You understand? And I can't disparage somebody's daughter, but Annie has been a problem for some years now. I can't say much from her. You understand? I don't like talking about people's children. But there is a real problem. It's deeper, much more than what is on the surface. That's just all I can say about that, Shoma.
Well, what about the suggestion that she married above her pay grade, that she married up and he married down? Do you concur with that?
Yeah, I agree with that, because though in terms of family root and support, I can rate Two-Face higher than the pedigree of Annie Macaulay. You understand? And but she look, she had a boutique. She sells bag, very expensive bag, and the life was good. She used Two-Face, and Two-Face also used her in the sense, not professionally. Two-Face used that to reach the politicians, and then, of course, cause it to them and make some money. And Annie has been around too. If you understand what I mean, has been around. So the story is far, far deeper. I'm very reluctant to say much more than this.
Do you see this divorce something as a publicity stunt?
No, it is not. When something gets to this point, naturally, the man will ask himself a question: why am I condoning this? Woman, give me another topic. I just don't like talking about people's children.
All right, let's go to the inflation then, and the projection then that is going to drop to 24.7%, and they are estimating that the naira will stabilize at 1,300 to the dollar at some time this year. So are you on board? And they gave somewhat of an, I was going to say a compelling argument, but somewhat of an argument. They are hinging it on improved oil output, the Dangote refinery solidifying and owning the space, expansion in agricultural production, all of the, and then a more prudent government spending. Do you see that the inflation rate now 34.8%? So they're expecting it to drop 10.1% within the course of a year. Can you say that?
Yeah, I mean, that's not difficult. You understand? When the president said it will be, they will bring it down to 15%, and people were like asking him. And I don't understand why they do not want to understand that. Look, it's good to project very high. You aim high, both in private, in public, everything you do, you aim high. It's like reaching for the moon. And when you try to reach for the moon and you couldn't and you fall, where do you fall on? You fall on the stars. So if he said 15% and the economic group, they are projecting 24, about 25%, still not bad on a scorecard. You understand? Still not a bad one. And it's a good measure. I'm talking about the foreign exchange rate. It's always a good measure for a nation that has the financial testicle to measure actually the weight of their currency. That is not artificial. Because everything we've been living about our currency in the last 50 years has been a lie. Has been a lie. And I like it that you need to test your strength, even in life. And here we are circulating around 1,500, 1,600. And I still think the Naira is worth more than that. I'm thinking in the region of 1,250, 1,300. And I think that it will come to that because a lot of foreign exchange has been freed now. What eats up most of our foreign exchange before was the oil importation. And oil importation is no more. It's gone. Buried, forgotten. So we have enough foreign exchange to cope with other sectors of the economy. So having that in the kitty and saving us that norm, we now have also to be able to plan with what we have in hand. We've paid all our backlog foreign exchange debt. We are meeting our debts, which is the most important thing. It makes you respectable in the financial world. If you cannot pay your principal, at least pay your interest as at when due. It helps also in reducing your lending, your borrowing rates. I mean, today it's a little bit high. Some of our debt at 10%, some at 9.6 and things like that. But it could go lower even than that. It's about your financial strength. I see. I'm not overtly optimistic, but this year, by the time we get into the third quarter, we will have seen some element of relief in all sectors of the economy. And I think inflation will come down because the country will be awash with food and not as high in pricing as it is today. Because the more you have, the more the prices will fall. And most of this produce will be in season. So naturally, that will help. So I'm thinking, and already we've settled on the fact now that, well, I mean, time was in this country when kerosene was like gold. Everybody uses kerosene to cook, to do one thing or the other, to fire their stove. But today, I don't think anybody remembers kerosene anymore. Everybody's using gas. And so it remains for the government now to make sure that the price of gas comes down and very reachable. Same thing for vehicle. You understand? Because people even talk about the vehicle thing. And I wonder that how many people even have cars in Nigeria? Because everybody wants to talk now. We talk about fuel subsidy. How many people really enjoy this fuel subsidy? Do you have a car? You don't have a car.
Inflation will not come down.
Well, I think inflation, I'm not to what, so it will remain 34.8% for another 2 years. Is that what you're saying? Yes, AI, is that what you're saying? Or it will go up? I don't think so.
Why? Back that up.
Okay, tell us your reason to say it won't come down. And to what extent it will go in the next 11 months. Please, we are listening.
Inflation will not come down like coming down what it used to be before. No, it will not.
Nobody is saying that. The projected 24%.
Coming down to 24%, it will not. Let me tell you why.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Why is because the oil price is going to go down drastically. And when it goes down, countries like Nigeria that depend solely on oil, they do all manner of
Are you talking about the Trump effect, drill baby drill? Is that what you're saying?
Please, woman, I said the oil price will go down.
Yes, why? Why would it go down?
The oil price will go down because it's a strategy they usually use. You see, the OPEC, they make these prices. They peg it at what they want to peg it and reduce it at what they want to reduce it. And now they have their favorite, which is Donald Trump. The price is going to reduce. Mark my word. It will go down. And it will actually go down in a way that will not be pleasant. So for countries like Nigeria, they're going to struggle. So it is what it is. But hey, if you that's my own investigation. No, you people can continue. I just put in my own opinion. It might not be.
Do you know what drives inflation in Nigeria? The primary space that drives inflation.
I don't know.
It's food. Food is the headline inflation driver in Nigeria.
Listen, let me tell you, one man. You see,
if they crash the price of food, inflation will crash.
Okay, let me tell you something. Countries like Nigeria, their inflation are actually, will I say, I won't use the word man-made, but I will use the word propagandally inflated. That is the word I will use, because most times what is not supposed to cause inflation in Nigeria, let me not use the word Nigeria, let me use the word countries like Nigeria, is what causes inflation in countries like Nigeria. Okay? During the time of Jonathan, I bet you the oil price was very high. What happened? Actually, nothing. So this time around, where you have somebody, a president, who is trying to put policies here and there, trying to do something here and there, crashing the oil prices for him is not going to help. But hey, I didn't say anybody should believe me. You know, I speak a lot of gibberish. Now, well done.
Well, woman, I think I disagree vehemently. When it comes to price of oil internationally, it's volatile. Nobody can predict what will happen tomorrow. Nobody can predict what will happen tomorrow that will affect the price of oil. There could be a war somewhere. There could be some kind of conflict somewhere, and it will affect even ordinary maritime. Once it's affected, like what is happening at the what's this? What is country now? You understand, where they have to take voyage round the Cape of Good Hope and things like that to come on to West Africa and things like these are the things that can shape the prices of things. So nobody can guarantee. Yes, you can project that, okay, this is how it is going. Right now, even now, it's gone up, inching towards 80. And when we started, we closed the year, the last quarter of the year, within 70. Even some cases 69, when we talk about Brent. So the thing is, when it comes to oil pricing, I don't really want to speculate because it's controlled by the vagaries, political vagaries, economic vagaries, acts of God, and things like that. So I'll leave that in that realm. But when it comes to food inflation, of course, you can. I mean, there are countries whose food inflation was 80%. Even Argentina, I mean, about a year ago or so, was like 200%. Today, the inflation in Argentina has come down drastically because the only way anything that goes up can have any other motion is down. It is down. There was a time we had a single-digit inflation. It started rolling up into the double digits and things. And ever since, we've not been able to contain it until this administration came in with their policy and everything escalated. Of course, it's cooling down right now. And of course, the reverse will be the case. I'm not saying it's going to be 15% like the president projected, but I lean more on the 24% that the summit group they are talking about here. And it's all going to happen this year. I think 10% digital, 10% digit inflation reduction is not something too hard to achieve in a year for a government that is very serious. So that's my take on that. But for the foreign exchange, I think, in my considered opinion, that the national, you talk about 800, 700, and I laugh because I know there is just no way with the what's the word now? The currency being devalued. I don't think the naira can come down as much as 800, as low as 800. I think 1,250 or more will be. But then the determinant factor will be when we rebase the economy. When we rebase the economy.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
You see, I am not saying it's good to slash the price of oil. But they don't have any choice right now as it is, rather than to crash it. Because they have so many reasons to save, to crash it, than to save, to keep it high. And for countries like Nigeria, I can assure you, it's going to affect them badly. But if you people don't believe me, that's okay. But let me tell you, one thing about projection is when you make projection based on your inner ability, it seems to be good. But when you make projection including those that matter, their own policies and their own interests, I can assure you that your projection will not run. But if you people don't believe me, that's still okay. Muna, continue. I will come back later.
Well, that is why it's called projection. Nothing is cast in stone or etched in iron. When they say projection, even the budget everybody talks about every annually.
That projection from Nigeria is totally wrong. You don't make projections that way.
Well, I will not demean those that are there that are more qualified than me, who are seeing the figures properly, who are seeing the terrain properly, who are eminently qualified and in the arts of economics. So if they project it, I want to believe they see something I'm not seeing. And it's just like when they put up the budget, I mean, everybody expects, okay, this is the budget for the year, and so it shall be. It's a projection. If they surpass it, fine. If the only president that has ever balanced the budget in America is Bill Clinton, and that was donkey years ago. Ever since, in fact, some government will tell you, why should I balance the budget? Every budget of every known country, democratic country in the world, has always been in deficit over the years. So nobody's going to clap with one finger. Nobody's going to clap with one hand for even you balancing the budget. So if you didn't meet it, and at least averagely you say, okay, the budget was successful 63%, and that's a pass mark. So also is projection. When the government projected, I think 1,005 for this year's budget, and I think they picked 73 for the oil and things like that. Yes, I want to see. Yeah, if America starts their drill baby drill policy, how far that could go. But don't forget there is Saudi Arabia, who is the head of OPEC, promising in the next 4 years, the new administration in America, a $600 billion purchase in terms of equipment from them. Where are they going to get the money? They are not going to get the money on low oil prices. They will tweak it the way they've always been tweaking it, the totality of the 13 membership of OPEC. So the thing is, a serious government should just be looking on these figures. And I believe the problem we have here is just the food inflation. The food inflation in Nigeria will address everything. Once people start eating, they will produce. And the trajectory of this government is not relatively on oil exports. It is about gas. Because Nigeria is more of a gas nation than an oil nation. We have, I mean, one of the richest proven gas reserve in the world. And they are working assiduously to make sure we can make a lot of money from that in the meantime until all the oil fields are settled and in full production. Because they are talking to the Ogoni people. It's not like they are going to start exploration in Ogoni. The old oil wells are still viable. Those are the oil wells they have to repair and adjust, blow out the pipes. And most of the pipes will have been damaged by now. It's a question of just arranging the pipes and they go ahead. Yes. And with Ogoni on stream, I can guarantee you, minimum, we can have 2.5 million barrels every day. Because time was, Ogoni was producing 60% of Nigeria's oil exports. So the president just have to find a way to cool the tempers of the Ogoni people and let cool heads reign supreme. And we're good to go. So the plans are there. And I'm optimistic. I would say with conscious optimism though, and watching the terrain very well. What I'm keenly interested in actually is the food inflation, because it is very high. And that is, of course, driving a lot of negativity about our economic statistics and indices today. If they can find a way, and I don't think it's a no-brainer. If the people want food in abundance, if we are not able to produce, the regions that are producing today are not able to produce. Those that are rejigging their agricultural interests within their state, confines of their state, and also outside their state, it will take time. Then we import. We are no more having backlog currency to pay anybody. So and we are not buying fuel anymore. No more PMS from anywhere. So we are self-sufficient, and we earn more. And of course, there are taxes to be obtained from all the modular refineries that are coming on board from their exports and things. So I look at the prospect that it is bright. It's not all just darkness in our front. It is very, very bright, and I'm very optimistic that the food inflation, will come down to at least about 25%, 26% this year at least. and next year we'll take it from there. So that is my own outlook on things.
All right. Let me take you to this one now, Baba. It's not anything that we've set up, but it's been circling in the news for the last 3-4 days. It's the Nigerian census. Can you believe it's been 19 years since we last had the population count? There's a push now to have the census done. The Senate is actually pressuring Tinubu to do it. The Nigerian Census Board, they are saying they may or may not be ready, but the international community is telling us that. But the one thing that that people are investing confidence in is that this particular census now is going to be done based on biometric. So it's going to be done based on biometrics, and the international community is telling us then that we may yet be surprised by the numbers that come out. Nigeria may have got its population wrong for 2 decades, called for new biometric census. So they want it done this year. So what are the prospects of that one? And what sort of surprises do you think the results will bring out?
Yeah, okay, woman, beautiful. I like this topic very well. But let me just quickly address my friend Umwachuku about OPEC. OPEC, of course, is a cartel, and there are some. It's like going into a court, a serious court. Going in may be easy enough, but there is no coming out. It is dangerous. You may pay with your life. In OPEC, I mean, today as things stand, even with our low production, but with our proven reserve in crude oil and the kind of crude oil we have, the type, we are the 6th in the world. I'm a very important member of OPEC. We've been in OPEC for I think since the 70s. So we're talking about over 50 years. OPEC membership. We've been the secretary. We've held crucial #1 positions there. So if you live at that, smaller countries like Angola can live. What's their daily production? But if Nigeria lives, Saudi Arabia cartel, Venezuela, and several others that are active members can sabotage us. And if they do, they will just squeeze us dry. And this is the only means by which we earn money now.
You mean by overproducing, Abi, and crashing the market?
They will crash the market and even offer our customers. And that's how we lost India. You know, India used to, during Jonathan's time, India used to buy the totality of our daily production because they consume that much. So it will just allow ourselves to be priced out of the market. We will have no off-takers for our oil, and we become stagnant. So we cannot. We are in. All we have to do is just attain more influence in the cycle, like we used to have in the time of Alhaji Rilwan Lukman, Professor. What's that professor name now with thick glasses and things like that? And even Desiani was Secretary General at a point. That's how much we are respected. So we cannot leave OPEC. And
Rilwan Lukman was the president when it was.
Yes.
Yeah.
So these are the issues. Then coming to this census thing, look, whether we like it or not, hate him or like him, this president, actually, the way he comes up with things, it's heightening my respect more for him. Because like I always say on this platform, we have a political formation that is very, very delicate. There is no way you can come up with any policy with one region or the other not standing against you. But he found a cleverer way to do things without agitating people to its crescendo heights. That even when you start to oppose the people will now start even blaming you, like the tax issue. That is like the local government issue. Now is coming up doing census by biometric, which is brilliant. Brilliant in the sense that now, if it's by your eye camera, if thumbprint or anything, everybody will be forced to come to the machine. We cannot do biometrics for an eleha without the eleha showing our body and coming to the fore to thumbprint. Or if it's facial for the eye without taking the photographs. Because we talk about electricity. Fine, yes. I can tell you that even electricity is easy compared to census. If we can't count ourselves, we cannot make any progress. We cannot move 1 inch. Yes, you know the amount that's coming in, but you don't know how many people will chop out of that money or will share out of that money, or deservedly or undeservedly. So you are just throwing money in the wind, to the wind, as far as I'm concerned. But when we are able to, I'm not saying it's going to be 100% correct, because we have a region somewhere up north where there are seamless boundaries, where a Katsina man considered somebody in Chad his first cousin, and the child of that cousin comes to school in Katsina in the morning and goes back to Chad in Jemena in Chad in the evening. They consider themselves today Chad. In the morning, they are Chadians. In the afternoon, they are Nigerians. There is no way we can curtail that, but at least let them carry a card. You are a Nigerian, fine, no problem. So the thing there is to know how many we are. How many we are. So that with the money we have, we can now distribute accordingly, deservedly. Because without that, how do you manage your resources? How do you manage your resources? This is the only way I know you can manage your resources. To say, okay, these people for using Lagos, for instance, okay, we have in Alimosho, okay, they deserve this bridge. This bridge will cost 2 million, okay, but there are people in Ekpe that are like 2 million people. All they need is just 5 kilometers of road, and maybe the taxes coming from that side in Ekpe is better than that of the central Lagos Central or things like that. So we use the numbers for development. But here we are today, somebody just opened their mouth and tell us, even on this platform, I've had people say we are 240. I've had people say 220, 2 million. If you ask me, I'll tell you Nigeria is no more than 160, 170 million. I can tell you for a fact.
Do you think the North will allow this census?
They will try to sabotage it. But the thing is, they will tell you, no, this is for biometrics. It's not census per se. We just want to know for this project, let everybody carry card. We will argue it just like the way we did for tax, just like the way we did for local government reform. We will argue it at a point. We will now, of course, settle on a formula. But the thing is, everybody, you must show your face. You don't stand in your compound and tell the census enumerator or whoever is conducting the biometrics, or say, or not taking the numbers, the enumerator, have 4 AGRs there. And people in Porter will just maybe poke their head around the gates and say there are 4 of them. Each of them have 6 children and things like that. And they just record and they go. That's the system we've been operating. Because our income distribution is based on population. It's based on population, and therein comes the cheating. I will call it bluntly, what it is cheating. Because if not, I mean, Kano, for instance, have 44 local government. They say Kano is, I think, how many 20 something, and you want to tell me That is true. Officially, you say Lagos is, I think, 13 million, until Fashola fought them, and they adjusted it, I think, to 17 million. As far as I'm concerned, Lagos is nothing less than 27 million. Lagos is nothing less than 27 million today. That's where the crowd is. Because in every local government of Lagos, I mean, it's something. You will find communities living there in their numbers. There are places in Lagos, before, nothing would take me through Oshodi. I will never go because I have a phobia for crowd, except I'm in a football stadium where you see humans, or you go to Balogun Market, peak hour in the afternoon. You will even be carried for a few meters without your legs, your feet touching ground. That's how much the crowd there is. And you go to Mushin, the same thing. You go to Weibu, the same thing. You go to Agege, the same thing. How many areas feel jammed? And somebody will tell me, and then they cut for Lagos, how many even, is it 16 local government area? And Tinubu say, what kind of rubbish is this? Because they want to, we see our landmass. Of course, is justify this population. But we know definitely, compared in the Sahel region, from that point, our northern Nigeria, down to Algeria, to Libya, to Morocco, they have the landmass. But because of the weather, the weather, they don't have much population. Even though their religion allow them to marry more and procreate more, they don't have the numbers. So how come you, at the bottom of the Sahel region, you have so much population? That's one of the argument people are putting forward. So the thing is, this nonsense just have to stop. It has to stop, because this is the moment of truth for the nation called Nigeria. All this rubbish have to stop. We have to live life the way it is lived in other clime. No more cheating of one ethnic nationality on the other. Lay your cards bare on the table of Nigeria. Let's share properly without anybody cheating me. Give me what is my due. Don't threaten me with Boko Haram or Lakarua. Don't carry your resources and go and sell it and pocket the money while you put your eyes on my own in the south. It has, all this nonsense have to stop. And the beginning is counting ourselves and getting genuine numbers out of it. And this is the only president that have the balls to do it. That's why I believe in him.
Are you surprised Buhari did not do it to maintain their scamming numbers?
Even have you wondered, you think OBJ doesn't want to do it, but he knows definitely this, he can cause upheaval in the country, can turn the country asunder. But then does that mean you as a general cannot do it? Why do you pander to them? Maybe he was too grateful for get them pulling him out of prison and then imposing him on the nation Nigeria to be our president. But it was the right thing to do then. It was yesterday. It is today. So it will be tomorrow. We have to count ourselves, because that's the basis where how we share our revenue. That's the basis upon which we share our revenue. By FAC, by local government earnings, by ecological derivation, and all the rest. We use population. Why should some people just tell me, blow out numbers of their head and just say, this is who we are. We have more land mass than you. We are bigger. We have 19 states. You have 17 states. No. Okay, fine, on paper. But let us prove it scientifically. At least up to 80% pass mark. Let us prove it. Accuracy. Let us prove it. So if we can prove it, fine. Then we start living life properly as it should be, woman. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Zita, you're up next. We're talking about the population count, the census. We're talking about the inflation rate. We were even doing a little bit of show business and politics in general. Zita, or Aro, or whoever is ready to go. We have to start charging people hotel bills. So if nobody's ready,
that's
then
strange. That is strange. Aro, Zita.
Did you call me?
No,
Yeah.
I did call you. I was just introducing what we were talking about. We were talking about the population count, which people are pushing that should be done this year, but using the biometric system to give us an accurate reading as we possibly can. And we were first talking about inflation, which you chimed in on earlier on.
What do you mean by accurate census? What?
A true reflection of the population size. Yeah.
What will be the outcome in a census that you will think is accurate? That's my question.
Well, if you look at the population growth of Nigeria, I can actually Nigeria was growing about 5-7 million thereabouts, and then about 10-20 years ago, it started to leapfrog, almost doubling in terms of the population count, and the trajectory of growth is not consistent with what was observed before. So a lot of people feel that the population size of Nigeria is extremely doctored, and it's doctored towards political leanings and resource capture. So that 200 and whatever million is not at all a reflection of our numbers. But if we do a biometric count, then people will be able to, be identified by their DNA,
That shouldn't be this thing. You will say people will be able to satisfy their conscience by believing that because it was 80, it's now maybe 80% accurate. So that's the issue. The issue is more of human psychology than what is the outcome of a population census. I hope I'm making sense to you people. Hello.
Yeah.
No, we're here. We're wondering where you are leading us to. So lead us there.
No, I just said that when you said if they use the matrix, they use biometric, they use fingerprint and blah blah blah, then that they will be able to get the accurate number of Nigerians. And I said no. What it means that some people will be satisfied believing in themselves that because it is counted by fingerprint, that is at least 80% accurate. That's what I'm saying. But population census is never accurate. That's one thing you guys will understand. It is never. I don't think any country has gotten it up to 80% accurate. But they will tell you it's accurate, but it's never accurate. Why? Because of human mobility. You can't count people who are moving about. It doesn't work. So for countries like Nigeria, the easiest way to at least get at least 40% and then do a census to be able to get another 20% or another 30%, making it 70 or 60, to add up to the 40% you already have, is by tying human activities to those numbers. As simple as ABC. That's what they do in most countries. Before you can do anything, you have to register. Your biometrics has to be taken. And then, like here, somebody cannot just die, you bury the person. There must be an autopsy because there must be a cause of death. And the moment that thing is done, is satisfied, the person's name is knocked out of the population. it goes to the death rate. So until countries like Nigeria start doing things like that, you can't say by going from people's houses to start counting people, putting their biometrics, hey, I've gotten the accurate number. I don't know how that works, but hey, don't get me wrong. You know, I speak a lot of Cambridge.
No, they are tying it somewhat to human activities as you described it. You know, they are going to they want to do a biometric system, so that's one, and then they want to tie it to your NIN, so that's two, and then they want to try it to the social interventions that they do, so that you have to have been captured in some form for you to be able to, and increasingly for you to be able to access governance at any level. They are tying it somewhat to your biometrics and to your NIN. So they are trying to yeah.
Can I have a chance to have a crack at this?
Yeah, come in.
Okay, so I think I listened in on the show the other day, and I don't know if it was yesterday. I think it was last night, possibly.
No, about 4 days ago.
No, last night I think Rational Mind had
Brought it up. Okay.
Yeah, Rational Mind, and I think Enigmatic, and a few people had a run of this. They had a run of this. So I was listening to it, and I just kept saying, I kind of agree with Madam AI. When it comes to population, I think the purpose of the census in itself is to characterize the population rather than to have a count itself. So to characterize the population and say, yourself, one man, and myself, and maybe some other individuals in more organized societies would have been participated in a kind of a census. So they might send you a form, and they might also then, they'll send you a form, they'll ask you to fill the form, and they'll send someone out to collect the form or ask you to drop it off, and they might send you someone out to kind of validate the information in the form. It is an expensive undertaking, and it does require that the citizenry would know their civic obligations and make sure that they fill the forms as accurately as possible. I think with the way things are these days, most people I expect the statistics office to use inferential statistics to build a model of the population. Like Madam Zita said, it's a mobile population of individuals moving around in different areas, but they can use inferential statistics. They already have quite a number of information. There's the NIN, there's the voting, there's the voters registration. There's cellular activity, which is tied to the NIN. There's BVN. So you can actually build a model that, and really, when the people say artificial intelligence, one of the biggest contributors of artificial intelligence is the ability to do supercomputing and use it to actually characterize a population roughly. But the census then allows you to characterize the population as Mr. A and Mr. B are married. Mr. A and Mr. B have so many children. The children are around this age. So just those characterizations, religion, ethnicity, stuff like that. That's the only thing which you can otherwise may not be able to get using inferential statistics. But I'd expect them to have a rough idea of what the population is, give or take 10-15%. But yes, the census should go on so that we can actually, have a bigger picture. But I don't think it's necessary that they need to really do a physical count. But I think a physical count, like Madam Zita said, would just be to satisfy, conscience. It's a matter of conscience. Because yes, I do think that there are some erroneous figures out there, and I think a count would help the people that know because everybody says it. Oh, they've been to the north, or they've been to such and such an area, and it's not very populated. It's been said, but I think it needs to be proven, and I think what can prove it, beyond the data that's at hand would be would be a census, a public census that everybody can see, and then and that just seals the case then. So that's my take on this.
Well, thank
Okay,
you,
can I come in?
Aragidiba. No, I will let me just go first because Aragidiba came after you. I think you are mixing things up when you talk about categorical. How did you put it? That what a census is capturing everybody that live in the soil of that space called Nigeria. All the census you've witnessed, there are enumerators, those that were not even biometric. They fill form for everybody, don't they? Or if you're observant, they fill a form. Even then, I think one of the ones I witnessed, not the last one, they even turn print. It takes days. That is how they could come up with, okay, we have this bricklayers in this country. In our country is so many married family or couples are so and so millions in this country. People with averagely about 2-4 children are this. That's what come out of that census. When we can put it ordinary and say head count. It's not like everybody comes out like in a classroom or in the public and you start using one pencil or that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's not what it is, even though we are underdeveloped. But this is a case where, of course, it is a census, it's not a census. Because this one, you will be issued a card. You will be issued a card. Nobody is saying any system is foolproof or accurate, but at least to an acceptable number, like every other country. So we can know exactly how many we are, approximately.
But we are saying the same thing, sir. That's why I use the word characterization. That's really what the census.
Exactly, that's the word you use. The characterization comes out of the biometrics of the census.
Characterization of the biometrics, you see, at this point in time, I have been listening to a lot of people in woman platforms screaming, let them do the census. I hope they put in place how much that census is going to cost. That is one. Two, I stand by what I said, and I am doubling down and tripling down on it. You see, in a country whereby they don't register death, and most times they don't register death, and you want to do a census, and somebody like me will ask you a simple question like, what is the motivation behind this census you want to do? And some people will say, for tax, to know where things will go, to know where people who have the number. Then I ask you, you first do a census. With the census, you map out what you want to do. Now, in a country where you don't actually register birth and death, between the time you did the census and the time you are about to actualize the motivation behind that census, I ask, how many came in and how many left? How would you know? You see, as I said before, census is for a kind of satisfaction, like everybody jumping up that are going to use the biometrics. All those Amajeris, all those Hajia women that don't refuse to come out, no problem, let them stick out their hands. You feel happy with it. But I want to tell you that in a country like Nigeria, where people are struggling because of the high inflation, for the government to dole out almost $1 billion or maybe probably 2 billion, the way our politicians call money, to do census, for somebody like me, it sounds so ridiculous. But hey, who am I? I am nobody. But if we can masturbate and celebrate on it, that is fine. Just as I said, if we can satisfy our curiosity and make us calm down, that's still okay. But I want to remind the federal government of Nigeria that people are suffering. I don't think census is their priority now. But if you people think so, it's still fine. Thank you.
Baba.
Aro.
Baba, I can get where Madam Zita is coming from with the financial. I mean, it's like I said, it is quite an undertaking, the census, and expect. And if you know, it would be expensive. Should the government do it? Yes, but I think they should also look at how they can reduce costs. Which Nigerians don't tend to. I mean, there's a tendency to want to inflate a contract rather than cut costs and reduce waste. I estimate that if the true budget for the elections are real, I think a census will cost at least twice as much, and that's that's not even taking into account inflation and FX changes since then. So I'd expect it to almost be 2 or 3 times the cost of an election to really do a proper census. I think it will probably cost that much. But then again, maybe they'll be able to deploy the NYSC. I mean, they will most definitely use the U-Call there, deploy the NYSC people for graduates for that period. So, but it will be expensive.
Aro, if I may ask, what's the essence or the gains expected from the census?
I mean, you can plan. You'll be able to plan ahead. You'll be able to have a better understanding of your population growth. You'll be able to have a better understanding of the capacity of your population as well. You'll be able to estimate the economic activities.
Remove that, be able to calculate the population growth, because if you are talking about Nigeria, this is a country who doesn't keep track of who is coming and who is leaving. So talking about population growth should not come in, because they don't actually register how many children have come in as birth rate and how many that have died as death rate. So talking about population growth in Nigeria, I don't even know. I mean,
well, you're able to do an estimate. I mean, as a
so because of those daunting tasks, are you saying we should not even do it and just live our life blindly?
It's not getting the right thing. It's all about satisfying your curiosity. So you make an estimate in the air and then push it out. And after 4 years, you come out again, you say it is over bloated. Hey, let me tell you, people are suffering in Nigeria. They should do more in trying to alleviate the hardship, not census.
It's about elevating the resources of the country and meeting people's needs. It is important we count. Exactly my point here. We do election. How much does election cost? Another one will happen in the next 2 years. Wait, let me finish my point. It costs billions. And even the last election, people even went dubiously to collect $6 million, or if I can, is that correct? In the central bank forging the president's signature because they want to pay foreign observers. So if you can afford all of that, why can't we afford something that down the line will save us a lot of money and hassle by knowing exactly to an approximate extent how many we are, even ordinarily in each local government, so that we can plan our life.
You don't need to do census to alleviate poverty.
So we should just do palliative blindly?
No. Hold on.
But it will help you allocate resources now. If you know your numbers, because and it's not just the number, it's the demography as well, in terms of age, gender, ethnicity, all of these things.
Okay, woman, let me say this. I'm somebody who keeps
good to see you,
I have never.
Come in after Zita.
Okay, and a woman. If I say woman, you know what I mean. It's not that I've been using. I'm using you as subject to prerequisite according to dictionary English. So, woman, let me say this: when you talk about allocation, since I was born in the country called Nigeria, they've been dishing out allocations. Yeah, maybe some people might get more than they actually needed or less than they're supposed to get. But the important thing is that allocations has been dished out every year, every month in Nigeria. What are they doing with it? But let me say this. If the government actually wants to do something for people, this your so-called census is going to cost billions. For people who say yes, election costs billions, election is necessary because power must change hands every 4 years. Nigerians have to decide. That is part of the constitution. Yes, a census, well, fine. But let me say this, those billions you want to use to, according to politicians, by the time they finish this, their so-called census, I will be hearing something like it cost Nigeria 600 billion to do census. Why don't you put it in what I will call consumer subsidy? Why can't Nigerian government do that?
Hello, Madam Zita. Hello.
I'm here. I'm listening. Why can't they do that?
How are you doing, Madam Zita?
I did.
Yeah. Hello, woman. I think Madam Zita is. I think one of the problems sometimes. Yeah, Madam Zita.
Hey, Fatai, now you can call me like this. You don't hear me well, oh. This is not nice.
No vex now. No
Happy
vex
New
now.
Year, anyway.
No vex now. If you tell me I apologize for that one, I go wait to apologize.
No, Allah. At least it's good to hear from you.
Thank you, Madam. I think I think what Madam Zita is saying is also like a lot of the problems that you get, like when you are trying to make a submission about architecture and it get dragged into like definitions. Okay, I mean you can do definitions, but Madam Zita is saying, okay, so you have a border between Niger and Nigeria. So how are you going to even be able to get accurate census? So there used to be a time that there was this obsession with this word low-hanging fruit, and it was reduced to just a definition meaning easy thing, do the easy things. Actually, a very good definition of low-hanging fruit is what they call, I think in Yoruba they say, waiting there inside your pocket. You don't need go Shokoto to find out. So that's a very that's a very technical definition of low-hanging fruit. So if you want to do a census, why don't you start from the things from like building build? Why don't you make it evolution? Why don't you make the architecture evolution? It's a very messy. The country in many of its arrangement system is very messy. Okay, what is the guarantee that this won't turn to a pie in the sky? Okay, if you go to I don't know which state border Niger. If you go there today and you count everybody.
Sorry, apologies for Ty. Let me bail out. You carry on. Super Tatas are your Paddy, Spellcaster, and Joseph K. So still more people should super chat and super chat a higher amount. We need that going up. We need we need subscribers as well. If you're not already subscribed, please do. I'll bail out hand over to Thomas. Choma is there as well. So Thomas takes charge. Thank everyone. See you tomorrow. Carry on, Fatai.
Yeah, thank you. So, like, is the border secure? Like I used to know that used to be a time, I don't know, maybe now it's different, like maybe 2 years ago, they fly people to Nigeria without Nigerian passport, without any authorization from the Nigerian embassy, with no papers. They through the airport. And I even know personally many situations like that. You don't have a secure border. Okay, it's good to do census, but why don't we build up and everything evolves? Everything is going to evolve. You can know when Marissa was talking about probability at some point, like sometimes also you can know how many people are in a place by probability calculation. You can have a 70% confidence that Nigerian population is 200%, is 200 million, or is what is the percentage? What is the percentage confidence in that number? It's not even totally possible to know exactly how many people are in the country. Actually, you will not even be able. Even America cannot tell you exact figure how many people are in America. And these are probabilistic estimations. What are the instruments of the estimation of the population? So they are not having a discussion of what instrument of estimation they are going to use. We're just saying should we do something? No, I mean, nobody. You're going to get an argument from anybody that say, "Oh, don't do census." Of course, do census, but that is not the discussion. What about the architecture of the estimation? Even America cannot count. Even China cannot. 100% accuracy. This is the number of people in China. This is the number of people in America. It's not 100. What are the instruments of estimation? And she mentioned a lot about. Do you even know the birth counts in Nigeria? Do you know the death counts in Nigeria? You know, so many things that are not even known. It's also like even like the last time I was on, I was having a conversation with Prince Adebayo, and I was asking about the architecture of the central bank. And but Prince Adebayo was defining to me. I mean, I'm already past the primary school definition of things. Can we focus on the architecture? And so if you are talking about architecture and then brought into the conversation definitions, okay, what do you want me to do now? Be arguing with you about definitions? If it's definition,
Fatai, please give me 1 sec.
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, welcome to the second session. Happy New Year to you, Fatai. I think we haven't spoken this year.
Happy
How
New
you
Year,
doing,
my brother. Yeah, you never send me
Can we
kangaroo
just
now.
get his number?
You never send me kangaroo now.
You are so fine. So fine.
No
Ọlá
problem.
bàbá, kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ náà? Happy New Year, bàbá mi.
Baba Feti.
Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀?
Long time no
Bàbá mi.
see.
How far?
Nice to see you again.
Yeah, thank you, Adeola.
Mo fẹjọ́ bàbá Thomas sùn sí pé you no send me kangaroo now. Say I no do Happy New Year. If you no get kangaroo, I go fit do Happy New Year now.
If you want
that guy is too selfish.
You go come Australia.
You know send me kangaroo because you no can do Happy New Year.
Yeah. Fatai, can we just, this small English, can we guesstimate how much it's going to cost us to do a census in Nigeria now? About the inflation,
money,
everything.
Yeah, about the money part. Nobody really knows how much they do anything in Nigeria. You know, so
do we have that money? Can't we ask that question? I think that's very important.
If you can have the money. It's not whether we cannot have the money. I think Nigeria can always have money, but it's just that so I was listening one day on Arise Television. There was this person, Dr. Ayoteriba. So he was saying that a lot of estimations in the budget. He was saying something very interesting, like so they have projections in the budget. So I think there was that conversation even earlier today. So that inflation, that the government says they are projecting inflation to be 15%. Okay, and he's saying, look, this is not interesting. I think a lot of people miss the point that Dr. Ayoteriba was making, because Dr. Ayoteriba said, what does it matter? You can have inflation 15% even tomorrow. That's not the question. The question is, what is the architect? The projection, the word he used, he said, is rather they are supposed to be goals rather than projection. So which is like, okay, this is my budget. I'm going to spend this and this and this. This that I'm going to spend is going to have this and this effect. Like you can trace what these things will lead to. And that is goals. Projection is fine, but projection is fine for events. But when you are going to take actions, it's more about goals. So it's like the difference between action and events. So it's okay, I'm projecting to have 15% inflation, but okay, that's not interesting. You can tell me that Nigeria can have the inflation in Nigeria can move at a pace of 2% tomorrow. But what is the roadmap? What is the roadmap that we are going this roadmap to lead to this? That is what we can debate on. If you tell me now that we are going to have 15% inflation rate in 2025, what am I supposed to argue? Am I supposed to say yes or no? There's no discussion. But if you tell me roadmap, okay, we can say, if you go this part, this one will spike up this, or this one will not spike up this, or this and this, or we can have a discussion of the roadmap. But there's no discussion if you just tell me I'm projecting. I can project anything. I can project Nigeria population to be 1 billion in the next 5 years. But how is it going to be? Maybe we are going to legislate that everybody should be giving birth to 10 children per month, per year. So then we know, of course, then we will get there. But that is that is the kind of angle that Dr. Oteriba was talking about. Like it's a goal thing rather than a projection thing. Projection is fine, but what is the roadmap to a goal? So the same thing also this population counting. Population counting, what is the roadmap to counting the population? What is the roadmap to counting? Can we secure the border? Can we make sure that if anybody wants to fly into Nigeria without proper authorization, that aeroplane will be sent back? Because that happened a lot. And I even know for a fact. It's not even somebody tell me. Can somebody fly with that? If you don't have authorization from Nigerian embassy, paper, you don't care, because if you don't have a Nigerian passport, you are not carrying a Nigerian passport. You are not carrying a paper authorization from the embassy. And then they get into the Nigerians. Why doesn't that airplane get sent back? So you have a lot of loopholes that won't make you even have a good population. Even if you do the census. Census, of course, is good. They should do census. But that is not an argument. Whether they should do census or they should do census, it's not an argument. What is the roadmap is an argument. You could have an argument about roadmap that will lead to the census, the count. But of course they should do well. Who is going to be against census? But what is the roadmap? I think that is what Madam Zita was talking about. Madam Zita, am I correct?
About Fatai, that roadmap is a big grammar. We have to make it specific. What roadmap exactly are we talking about? Because a person like me, I'm of the opinion that without censor, whatever poverty alleviation we want to do, there's what we call a cost of quality. So the cost of quality will be too huge for us if we don't know our population.
Yeah, so, I don't disagree. I don't disagree on the implications of a census. If you know your numbers, I don't disagree on the implications. But when I say the roadmap, okay, Madam Pista gave an example like, okay, what is Nigeria's birth rate? Birth rate. How do we birth counts? Do we even know how many people are born every day? Okay, you can know.
You know one thing. Yeah, you know one thing is this. That we may say we don't know, but there are some things that can help us validate that our population.
Okay, so what are those things? What are those things? Those are like roadmaps.
Okay, the national card, now that we've done the registration, what we call national identity card is one of those things. Then those people that register for GSM, that register their telephone number. So there is a way you can use that one to validate what you can physically. And you really want to know how we are distributed. It's not a situation whereby.
Well, before you, thank you. Before you move on, but have they made that? Have they solidified these things you have talked about? That let's say you count from some, I don't know, you say phone, telephone, or is it robust that you can say categorically that it's one person to one number, or if it's a national identification number? Have they solidified even these things? Like, you have many identification number in Nigeria. There's no solid infrastructure that you can point to. That's what, like, if you solidify something, at least we can go from there. So you just say, okay, we have an IM, we have 1 million things. Because we have 1 million instruments, doesn't mean that we are doing something.
No, I agree. I agree with you, but you see, having physical sensor will help in normalization. You know, when you try to cleanse the data and purify it to a certain degree. Look at it this way: someone may have 4 telephone number. I agree, but the same person has BVN. The same person has national identity card. So by the time you have like about 4 input, 4 vector that that you have into that, you will be able to limit the consistency. You know, there's a way you have consistency in those things. You know,
I agree. I agree with you. But what I'm saying is that what is on ground right now, they would even complicate the situations. If those things themselves you can't clean, like, like when you do data analysis, a lot of work you do in data analysis, data cleaning. These things themselves are so messy on their own. Something that is so messy on its own, how is it going to help you to straighten out other things? Itself is messy. Why can't you clean up one infrastructure?
Can I just chime in? Can I just chime in briefly? I think Aro Gidigba. I think Aro Gidigba I think Aro Gidigba has said what needed to be said regarding this census business. I get a feeling that I think he actually went on to say that even after you extrapolate the numbers and you go and do your national census, the information you get from it is about who is married to this person and all the other religious information and all the rest of it. But in terms of if you want to know the number of people we have in your country, we can extrapolate without having to spend all that money to find out the number of people in the country. We know the birth rate of the country. We know the BVN numbers, which is actually unique. We know the bank account numbers. We know, so by just combining all these values and doing your necessary statistical weighting and stuff, the way they can adjust the numbers to, normalize them, as they call it. You can reach a reasonable, accuracy level for the population of the country. It doesn't have to be 2 to 3 million accurate, but given the issues that we have in the country, it tends to affect 50, 30 million at a time. And you will never be that inaccurate when you use these numbers. You might be 1 million, 2 million off here and there, but by and large, you'll be close to the actual number of people in the country. So if you want to take the census, go ahead. I don't have any issues with that, but I have issues when people say we don't know the number of people in the country. We do. We have an idea of the number of people in that country. When you look at all these other numbers,
you can't say for certain. For certainty, you can't say, but you can ask almost certain. Maybe like 70% accuracy. But when you want to see, people tends to underestimate censor program. Look at the last election. What did the last election? What did it tell us? It told us that the number of the voters that we used to claim before were manipulated. So you are able to establish a point there through your election data, right? But look at it this way now. Census, I don't know the feed. I don't know the criteria they are going to use. It is true that some people may be clever to import people from foreign country to
Oh,
Nigeria.
now
to
you
come and
see,
do
now
that.
you begin to see the issue. Even when you
Wait,
get to this, some people will still complain anyway. They will still
Don't
complain.
be too forward. Don't be too forward. But a person like me, I can tell you, I have a solution to that.
Okay.
You understand? Those people that want to do it, they may have a solution to that. This censor might just be the opportunity to put the record straight. You understand? The censor might just be the opportunity to put the record straight. So I don't know the feed, and I don't talk unnecessarily to suggest the feed online. But if we go to the backstage, I can suggest something that even if you are importing people from even across the border, there is a way you can filter them out. So because the importance is this, you don't want where you have a population of just 50,000. You don't want a situation where some politician will now be claiming benefit of 500,000. That's cost of quality. It's costing the money. It's costing the country money
But
more
they
than
can't.
what we are going to
It's
spend on
impossible
censor.
to do that now.
Wait.
Don't you see that? It's impossible for anybody to do that now.
No, so wait. Who told you? Who told you
Because
that's impossible?
you will see bank accounts from that area, you see BVN from that area, you see NIM from that area. There are so many data points that will point to that number being inaccurate.
Good. I understand. You can use all those data just for verification, for validation. You understand? You know, you have situation whereby you see have data scattered everywhere, but you now want to do something accurate. Because like I told you, I don't know what they want to put in the feed. We don't know whether this is the sensor that we are going to do once and for all, and we are going to have the national database that will be more robust and will be the most accurate. We don't know yet. So don't let us preempt them. Don't let us just say, okay, this is what they want to do. Because you see, let me tell you one thing. These people are not stupid. Irrespective, despite inefficiency in our administration in that country. But we can't just say these people are stupid, that they don't know exactly what they want to do. It is very critical. We have many people in our bushes today. So we have to know our number. We have to know, see, a lot. Okay.
My issue is that we know. Why do we keep saying we don't know? We have an idea what we are.
Maybe some people have been displaced from the country now, and you still have their record, even with both BVN and everything. You understand? There are many people in Nigeria today that have BVN, that they still have address of Nigeria, but they're outside the country.
Yes,
so
but we still know the amount that have left the country. We have an idea. You can tell these things based on data points. If you understand statistics, you can find out this information. This is how they find other information.
Even sometimes the border between Canada and the United States, they don't know the number that left the country.
They
You'll
do.
be shocked.
Okay, they don't have precise
don't argue
numbers,
with me.
but they can
Don't
estimate.
argue with me.
They don't have precise numbers, but they can estimate.
This thing usually comes up during the citizenship. You understand?
Yeah, because what they say is that they don't know who is in the country. Not like they don't have an idea of the number of people that have come into the country. They know the number of people that are coming in. And
except they change it. Canada, where you say you could just go out. Sometimes you would just come in and you could just walk inside as a citizen.
How do you think they know the net migration of the country? How do you think they know the net migration? They know the net migration because they know the people that are coming in and going out.
For the citizens, as the last time I went to the US, they just know you were leaving the country. Sometimes when you come back to the country, they don't know.
Yeah, they don't know who, yes, but they know people go in and come out. That's what I'm saying.
They know foreigners. They know foreigners that will be coming back, but you as citizens, they only know when you leave, and when you are coming back, they don't know, because once you just like, oh, okay, forever you are foreign this thing, stay there. But you that you are coming, sometimes you just find a way to work in. So the thing is this: I don't think those people that want to do this thing are stupid. Let us even hear their criteria. Let us even know the field they want to cover to start with. Then we can say that.
I don't have any issue with them doing census. I think it's also useful to have that, more micro data about people to know, okay, what are the marrying trends? What are the religious trends? What are the family trends? Things like that. All those, details. It's also useful to have. The only area I have issue with when people keep saying we don't know the people in the country, and people that keep saying that, when you go and do census again, they will be the one saying, they just went and counted cows. They hid all their women inside. We don't know the number. Why do people do that? You know, and you will be calling for census at the same
but
time.
to Nigeria, earlier on, sorry, I was asking, do we have the fund? Do we have the fund to do this thing now?
I wouldn't say we have the luxury,
Couple
because that
the
money you can
fact
use it to
of
do a
what
lot
is
of
going
things.
on in the country now. Do we have the
Yeah.
fund? Do we
You know
have
how many
no?
industry you could start with that money?
To Nigeria, give me 1 sec. You are very good in statistics. Just guess how much is going to cost us to do a census in Nigeria. Couple the fact with the inflation, with everything going on now in the whole world. How much do we need? Give or take.
I think somebody was saying somewhere around 500 billion naira. That was a quotation. So that is a lot of money. But I'm neither here or there. I'm fine with them doing it. If they feel it's important for the government to do certain things, I'm fine with them. Like I said, my issue is not with them. My issue with the people that keep questioning everything. Like they just question it. If you take the census, they will complain about the census. Then if you don't take census, they will complain they don't have census. It's like, what is that? You just complain, no matter what the government does, no matter what happens in your country. Sometimes you just have to be sensible and say, okay, what do you have to do to improve the lives of your people? That's what truly matters in the end. Whether you count the people or you don't count the people. I'm not even sure the British people used to count the people when they had an empire. They didn't care. They just made their country rich. That's what you should focus on.
See, to Nigeria, even the advanced country, okay, Canada, for example, did census in 2021. The only difference between census here is this: they send questionnaire to household and they gather everything because they expect you to be sincere with whatever you are saying, and there are consequences if you misrepresent, right? But in Nigeria situation, it's totally different because if you just made that type of mistake and you are sending things to people, then that's foul. What made this one interesting is this: your biometric will be captured. So go and import people and do whatever you want to do. Let us see how you will go away even with your biometric in the database. At least you will be able to be associated with the community. A lot of things will be revealed during that census. So the thing is, gone are the days when someone will come and say, oh, I have 1 million eleha in-house, so that you cannot enter. That, okay, I have 100 people and just say, no, if you have 100 people, I hope they will do it in such a way that they will give you the devices. Okay, go and give it to them to capture their biometrics. So this one is that it said that your biometrics is on the data, it's on, or it's not there. And all those biometrics you see is gradually, it's even going to help in crime fighting in that country. So a lot of things will be attached to this population sensor. You understand? So
do you know how much biometric data Nigeria has? Do you have an idea about that? Because that's unique, isn't it? All biometric data is unique. So do you know how much they have? So if they say they have about 100 million, 120 million, that could tell you a lot, because most of those people that have those biometric are grown-ups, not the youngest ones. So if you even reduce the number of people there and say, and then you put the birth rate of the country, you have an idea of the population you are dealing with. So I think people wouldn't know what way.
You know how many people die? You know how many people die in the country today? You know how many people that left the country that they just wait now? You know how many people that left the country and handed over the SIM card to people? You know how many people that died that people are using the SIM card?
All those are tiny numbers compared to the overall.
Oh
that
my
is
goodness!
The point.
You are just saying it's tiny number.
How many people are dying a year? You think the whole world is dying every year? How many? Then you think about it. As they are dying, they are having more children.
How many people do you know? How many people do you know that were born in some certain part of the country that without birth certificates?
Without birth certificate. You say we are more? Because most people argue that we are less in population. I don't
think we are up to 200,000.
That is the one I have issue with. How can you say that?
Because our healthcare. I say I don't think doesn't mean I'm sure. I don't think. It's just a pure opinion. You understand? Because what our bad traits, then how many people survive with a lot of crisis in the northern part of the country, with Japa and with people that are displaced, and we are still staying here. So
let's do a thought experiment then. How many adults do you think Nigeria has?
Well, I don't think Nigerian population is more than 130 to 40 million at max. At max.
Wow, that's funny. Have you been to Lagos? What are you talking about? See, if you look at the account numbers, even if everybody has two accounts on average, you have it. And then those accounts are owned by adults alone. The number of the population of the country will be well over 200 million. So now I'm going to even reduce the account number further to around, every individual has about 3 accounts each. And even with that, and you look at the birth rate of about 5 per person, per couple, you still head over 200 million. So almost every direction you go, you still see the number is over that. Why do you think the world population census is still putting it at that rate? Because they are looking at other values. They are not just stupid. They don't just say, oh, based on Nigeria previous census, this is the growth rate. No, they are looking at other metrics too. That's why they put it about 230 million now. So maybe even going higher now. You see what I mean? So it's not necessarily.
Wait. As at 2023, Nigeria had about 224 million telephone subscriber and holiday.
Wow, that's a lot.
Wait, while in Nigeria alone, me alone, I had Reptel, I had Glo, I had the Econet, then I had the MTN.
Yeah,
even in the category of that MTN too, I had 2 MTN numbers. Now, me alone, I had about 5 or 6 telephone numbers.
Are they all active? Did you cancel them though? Are they all active?
I went for Visa Phone. Visa Phone, this one that subsidiary of Zeniba was selling that time, because that was where I had my internet. So the question is this: the fact that we have 224 million subscribers doesn't mean that it's our population.
Yeah, but that okay. Cut it to say half. Cut it to 50. Then that 50 have 5 children.
See.
Because most of those mobile phone numbers are grown-ups. That's what I'm telling you. Most of those mobile phone numbers are grown-ups, not young children.
Wait, like as a technician at a particular point in time too, you understand? You will have office number, and private number. So this thing, and then don't forget that some of those SIM cards too are in devices like network devices. They are using at a LTE that they use to power machine like ATM. They used to power. So when they say subscriber, you have to be very careful. Some of those subscriptions are not human being. They are devices, they are LTE devices, network devices. So be very careful. So it's not.
I hear what you are saying there in terms of some of the subscriptions may not even be human beings. I'm not 100% certain whether they include those ones in their numbers. It's worth checking whether they include those ones. But in terms of mobile phone, and even mobile phone, to be fair, sometimes it's based on like CCTVs can have 4G SIM cards in them. So it doesn't necessarily mean human being is making a call from there. So that is something, yes, you have to take into account. Question is, if you look at those non-human subscriptions versus the human subscription, what are the percentages? Is it mostly human subscription or mostly this in equipment, or is it 50-50? So if let's say it's 50-50, then it's still 100 million human beings on the other side.
You cannot say, because as at the time I was with my bank, we are like we had over 1,000 ATMs. And some of our offsite, then I think we had about 400 offsites that have primary and secondary. So we use this SIM card. So funny enough, it was bad to some extent that you will find 2 levels of SIM card at a particular location. You understand? So then when you look at it now across the banks, so you don't know what they are doing. You don't know what other companies are doing, because you only know about yours. You don't know whether we have some other companies now in Nigeria that are using all these IoT devices that they need to power. They need to power remote devices with LTE. So those are the things. We don't know. We don't have that factor. That's why I'm saying that we can for sure grandstand and say we don't need that population sensor. These people, like I said, they are not stupid. They may want to put a new bureaucracy in place to make this inefficient. So let us hear them out. Because see,
what do you think about BVN? Is BVN Not everybody even
BVN
took that
is
one, but yet
is
it's
for the
unique.
bank people now. It's for the bank people.
For
You know the unbanked.
okay. Yeah, it's unique, isn't it?
You know the unbanked people. You'll be surprised that they are more than the bank people in Nigeria. Those people that are doing transactions. So
then it's arguing against your point. That's what I'm saying. That you are saying is less than this thing, the 200 million, but that BVN number argues against what you are saying. That is what I'm
how
saying.
much BVN number do we have?
Let me confirm that again before I go and speak out of my. I know we have well over 50 million. Nigeria BVN number. Let's see numbers. Total. Let's see. No, let me total. Let me see total. Let's see 64.8 million people own BVN numbers. So that
Okay,
is solid number.
Niger, let me
Yeah.
bust your bubble about this
Oh,
BVN.
look at that. You want to bust bubble
No,
now?
wait. Let me say, the last time I was in Nigeria and I went to the bank, could you believe that they said I have more than one BVN number?
That is very, very unusual. And I'm
Believe
surprised.
me. In fact, they were the one even asking me that which one am I using among my BVN number. So,
It looks like you changed your name somehow. You are one of those fraudulent people that they should carry away.
I didn't believe
Why
me. I did
BVN?
not change. I did not even know because I only did it in one bank, and I don't know why they now assign more than one to me.
Yeah. It's not. It's very unusual. I never heard that before. Even if you are running a business, you're supposed to have.
Why do they
that
assign
individual
money to
BVN
you?
is the same.
Why are they assigning more BVN? Why they to assign
Even my
accidentally
business,
assign money to you?
when I went to open my business account to Niger, it was the same my individual BVN number that I use because they will not allow you can't open
You
another
can't have
BVN
two. You
for
can't have
corporate
two
transaction.
BVN now. You can't
Yes,
have two
yes.
BVN. What?
It's a big problem. Your passport, even it will affect. It causes problems if you have more than one BVN in many areas. And if we have 60 something million, and these are active BVN, then you can see these are grown-ups that probably have children, and then you just extrapolate from there. You can see the Nigerian population again show up again like that.
Okay, to Nigeria, let me shock you with something. How come that we still have less than 110 million Nigeria that register for national identity card? How come?
More than less than
less than 110 million register for
less than
national
110 million because young people don't generally by and large they don't bother because they don't have any reason to engage in the state.
That thing is
primary school, you are not required to have NIN now.
No, you are required.
For primary school too.
Much.
The issue shows you that most of our former system, some of our Nigerians are not included. Primary school education, because like my own children, all of them they have their NIN. Even my youngest daughter, who is 12-year-old, has. You understand?
Yeah.
So,
but you travel now. You travel. Are you required to? In Nigeria itself, are you required to have it before you go to nursery and primary school? You are not. So most people do not have.
Yeah, you don't require it, and that is. But people don't know the value of having all those things. Do you understand what I'm saying? I think what Nigerians need to do is that they should attach more importance to those things to force people to go and make registration.
Yeah, but to be fair though, in the UK, if you are like under 16, nobody cares whether you have NI number. So you don't have any of those things. You just go. As long as your birth certificate is there, you go to school. You do all those things. It's when you become an adult that's when those numbers.
Hey, but you know that UK you have been captured right from birth.
Birth certificates. That's all.
Yeah. But in Nigeria, but you have a birth certificate. You are registered already now.
Yes, that's what they normally captured.
Yes, they are registered already.
They already know you. They know your parents. They know everything with your birth certificate. It's like a biometric, it's like an ID card itself. Your birth certificate.
Do you believe that? Do you believe that 60% of deliveries in Nigeria takes place outside the hospital, and most of them are not registered? So could you believe that?
I can believe that because it goes to the point I was making earlier on that we probably are well into our 200 million population, contrary to what Ola believes that we are less than 200 million.
We are not up, we are not up to we are not up to 200 million. I'm almost sure. That's my opinion. I'm not saying
go to Lagos now and look at Lagos twice.
Okay, no, look at that registration. Look at that national identity card registration. Okay, now Lagos so far they have close to 12 million registration. Why that of Kano? I would say they have close to 10 million. Right. For the first time now, we can see something that is telling us that population of Lagos is more than Kano. Right. What we want to know in this identity thing is this, it is not about Nigerians too. We have foreigners. We have a lot of people. And like Simba said, many people were born and were not registered in the hospital. But despite that, right?
Sorry. Even the last election supposed to taught us a lesson about the population of Nigeria.
That is exactly what I'm saying now. See, let me tell you. Let me tell you what population
a big lesson. Our population being overbloated. Yes.
Exactly. Let me tell you one thing I will do about this population. Okay, I do your population census, and you call yourself a grown-up man. You register. I capture your data, and you are now saying, okay, you go and falsify that data. When you finish falsifying, by the time I finish that census, I will employ enough tax officers that all of you that you claim that we have that address, we have to root you out. So if you falsify anything, then you have to be. So a lot of things you can achieve with this population census. Don't just look at it that okay, just go and read. Good now. Go and put your neck on that thing and put your ID down and put your ID down, do all those stuff. Then you can use that one for the purpose of taxation. Then those people that claim to be in that thing now, when you are of age that you can work, you have to show yourself physically now. So a lot. So to me, I think that we Nigeria will like to criticize whatever the government wants to do sometimes without even analyzing and looking deeply into the benefits of what we want to do. So
I think to falsify data will be harder and harder as time goes on, especially in terms of groups of people in Nigeria. And in the near future, like give it 10, 20 years, I don't think nations will even be bothered taking census because the data will be so much available. WhatsApp probably has data of Nigerians more than Nigerians have of Nigeria itself. So they will have so much information of everybody, and they will know the people that are active because you've just pinged your WhatsApp information, your WhatsApp page, and your data. So you won't bother taking information from this census anymore.
To Niger.
Yeah.
Do you know that this NIN, the one that we are looking at, was actually the one that United started doing again around 2013, 2014. The previous one, Obasanjo did one around 2003, 2004. You understand? Could you believe that they said that data was stolen, that it got lost?
Wow, nice. Nigeria. And they want to do another one again.
It didn't get lost, but they don't want. They just want to, they want to do their thing. They trust Nigeria now. It gets lost away.
Nigeria will always complain. No matter what you count, you will see somebody else say, no, that's false. Those people, they just use
no. See, Nigeria, that time that Obasanjo did, it was still easy to do electoral fraud because we were not using biometrics. So if you put the population now like that, it is not lost. So the figure will not pay, it will not be in favor of the politicians. But now that we are now having biometric that you can confirm and verify, so gradually the means of rigging the election will be watered down. So that's the point. With all we have now, you understand, a population census, to be honest, and election fraud we be limited as long as we don't suspend that. You see what do we call it? You see BVM, what do you call it? Bimodal verification, whatever.
Oh, yeah, the one they use for election, isn't it? I've forgotten what
election.
what's that called.
Exactly. So that idea of importing people from Niger Republic and Chad to vote in Nigeria, over time, those things will fade out.
That has never really influenced any election other than in the north. I don't know even worry about those things. How about the Republic? Are they importing people to come and vote in the Southwest elections? I don't know why people worry about those things.
The argument here is this: how can you have a place ravaged by insurgency and you still have significant population to vote? When you claim that people are in the this camp, they take people to, you understand, are in those camps. How did they come and vote? You understand?
But the insurgency you are talking about, you have to know most of all this stuff is happening on the outskirts. Whenever this insurgency, if you notice, they show up in the cities, they tend to lose. They don't show up there. They show up in the outskirts where the Nigerian security forces have not expanded into. That is, and if that is the case, you can still expect a large chunk of the population to still remain in those areas.
Okay, why didn't that happen when we now have something to now verify now? When you are doing people in the ID, so how come that suddenly the people in the IDP now, you could no longer get their population the way they used to be when we now introduce biometrics? But before we introduce biometrics, so the magic of a population that has been displaced, that is even outnumbering where we used to have relative peace. You understand? So the thing is, this sensor.
I think your biggest case. Let me give you your biggest case that you have not mentioned. Is the election, this last election that happened in Nigeria, this presidential election, that when they brought this biometrics system in, the voter count dropped significantly. And that, for me, that still is a kind of mystery. Either the biometric system that we are using is either compromised somehow, or somehow voters just didn't show up for an election at such a precipitous decline. It's a bit of a mystery.
That itself is interesting, because in itself it does some. I mean, we can only make two. The hypothesis, let's say, the null hypothesis being that that the numbers are inflated, greatly inflated. That's the number one. The alternative being that it's actually correct, that they are indeed about 200 something, because there's 97.
Aro, the question you have to, what was the last census that we had in 2006? What was our population? Because everything that we are talking about is based on projection.
Yes. Because
so
there's 93 million voters registered. Thereabouts.
Forget about those ones. There are so many wrong things that how many people you register people that don't even exist? How did they do it?
That's why I said that's the number they said they have registered.
It's biometric. How can you register people that don't exist in biometric? Are you going to give a coach biometric to Simba?
That is why it's because of that this word biometric that's influencing me to say this. There's 93 million. So are we saying those numbers are false?
Sorry, let me quickly answer Simba. In 2006, our population was said to be, I think, 140 million. So between that time now, as some people are claiming that we've increased by 100 million. So with us within how many years? We in less than 20 years. So the next 20 years, now that means we are going to grow by another 200 million. Abba, what kind of population is that?
What percentage is that one?
Because individuals are having 5 children. That is why. Why are you shocked? 5 children is not. Okay, is it a false statement?
You are looking at 5 children.
You want to talk about how many are dying?
People in the Southwest, they are not used to giving back like they used to give before. Some of them 2, even some now 1. You understand?
Yeah, so but the average, you are looking at the city. You are not looking at the villages area where the most of the population
is. Even in the villages now, in the villages.
See, southwest, the birth rate is around 4 point something. You are right. I think it's almost 4 point something. The south, I think the lowest part is the southeast and the south. They tend to have slightly 4 point something. You know, in terms of percentages, is just decimal places difference between south and south west. But the north is around 5, 6, 7. That is how high it is in the north.
Okay, even I know, is it 5% or 6%? Because if it's around 5-6% too. Now you can't see justify when you look at, because you are seeing people are not dying, they are not dying at all. You understand?
Yeah, not as much anymore.
Okay, are you saying out of 140 in 2006 that less than 10, we don't have up to 10 million people that don't fight, even despite the insurgency and everything?
Even if you lost 10 million people from one this thing, remember it's 5. That 140, let's say 50 million of them go and have 5 children.
You need to look at the average life expectancy in Nigeria too.
I'm taking that into account. I'm taking all that into account. But you also have to factor in the ones that's why I said if 50 million goes and have 5 children, it should be 250. Let's say 20 million died. That's why we are less.
In Nigeria, how many people in Nigeria now get to the age of 60 to 65? Very, very low.
It was the same before.
Very low. You understand?
Yes. But we had a young population, remember? So many of them have not gotten to that point yet. And this is why the world, this is the extrapolation in terms of projection. They say that we are going to grow faster because there are very, very young people that are going to have children. We like it or not, they are going to have children. And the moment they start having children, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, even if it's 1, 2, 3, our number is going to shoot well over 200 million to 300 million or so. That is why they are saying that. But in the West, they are already old, so they already have their children, so they can't make that kind of massive growth in population compared to what you are seeing.
What is motivating Nigerians to be having children than other even West Africa countries? Why is our growth rate more higher? It's like we have the highest in Africa, sir.
No. Niger has the highest. Somalia is quite high, and Africa is just expanding because Africa never reached its full potential because of all the stuff that has been happening to us. Because compared to the landmass, we should be a lot more than this. So you can see why when the population is growing, our people, I don't know why
the landmass in Africa, you have forgotten that almost 2/3 of it is desert.
It's the same thing with other areas too in the world.
Especially which other area? Which other continent?
China has the Gobi Desert. China has Gobi Desert. India has their own desert too. We are acting as if they don't have them.
Our own is the largest and is the hottest, which is not habitable. We do, and all these countries that you are mentioning, they have the technology for them to even make use of those deserts. We don't have the technology. Our own is inhabitable.
But ours now is more habitable. If you look at Namibia, most of those areas, there are people are beginning to move into them. The problem is that we have the technology now. This is why people are not dying as much anymore. And the population is going to grow because of technology too. And so I don't know, because look, how can India be 12 times the size of that in terms of the size of Africa is 12 times the size of India, but we have the same population. It shows you that Africa is not, we have not even come close to reach our kind of population potential that we could reach.
Okay, to Nigeria, let me shock you something now. They said the death rate in Nigeria is 12 out of 1,000, right? And the birth rate is 30. The birth rate is 37 out of 1,000. What does that tell you?
That's 27 out of 1,000.
No, so that's 37. 37.
Yeah, because by the time you subtract it from the death rate, you still get 27 to something plus.
Okay, that okay, like that's 27 now. Now, when you look at that 27 now, the growth rate from 2006 to 2025, tell me how that data is. How does that data make sense to you?
Yeah, the data 27 out of 1,000 is a rate, so it's difficult to fully project from that to percentage of increase in population, overall population. If you reduce that 27 out of 1,000 to a population, then you
go
understand
ahead and divide whatever population we have now by 1,000, and then you now multiply it. So first of all, start from that. Then multiply that figure by.
Let me try to see if I can convert that to a percentage, because it's quite interesting, because that would tell you the percentage by which the Nigerian population is growing. So that is about 2.7% from what I can see here. If it is 2.7%, the Nigerian population is growing annually. So let's say 2.7% of population that is already over 100 million is more than, we are looking at 3 million at least we are adding every year. I remember when you add 3 million every year, you put that 2.7% on top of it again, you add 4 million the next year, you add 8 million the next year. Before you know it, you're out of control. The numbers grow to what you expect to see today. This is why the human beings, we are quite a fascinating this, because I was shocked when I found out that if you go back 40 generations alone, just 40 generations, which is about 800 years ago, do you know how many people it takes to create one of you there? It's over 1 trillion people. It takes 1 trillion circles of human beings to create one person now. The entire human history has not even lived that long. We've never had that many people in the world. So it means that we've had to replicate within ourselves, within our families and all the rest.
To Nigeria, if you use that calculation, even though I've not calculated, if you use that rate they quoted there, between 2006 and now, we should not even be more than 40 million in increase. So if we were 140, let's say roughly if we were 140 as at 2006, we should not be more than 40 million in increase. So how did we go from that to 240 million?
Was it 400? Was it 140 million in 2000? This thing that you said
2006, that's about 140 million. Yeah,
140 million. Okay.
How much they say we were. So if we are close to 240 million now, whereas that rate, even just to be generous, that rate they quoted online. So at a compounded
So
rate,
that means in 20 years we double our population. That's what it means now.
We've increased by we increased by more than 50% in just 20 years. We know that is a lie. It's just a means of sharing resources.
Ola, you will even see that I don't even know how they calculate it. Every year they change it. Just maybe like 2 years ago, we were talking about 200 million. All of a sudden, we jumped to 240 within 1 or 2 years.
See, hold on. See, you own farms, literally, Simba. You own farms, you farm animals, and you still don't get this. This is a fact of life. See, based on that number, we should be somewhere around 238 million. This is almost precisely the number the international organizations are using.
Because it's not precise. If that rate that I showed you the other time,
2.7%.
So if our net rate is 27 out of 1,000, even by crude, I don't want to use crude because that crude will not work. So use compounded rate.
It has
because
to
if
be.
you use crude, it's going to give you error.
Compounded rate is the real number. You can't use crude.
That's what I'm saying now. Because if you use raw, it's going to give you around 4 million. But if I now inflated it. Let's say it's even compounded rate. And I inflated it. It shouldn't be more than 40 million even between that period, between 2006 and now.
But I just gave you the
so
number.
How did we jump from 140 million? How did it jump from 140 million all of a sudden? Even there was a time that some people were even saying 120 million in that 2006. So I still went for the figure that said 140 million. Some people say it was some people say it was 120 million.
If you put that in an Excel sheet, it will give you the same number.
How did we jump? Yeah, so we now jump by 100 million between.
Yes, because you are growing exponentially. Like because every year, see. Oh God, I don't know why you're having trouble with this.
Nothing suggests that we don't see our health care is not at the level that supports our population growth. You understand?
See, if you are going at 2.5%, that is your number.
Our roads are not safe. In the northern east part of the country, insecurity, the life expectancy is below 60. So, and if you want to argue today, we have doctor here. They can tell you the average of people that pie in the hospitals. You understand? So the thing is, everything on ground from healthcare, from productivity, from insecurity, it's not supporting this inflated population. There's no support for it.
I will try to break it down for you so you can understand how these things work. So that you
we've not
see
even
the
had rate of
increase per year.
Japa. We've not even had rate of Japa.
So we are not populating other countries. See, okay, if
Yes,
you want to put that, you can include that if you want to do. Okay, so now let's from 140 million in the year 2006, he said. So the very first year you are going to get 3-point-something million addition. So it becomes 143.7 million. The next year it becomes this. From what I can see here, year 2. You're looking about, okay, just about the same amount from what I can see here. Then it becomes 151 million, 155 million, 159 million, 160 million on the 6th year. 160, 6 years, 160. You see, so you seem to be correct, isn't it? 160. But remember, it's almost 20 years. 160. Then 7th year, 168 million. 8th year, 170 million. So you can see the number is growing faster and faster because the population is bigger. 173 million. Then on the 9th year, it becomes 177 million. On the 10th year, it becomes 180.2 million. This thing.
Who that in your ChatGPT? We just give you straight away.
That's what where do you think I'm reading this from? I'm reading the calculation based on that increment from here. It's basically an Excel sheet. So at the 12th year, it's 192 million. So you can see by the time you get to 19th year, it's 130 million. There are 230 million, I mean. So it's not, it sounds like it's far-fetched, but it's actually real.
Okay. What growth rates are you using? What growth rate are you using?
2.7% that you gave to me. You gave to me that the death rate versus the birth rate. So I subtract the death rate from the birth rate, and then you get the value you have now. It's just as accurate.
One of those things I said is like that calculation is complex because I don't know the life expectancy.
I can tell you that we have, if we want to take out of the two, which one do we even have data for? I can tell you that, okay, we have data for birth rate more than, it will be more accurate than the death rate because nobody take account of death in Nigeria.
Well, why can you say that? Every time people die, they go funeral, and the police will hear about it.
A doctor is telling you that. A doctor is telling you that, and it's
okay. If a police, no, let me tell you, if somebody dies, and police hear about it, police will now go and document it. Abi, is that what you are saying, teenager?
Okay, see,
death rate, death.
Okay, let me
in
explain
fact,
something to you.
Let me tell you this. Even in the hospital, I work as a chairman of the clinical thing for a hospital for like 6 years. I've never seen them, and I was one in custody of both birth rate and death rate within our hospital. I've never seen anybody come and ask for that data. People in the hospital.
Simba, you
So
understand?
most of these things that we are just doing is just like, I don't even know how they are computing all those statistics.
But Simba, you understand the principle, the idea behind sampling. You don't have to know everything everywhere to understand the rate at which things happen. So if they check each state and they take sampling and find out that, okay, the death rate in this area seems to be so and so, they don't have to know everybody that has died. The ones that they've recorded, they deliberately went out to record. They can get a sample of, okay, this is the rate at which people are dying in this area.
But if you, the problem with that one is that if you go and get a sample in your wrong place, you can have a false projection.
It's true, but remember the false projections, they tend to cancel each other out.
Now let me ask you now, if you are given that opportunity to go and do it, where will you go to have a representative sample? Let's say death rate.
You go to like an area, let's say a local government area, you get to if they have a good facility there, then you make sure that everybody that
you are talking about a hospital.
A hospital, yes. They have to report every single death rate in that area.
Do you know how many people die? Do you know that people die more at home than in the hospital in Nigeria?
That's what I'm saying, because you have to do wakekeeping, you have to do burial. So all those things, you can also go to those occasions. They do obituaries. You get the actual data. Sometimes even universities do this as a part of their, projects and stuff.
Do you know that if you, because based on you are talking about where you come from, that you do wakekeeping, you keep your corpse for some days before you bury. If you go to Muslim dominated area, if you die now, they can bury you within 1 hour or two.
I agree with that, but you still can get a sampling.
Let me give you. If you ask me, I will say, if you have burial ground, in a place, that's the best place to go. Let me give you, for example, when there was a time my younger brother's mother-in-law died, and we went to bury her. So I was at the Muslim cemetery in Ilorin. Within 3 hours of our stay there, I can say that they bury about 15 people. Within 3 hours.
Simba,
Within
I'm
3
scared
hours.
of how
Believe me.
scared of how Muslims
3 hours.
Yes,
Within 3 hours. 15 people.
Wow.
Yeah, you were there during the rush hour now. They don't exactly
Well, you can see
rush hour.
They don't exactly come in the middle of the night. What did you expect? That's when you showed up.
To Nigeria, that day I was shocked. Believe me.
3 hours, 15 people. Wow.
Yeah.
I was shocked. You understand? We were waiting for our people to come and to bring our own corpse. People are just coming and they are doing their thing. I know that Muslim thing is very, very fast. They don't waste time. The burial ground is already dug, and the only thing is just come and put your thing there. Then, kalas, within maybe you can't spend 30 minutes or 1 hour. You finish, you go. Another people, in fact, and they can be doing it simultaneously. You understand? You don't need to wait. Everybody can do their own.
Yeah, they are very efficient at that. I'm not sure whether it's a good thing or bad thing, but it is what it is.
So, to me, you say you go to health facilities when you know that majority of people die at home, the best place to go is to go to burial ground if they have another thing that you know also is that some people bury their people at home.
Yeah, but you can still capture. The point is that you can capture the information. If you can capture information with everything else, you can capture rate of events. And this death rate, I don't think it's controversial to say that Nigeria, if you check other nations, you're going to see the same pattern. When people die at the maybe 10 per 1,000, this thing at that rate, and then you look at put it with the birth rate, then you see that the birth rate is higher for Nigeria. And then you go down how many decades? Just about 2 decades since the last major census. Then you get around 30 million.
Yeah, Simba, you mentioned something that habit of burying people at home. We must stop it in that country. It's a really bad habit. It's
Why?
a bad habit. No, it's a bad habit.
See, the reason I think you are associating it with Western way of perceiving death.
No, even before I come to Western world, I hate it. No, it's a bad. No,
you grew up
it's
going
a bad
to church,
habit.
didn't you? When you grew up going to church, so I used to feel that way too. That's why I'm saying this. I used to feel similar to that, but maybe it's just because of the way they perceive death, isn't it? If you perceive that as a continuation of life that your ancestors has passed on, maybe there's an element of that has that you feel closer to your ancestors, especially the great ones. They will probably inspire you to do greater things. So, and this is how human beings evolve by and large historically. We don't tend to go and bury our dead too far away from where we are, not normal anyway within our culture. So there are so many things within our culture that is actually, if you think about it more deeply, it's actually more civilized in some ways than most of the stuff you pick up from the West. Like the way we perceive the afterlife is quite interesting. I find that very interesting that It's not as vindictive as, you die, you go to hell, you die, you go to heaven. It depends on what you do. You get that many virgins. No, some of us, like the Yoruba one, they talk about you go to the afterlife, you think about what you've done wrong, and then you have a chance to come back to correct it. Those sort of things, there's something there. And how is that is it that backward to think like that? So I actually think there are so many things that we do that we conditioned to think that is negative. It's not necessarily it's just perception, the way we perceive things. Where do you want to go and bury your dead? You bury them far away and you are somewhere else. I don't know. Maybe I don't know these things. I'm just saying that we should be careful about just thinking that the Western way is
My mom is still alive. My dad is still alive. I've told my siblings, don't even bring the notion of burying parents in the house. I hate it. I've already told all my siblings. I'm the one in the middle. I'm the first son, so at least I have some say in the family. No,
you are just
you
scared
can't.
of
No,
ghosts. You're just scared of ghosts too.
no,
That's
it's
all.
not about ghosts. No,
Then why
it's not
why
about
you
ghosts,
worried?
my
Why
brother.
you worried? Tell me the
No,
reason.
no, no. It's a bad habit. It's a
Why
bad habit.
is it a bad
It's a bad
habit?
habit.
You see, he's just scared of ghosts. He's afraid of his ancestors.
No.
Tell me why then.
Tunaga, I work in the hospital. Do you know how many dead people I see every day? I work in
Then
the
why?
hospital, so it's
I'm
not
asking,
about
give me the reason why then, because there has to be a reason. You just say it's a bad habit, but why is it a bad habit?
Why do I say it's a bad habit? Because you can't be waking up every morning just seeing, you know, dead a graveyard every morning. No, it devalues the house. It devalues everything. No,
Yeah,
it's
okay.
yeah.
You are beginning
It's
to
a
make some
bad
coherent
habit.
argument here. Like if you are
Yeah.
looking to sell a house, obviously you don't want to have a. But then you see, in olden days, we don't tend to look at selling
But
our family.
it's not even good for the aesthetics of the city or the town now.
Yeah, depend on how you see. It always depends on how you perceive death. That is what it is. If you perceive death the right way, depending on how you look at it, it will be a positive thing.
Naija, let me shock you. You know, when I was young, when I used to go to my mother's place, they have a lot of, when you get to their compounds like this, they have a lot of burial ground, people that they are buried there.
Everywhere.
You know, because of that, I
Everywhere.
don't go there because I get scared. You understand?
Exactly.
And you know, up to today, that land is not useful for anything. They
Yeah.
can't build there. They can't do anything on it.
Yeah, I get that part that we are scared of death, but maybe we shouldn't be, because it's an inevitability of life. And this is why I keep saying maybe there's something we used to understand before about
I
life.
think it's not even supposed to be religious based. It's supposed to be a city thing that all the city municipal local government should have burial ground in all the towns and villages, so where people can go and bury their corpse. I think that's what, if you
So that we don't run out of
here
space.
in Saudi Arabia, if you see their burial ground, in fact, you will like to die immediately. The way they arrange it.
Oh my God.
Simba.
No, nothing.
Believe me, no, the thing is so, if you see the way they design it, the way they decorate the place, in fact, you know, anytime the death call, you'll be willing to say, okay, yes, I have a good place to go and rest.
They made it
But
Western.
like our place, the way we don't even have values for ourselves. That, I think, that's what I can just say about it.
My
They will be
own is that.
constructing road. They'll be digging out skeletons. It's just but when you dedicated a place, everybody will know that this is it. And then if you want to, it also gives you, you can do your statistics, you can have your data, you understand. But in an environment whereby anybody can just do anything, you can even throw your corpse inside bush. It's just.
What do you mean? What the kind of stuff you are saying? You are trying to make us look bad. See, this thing, okay, regarding burying in the graveyard, maybe there's some innovation there that you can say, okay, it's good to move the body away and every dead body is buried in one area. But some people will perceive it
And
as
that
saying,
does not mean, let me tell you, that does not mean that if you want to know where your ancestors or everybody, they will put your name, your age, the day you die, the day you are born, everything. You can have all those data there. Do you understand? But when you have a chaotic situation whereby they can even, let me give you an example. I was traveling between Ogbomoso and Ilorin one day. You know all these Hausa people that used to hang on trailers. The guy just dropped. Maybe he was sleeping or something. Just drop on the road, and his head just scattered on the road like that. And I was following that trailer. I was in shock. Do you believe that these people just waited, like after driving for like some few meters, they stop and they came back, pick the guy, just dig some few meters, I mean, less than 1 meter, even beside the road there, bury the guy, and they continue their journey.
That's Nigeria now. It's as much as you get. To be fair, that
There
used to
is
happen
no
in
value,
wars.
no value for life, for death, for no value for anything. So
Yeah.
what would they take the family of that guy? They are burying him at the roadside.
He's lost. He's lost. He's lost.
Does he have a family?
Does he even have a family?
Probably that guy he doesn't even know his parents.
How many of us grew up knowing that somebody disappeared? People disappear all the time, and people don't ask.
I don't know if this one is even true. I see here. I still read that indigenous people of Canada still bury people at home. That's a Western nation.
Yeah, it's a Western. Is it better to bury in graveyards? Are we not going to run out of land sooner or later?
You don't get that. You know, for indigenous people, they are reserved. They are reserved area where they are because they have arrangement for them, and that reserved area, that is where you see them in concentration. From what I read, I don't know how far it is true. They still bury people at home. Some of them still bury people at home at the family land.
Yeah.
So that means that they are not following the normal practice, and that's supposed to be a Western nation, right? So this thing it depends. But Simba, before I keep quiet again. For Islamic burial, that thing is shocking. Though. If that person will even wake up, they won't even give that person chance whether the person will still wake up. Immediately the person, even if not faint, the person faint. That person will regret her move.
Once a person is there, you dead. How can you say? So if you live for 3 hours, they will come back. Forget about that one now.
Yeah. Right. So if someone just faint, someone just faint now, they think just say, this guy don't pay you, man. And the person could come wake up under the soil. What? Man.
Yeah, it's a very interesting. This conversation is quite interesting, actually, because
sorry, John, let me take this, please.
That way. Go ahead.
Yeah. Tonight, if I'm not a Muslim, but I kind of like the Muslim way of burying their loved ones. I'm kind of person. Even I told my siblings, I said, if parents die, now you are calling party 0. Anything I did for them when they are alive, that's what I count as something. Celebrate their birthdays, take care of them, good health, good food. When my parents die, maybe next 10 days, I'm already in Nigeria. Give them a good befitting burial. There is no party anywhere. There will be takeaway rice, jollof rice at the exit of the church. We go to the burial ground, we bury them. That is it. Celebrating dead, calling big party. I'm not the party to it. No, it's when people are alive, celebrate them, give them good life, good living, take them traveling everywhere, look after your parents, good food, good health. That's the most important thing to me. Yeah,
Thomas, Nigerians spend more money on death than the living.
No, I know.
They can they can borrow you, money to do burial ceremony. But if that person is sick and you ask them to borrow money to take care, they will not give you.
It's very interesting conversation because I don't know which one you can say is the best one because I can see why our old ways has advantages, which means that you don't tend to forget your ancestors, you know where you come from, things like that. But this sterile way of doing this, where a person dies, you just put them under the ground and they go away, and because their priority is heaven in terms of Islam, so that's why they don't focus on individuals like that. The Western people are slightly different. They do celebrate their dead, especially the ones that have accomplished a lot. They do take their time. You look at Jimmy Carter was put lying in state and gave him state burial and stuff like that. They do that to remember them. Maybe there's a middle ground somewhere, because I get the idea that okay, having a graveyard in every compound seems a little bit creepy by Western standard now, and especially if you have to sell the property tomorrow. So the next people that move in there will have to put up with your dead there. So
No, you have
yeah.
to take your bone. No, you will take your bones. You have to take your bones
You
out.
can't. You see, that's a problem. So I can see where the both arguments lie. So this is, I never thought this was going to be this controversial, but it's a very fascinating kind of conversation. Maybe the way Western people do it, where they celebrate the person and still keep the dead body away from, have a communal area where they put their dead, is actually seems to be the best arrangement you have. That way, people are more mobile. People can move from one property to another without having to worry about, oh, the dead in this house is not my ancestor. It's from this other person's ancestor. And because if you bury your dead in a property, you generally don't want to leave that property. You don't want to sell that property to some other people that are not of that family. You see what I mean?
No,
So
to Niger, just emphasize a young kid, a young man of 40, married with kids, 2, 3 kids. The father died accidentally. Anything, death is death, and they buried that man at the front of the house. And the 2 kids, they are waking up every morning, see the mother will be, this is where your father. No, and it's their own house. They can't leave the house. They
oh
have to
God.
live in that same compound. No, it
See,
is ridiculous, my brother.
no. That one, you
Ridiculous.
see, that one is a creepy argument. You're making a creepy argument for that one. See, personally, I don't see that as a valid one because it depends on your perception of death. Some people will be thankful that they still have their father close to them and they will remember him. You see what I mean? So, but while others, because the way they perceive it is creepy, but I look at it from the way how, in terms of function for the society, how does it help the society to function? Mobility, people want to move from one place to another and mix and go. So you can see why the Western one is more attractive in terms of, because they can move, because they don't bury their dead body, they bury them in a cemetery somewhere. So whenever they want to visit that cemetery, they can travel from any part of the world and go to that cemetery, and they will have access to their dead. So you can see the beauty of that.
To Niger, if I say something, you say this guy is crazy. Cremation, I like it. Cremate them.
Yeah,
Put them in the bottle.
Yeah.
I love it. Why are you wasting land? The person is dead. It's not going to come back. Why are you wasting land? Put them in the fire. Cremate them. Put them in the bottle.
It's not only about that. I think it's about remembering what that person represents. You see what? And some of the greatest civilizations, I don't think they were based on cremation. It's remembering, because if you can see the statue of the person in front of you or the burial place of that person, people look at what they do with Christ. Some people will see a shroud, something that looks like the face of Christ. They want to worship it. You see what it means to people. It matters. It gives people connection to whatever somebody represents.
To Niger, there are many things going on in this Western world. I told you I work in the hospital. A man said when he died, they should donate his body to the laboratory. Immediately he died, the laboratory people took the corpse, and that is it. He has son, he has daughter, he has family. There was no graveyard for that guy. The laboratory people just came, they took the corpse, and that is gone.
Yeah.
What about that? The person has dead.
That is
It's
that
gone.
individual's choice. Yes. But I still think it is what people remembering great people that represent things, and like to family members. If somebody means somebody a lot to you, and you want to, so you hear people sometimes they say, "Oh, my child was dead or my mother was dead. I don't even remember her face anymore," stuff like that. And but although these days you have photographs, you can remember all those things based on that. But then why do you think sometimes when they kill people, they make sure that their bodies, like people that are bad, that are like Osama bin Laden, now they make sure they don't have a grave? Because if they have a grave somewhere, people will go there because they feel like being close to him brings them closer to what he represents. So,
but America know the graveyard. They kill him. They will know where
they
they
know that
bury
they
him.
don't care for it. Now the people that care for it, they make sure those ones don't know. That's the important thing. You know what I mean? So when people are buried and people can have access to where they are buried, can you imagine the Genghis Khan's location of burial was found today, or that of Alexander the Great? People will flock there. Whether it's just a hole in the ground, they will flock there. Why?
You will never see me there.
I thought Alexander the Great is known now. Is he now
No,
somewhere in Egypt?
they don't know where he was buried. They don't know. And
Okay,
the same thing for Genghis Khan. Quite a lot
I know
of
Genghis Khan is unknown, but it is speculated, but it is still unknown.
yeah.
To
Osama bin Laden,
you,
Osama was dumped into the sea.
Yes, they said anyway. If they buried
they
him somewhere,
said
they won't
that
tell
is
him.
it. That's what they said.
It's what they said. They dropped him, so nobody goes and look.
Oh my God! So if truly they drop him in the sea, so the sharks and the whales and the fishes, they finish him.
Yeah, it doesn't
Isn't
matter.
it?
He's already
It
gone.
doesn't.
He's already gone. He's gone to
Tonight,
the
yeah?
next
No,
journey.
Just pause there. What do you say now? He's already gone. It doesn't matter.
Look at that. Look at that. Hey.
That is it. You even say it now. You even confirm it. The person is gone. He's
Yes,
gone.
but
He's
it's
gone.
about the living. It's about the living. What I'm saying is about the living, what they feel, and some of them it helps them heal. That they have access to that location, and they'll say, "Okay, go there, remember that person, do whatever they need to do." When people are grieving, there is something about it that I feel, if they don't go there and have a closure, as they say, it tends to. Some people feel like they need to be there to have
Read
closure.
your screen. Read your screen.
Yeah. Remembrance in the heart. Yeah, it's in
Is
the
it
heart.
in the heart? Yeah.
Yeah, but that is almost like grieving. That's just more like grieving. But remembrance, why do you think people go to graveyard? Okay, if it's only in the heart, why do they go to graveyards to go and put flower there every year and do all those things? They do those things because they want to feel closer to the individual. We still have that innate instinct. Yes, the Indians decided that they should be burning everybody, and many cultures have different ways of doing it. But most people put their bodies somewhere. They are dead somewhere that they can go to. Even Muslims do that, even if they bury them the next day, but they still go there after the person has been buried to go and remember the person's passing. So, which is a kind of version of what we do by burying the house. Yeah.
Tunaja, if my parent pass, if they bury them, I'm very sorry. Maybe once in 10 years I will go there. I don't need to. What am I going there for?
Don't worry, you grow past this.
Thomas,
When you get older, you grow past this. You start feeling. You start understanding these things.
Sorry, tonight.
Remy, how are you, my brother?
Thomas, have you ever witnessed where they criminated or set fire on people until they become ashes?
I watch it on I watch it on video. I've never witnessed cremation.
Live.
I mean, somebody live.
Yeah, I mean somebody that was set on fire. That's
live. Yeah. No, I will never see that. God will never let me see that.
No, because you guys have been talking about cremation, the way the Asian people are doing. I've witnessed it like 2 or 3 times. Your heart will melt. I'm telling you. Because, oh God, when they put that person on the podium and they continue to put a lot of wood and so many other stuff.
I mean, those ones that do it locally, they use wood, isn't it?
Yes. It also depends on how rich you are. In China, what they do is this.
if you are a rich family, then you can cremate it in using what do you call it, modern way of doing it.
Modern way of doing
And
cremation.
then they will give you the ashes or something like that.
Yes,
And you
yes,
also
yes.
have
That's what we do here.
listen, you also have a burial ground for it, which is a small space in
Yeah,
a cemetery.
same thing
But
here. Same thing
but
here.
if you want that small space, my God, it's not a chicken ginger.
No, people don't even do it here. They just take their bottle home
If
with the
you want that
cremation.
one,
Yeah.
so that means for the rich people that they can have that small space and put the plate or whatever. This is where they bury their loved ones, because it's not cheap. Because land belongs to the government and the government controls everything. Not like Nigeria, that land belongs to us. Okay, sometimes we do not fancy what we have in that country, Nigeria. We're extremely lucky. Everything, we do not pay the right taxes. We bought land. Some can even have like 20 or 50 lands, okay, all over the country. If you look at this Western world and you want to copy their lifestyle to Nigeria, hey, Nigerian people, we are here. They will say they don't want this kind of life. This kind of life. It's a life of debt if you are not careful. So in Nigeria, you build your own house. Whether you can build at your own pace. Nobody control you and dictate to you.
You dug your water at the back of your house. You have free water.
Yeah, nobody will dictate to you. This is the way you should build your house. This is the design they are building here. So your design must be this, must be that.
Hey, Remy, my mother compound. We have 3 wells.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine? 3 conga, 3
Even
wells.
in my father's house in Abeokuta is so big. The first house that I built there, the compound alone is another 1.5 plot of land. And the what do you call it? The plaster, this what is it? They do foundation for everything. The people
There's this program that is on Netflix now. It's called Primeval. What I noticed about it is about the American, when America was being founded, when all those people were moving into the US and wiping out the Indians and all the rest. And what I noticed that kept coming up over and over again was like some of the white people that they get sometimes kidnapped or captured somehow by the Indians, and many of them, are stumbling into the Indian communities. Sometimes they will report that they've been there, they are the happiest, they felt the safest there, and because the Indian way of life was a little bit more loose compared to the European way of life. The Europeans were very austere and all the rest.
What I used to tell people now is this: if Africa develop, don't you think, you the black man, you are the only one that's going to live there? You are kidding yourself. If you are also developing very fast, like things are going in Africa, little by little, all these white folk will also flock in there. You are going to live together again. Because everybody wants the sun, especially when you live in the northern Europe, you understand the meaning of sunshine. You understand life. There is 6 weeks of darkness.
Yeah, but the point I was making was that what those Red Indians were testifying, those people were testifying to, was that the Red Indian life was carefree. They were more easygoing, and
but at the end of the day, when they start buying them, they also
but you see, that's the point. They were wiped out. They were living like Europeans that were cutthroat people. So they were wiped out, and maybe that is like us now in Nigeria. We are carefree. If you have money in Nigeria, you'll be a lot happier in Nigeria than you'll be anywhere else.
Through Nigeria, I used to think that the white people, they are terrible. But when I came here, I started reading their own history. Oh my God. They even buy one another than war. So they everybody just they work non-stop, no ending. And now they are together again. That shows their level of maturity and level of I would say literacy level also up there. Each of them fought
they fight each other like crazy. They fought each other badly. I think some people argue that that's the reason why they became more advanced, because their fighting was just out of control. And what Napoleon did, I think, let me explain this. I think this is another thing I discovered recently. He said what Napoleon did was that when monarchies used to exist before, Monarchies, whenever they went to war and they lost that war, it tends to have consequence for that monarchy. But the kind of nation state that Napoleon created, he allows the leaders to take risks, and the risk doesn't come back to them. Like an American president that can take risk and invade somewhere, the next president can just come and cancel it, and it will be like a different country. So they felt like the risk that are involved in military campaigns was taken away from the leadership. So it meant that nations that are nation states become more risk taking. So they started engaging in a lot of wars, and they fought and fought and fought and fought, and because of that, they became somehow more advanced than other parts of the world that were supposed to be like in China and India that were supposed to be ahead of them. They went there and conquered all of them, and they went to Africa and conquered everybody because of the churn of events that took place in Europe that time. So it's really strange that just a simple decision to change the structure of a nation in terms of the way the leadership functions can transform the way the outlook of that nation. Because Napoleon single-handedly beat so many monarchies, and he wasn't like a king. He beat so many monarchies. So everybody started adopting that kind of system, and before you know it, you have this system whereby the people have a say, and nation states took over because they defeated the monarchies, all of them. They defeated them. So it's something that is worth studying. Why is it that when you take the risk of war from the leadership away from them, it means that they become more reckless, or they take more risks? Because they are able to take more risks than the other that are a little bit timid, they are more likely to win and expand. And if you look at the nations that are the strongest today, they tend to be the ones that they are not afraid. They tend to be the risk-taking ones, because they don't care. The leadership that they look at the American government, they can take risk, and they don't care. They don't seem to, even when they have so much, they still take risk anyway. So it's something that is worth considering anyway, because I found that quite fascinating.
But do you think the risk is worth taking at this new generation now, 2020, 25?
For them, they don't care. To them, it's life. It's part of life now.
It's disrupting them too. The effect is getting too much out of hand. Their power is being weakened.
Remy,
they don't see it like that.
I think we'll figure the answer to that question over the next 4 years. I think our friend Mr. Trump fashions himself to be a new example of Napoleon.
Yeah,
you can see he's already ordering people essentially. I really don't know who the man's whoever is selling a man drugs. The man is really selling something that's very, very strong.
He's not on drug. It's for us. It's working for us.
Look at that. It's working for you. Yeah.
I'm a Trump man now. You know that.
I'm a Trump man in the reverse sense. Trump is for Yoruba people. I'm for my own people. So Trump is not there to work for us. He's there to
Trump
work
is
for
not.
himself.
You know, we're talking about people that say Trump is for us and all this thing. Trump is for only one person and for only one person alone. Donald J. Trump. I don't even think that Trump is for his own son.
Oh no, Trump is for white people. Don't make no mistake about that.
I don't even think Trump is for white people. I don't think there's a people. I don't think Trump is for white people. I think Trump believes
okay, let me put it this way. If it's
why I say the man is on drugs.
Let me just give you where I stand.
The man is on drugs. How can someone go there and say, essentially, well, America has to be great and America has to return to a position of absolute wealth and its people must present, and I don't care if that is actually at the expense of all of you. And he goes there in the presence of world leaders and says that to them.
Yeah, because he
at their expense.
See, he's saying that because he can. See, the reason why I think if you say, okay,
hey, why can't you say Nigeria will be great too, and you make Nigeria great, and you make Nigeria the priority? What is the saying about that?
No. There's no sin about that. But there's
hold on now. Let me just add this one. If
there's some arrogance, there's some blatant arrogance there.
If Trump's interest is at stake versus his people's interest, yes, Trump will pick his own interest. But when it comes to the people's interest, that's the one that comes next. Make no mistake. That's his own white people. That's all he cares about. So the same thing with Elon Musk. These people are literally Hitler at this stage. The only difference between them
But
is
why
that
is
they're becoming power now.
GT saying that is for us? Because the last time I checked, I didn't know GT General Thomas was white. No, I know Prince
No,
Daddy is
I
white
think
in
our people
spirit,
get it
but
confused a little bit. Like
Prince
they
Daddy is white in
Trump is
spirit, but I didn't know that General Thomas
they
is
think
white.
that
No.
Trump is for us. Where is Trump? Where is Trump going to be for you? Trump is there for himself and his people.
To Niger, you know, you just like somebody, you can't even say why you like him. I just like
Yeah.
Trump. I don't know why I like him. I just like him. There's nothing Trump do. You can say Trump is a bad person. I just like him. I can criticize him in anything he does, but I just like him because I like somebody that say I will do something and he did it or he
No,
does
no,
it. And
no.
how do I
I
put it in
think
English? I will
Thomas,
build the wall. He started the war. Mr.
never
Biden
say
sleeping
Kenny,
Joe,
but that's
stop
because
it.
that's not his
Yeah,
money now.
no.
The word, the word,
I definitely
the
prefer
word
Trump
is
than
ineffective
Biden,
now.
that's for sure.
yeah,
But
I
the word
prefer
is
Trump.
ineffective. The word is
Yeah,
useless.
What I
yeah.
like about what I like about him is that I like people who can study the generality of people, the public. He knows exactly the mindset of America. He knows where an average white, black, or Hispanic how they think, and he leveraged it very well. And luckily for him, from the
Yeah.
majority, he leveraged very well. That tells you at the end of the day. I'm sorry to say this. It's very rare to find a person that you can call perfect or good. Majority of humankind, I'm sorry to say this, we are of evil-minded.
God. That's a bit that's a bit dark.
No, I'm telling you the truth because let's roll the dice. In a normal setting, just a normal setting, that think people are thinking right in their senses. Do you think a person that they knew what do you say? I've done a lot of terrible things in life, and that is the person they pick ahead. They don't care what you have done. Whether you are no, listen. Whether it's true that I'm not allegedly, whether raped or bastardized that or did that, people at the end of the day don't care. That is who they want. That's what excites them. So what I'm trying to tell you is that as a politician, if you're a good strategist, once you can know the mindset of the people, and of course, unfortunately for our people, we are extremely lazy. We don't want to think by ourselves. So that is it. It's so easy.
I think it's a lot simpler than that. One, Trump, like you said, pander to the people. And this Trump election tells you everything you need to know
I
about.
did not say pander to the people. I said he was able to read their mind. And when
which
you
is
know
similar,
how
which
people,
is similar.
it's not
Because
similar.
by pandering to the people, you say
no,
what
no,
they
no, no.
okay, if you
Pandering
have
to the people is different from what I'm talking about.
okay, fine. It's just a loose term. Maybe it's not very precise term that I use. The idea behind it is that Trump was elected as a convict versus, which is, you can't make this up, versus a prosecutor. Yet the people chose the convict. That should tell you something about how people think. People don't think the way as a group, as individuals think. Individuals, if you have a criminal versus a law enforcement officer, people will choose the law enforcement officer by and large. But as a group of people, what they do is they make a decision based on their greater interest. They understand that Trump is grabs women by the privates and does all kinds of immorals. They know he was a convict. They knew that. But they knew he was offering them back their nation, something that they fear they are going to lose. They fear that they are going to become minorities, they are going to lose power in America. And yet the other party, the other party that the prosecutor is from, is really talking about gay rights, transgender rights, and different sexes. You know, that stuff drives people crazy. Like, we are literally losing our country. You're telling us, and then you go and start 2 wars, and you supervise. Come on, man. You can see why they went straight for Trump. If they didn't create that situation,
Well, Trump is already threatening of
about
these 2 wars.
About that 2 wars. Sorry, I regret. Are you sure that even the president will not fight with another country?
He hasn't
will
started
also
yet.
do the same thing when the time
He
comes.
didn't fight the last time he was in office. People accuse
Okay,
him
are
of
you
kind
sure
of
he's not going to do the same thing right now?
He might fight, but he hasn't fought yet.
The conditions are not the same now, because what he's telling Putin is that Putin must come to the table is it Putin must end the war, or if he does not end the war, he will put more tougher sanctions.
The war will end.
And
what have the sanctions done to Russia so far?
Of nothing. You know what?
Exactly.
I'm even surprised.
Well, they've made the rupee. They made the stronger. They made the ruble stronger.
I was even surprised that in this new 20-something year, a country will just go and clear part of Ukraine like they are just nobody, and the rest of the world they will just, I'm the big one, especially America, would just put their hand like that. I was thinking, this is a big chance for these two superpowers, head-on collision. But it's
America did not fold his arm. America funded Ukraine.
Biden tried, but this one, what do you think this one will do? It will let Russia take everything now. And what will happen? What are you going to do?
No, there's nothing you can do. America is looking to take its own territory.
So if Russia not take over the whole Ukraine, what will happen? Huh?
No, I don't think Russia is going to go for the entire Ukraine.
That are really helping Ukraine now is the EU, because they are afraid too. If we take Ukraine today, we are already beside him now. Just 1 day or 2 days, Finland will fall.
EU is not afraid of Russia. It's Americans. See, if you understand EU, the real people that are afraid of Russia are Anglo-Saxon, the UK, America, Australia, New Zealand, and those are the ones that are truly afraid of Russia.
Are you joking?
Don't care. Yes.
Are you joking?
I'm telling you,
the Anglo-Saxons don't care about Russia. They know that Russia has no particular interest in them. The Finland, for instance, those ones are scared. They are scared absolutely. They are absolutely scared in Finland. I think the likes of the Finnish, the likes of I think the Polish to some extent are afraid. The Polish have started bolstering their army. And if you look at the posture of the Polish since the Ukrainian activity in Ukraine, if you see the posture of the Polish army, and even just the Polish political structure, they are scared. The Polish are scared.
I think what they did. I think
Georgia. I think Georgia is next. I said it once on this show, and people are saying no. That's just. I mean, once Russia is done with Ukraine, they're going to face Georgia. Although they already have a president in Georgia.
So why would they face them anymore? They don't have any reason to face them when they already have it. See, let me explain.
Yeah, they already have Georgia, so they might not really have any.
I think your understanding of things is a little bit. You think about it carefully. What America just did. Because they saw the BRICS nations rising, like China, Russia, and the others. So now they want to consolidate their position too. So what they did was trigger that war, scare the other European countries, cut the pipeline that was coming from Russia to Europe, and push European nations to join this in NATO to become stronger, so that they can be able to confront the greater threat that they see in China and Russia that are emerging powers. So all strategies. And if you look at the people that are at the tip of the spear, Zelensky wanted to talk peace with Russia when they went to negotiate. Who told Zelensky not to do that? Boris Johnson of the UK. When Russia wanted to join NATO, who stopped that from happening? UK and America. So the idea, what you don't understand is that there is this principle, this theory that was released by a British guy in the early, when the British Empire existed in the last century. It's called the Mackinder thesis. It's called part of the Heartland thesis. They said whoever controls that Heartland, that Russia area, if you emerge as a power from that area, you cooperate with the Eastern Europeans and Western Europeans, you will control the world. So it means that the Anglo-Saxons, which are the British, the Americans, they cannot let that happen. If you look at what is happening in the world right now, they are surrounding Russia. That's what they've always been doing. They want to surround Russia with their own allies. That's why they fought in Afghanistan. That's why they have made alliances with China that is communist. They've made alliances with China that is communist to keep Russia at bay. Because if they don't do that, why do you think they don't want Russia to join NATO? Because if Russia joins NATO, Russia will be friends with East Europe, Western Europeans. Guess what's going to happen? America is across the ocean. America is not the superpower of the world anymore if that happens.
Okay,
so
Tunaja,
that is why all this trouble is happening.
Tunaja, you're a British guy talking about American politics.
Tunaja is not British; he's Nigerian.
No, I'm
It
in
might
the
as well
UK.
be. It might
So
as
that's
well
why
Yeah,
you
be.
yeah,
said
but
that.
you're Nigerian still.
Yeah, of course I'm Nigerian.
Yeah. I'm just correcting.
Um,
I just notion
See,
that someone
Americans
is is
see
American.
the American electorate, is waking up. So you calling Trump a criminal with all those indictments, they can read through the lines. Actually, the people woke up. They saw all the lawfare that was going on, and they called BS on it. This joke about. I mean, if you really want to do criminals, um, you can start with even Obama, Clinton's for sure, because it's well documented, and Biden is and his family, the crime family, well documented also. So the people, one thing about Americans is that they like to give people second chances, and they are fair-minded. The nation, quite frankly, it's based for the most part on meritocracy, and they see like, well, why should you punish this person and let this other person or people go for roughly about the same crime? But in reality, actually, Trump was not a typical politician, and it was never in government. So whatever it may have done was outside of government. But you can't say the same for the Bidens. He has no roots in terms of wealth, nor can you say that about Clinton. Okay, Obama for sure, because he had nothing. He had no 2 pennies to
Prince
rub
Daddy,
to his
are you
name.
saying Clinton?
Wait,
Are you saying
let me lie.
Clinton came
I'm
from
sorry.
poverty? Are you suggesting that Clinton came from poverty?
Well, okay. Tell me his wealth. Tell me source of his wealth. He was the governor of
To the best
Arkansas.
of my
Okay,
knowledge,
great.
it comes from an upper middle class family, and his
Yeah,
wife comes
right.
from
Yeah,
a rather
okay. Just
wealthy
like most
family.
American. Just like most
But
American, they
his
come.
wife,
No,
comes
to
from
be
a very
fair,
wealthy, powerful
most of
family.
the
No,
presidents from middle
you,
class.
you see, okay. You're an Irish person too. You don't know.
I'm
Hillary
not Irish.
Clinton.
No, I'm
Hillary
Nigerian. I'm not Irish. I'm not Irish. I'm
Hillary
Nigerian.
Rodham Clinton did not
Privilege.
come from no damn wealth. Okay, in fact, the dad was quite poor, if you can put it that way. But I'm not going to call somebody poor or rich, but she didn't come from a wealthy background. The only person that came to politics in the recent years is you can um well, the Bush family, they had wealth, but Trump is the real one that came, and he did not rely on donors in order to run his campaign the first time around, because he coughed out $500 million of his own money, and he didn't have to beg anybody. But you can't say that for the rest of the people. But my point here, though, is that look, the
Are you
American
saying
people, they
Trump
woke
didn't
up.
have donors? Because to the best of my knowledge, he had a lot of donors. And they
Well,
were still correct. They were still
you
fleecing. They were
have to
still
follow
fleecing
you
his
have to
supporters.
follow what I'm saying.
They
I'm
were
making a
fleecing his
logical.
supporters for years. I mean, what are you talking about, Prince Daddy?
I think if sorry, Prince Daddy, if anybody wants to learn anything from Donald Trump, is the art of asymmetric warfare. That guy, even if he's the richest, one of the richest presidential candidates ever, he spent less than his opponents and beat them.
Well, no, don't derail the argument. That's not the point here. I was talking the first time around when the guy came. Okay, he put forth his own money because he didn't go around begging. See, normally you're nobody. Like Obama was nobody. He had to kowtow to everybody, every damn body, every damn person, institution, LGBTQ, this and that. Obama was nobody, so he was just a puppet for the most part. So you have to listen to the people that tell him what to do. But that's why they don't like Trump. Nobody could tell him what to do because initially he coughed out his own money. But of course, he's a smart guy. Later on, he got millions and millions of dollars. But we can't say that for of course, to about Kamala that went through over $2 billion and she got nothing for it. So it's you know.
But the
The reason
original
I
point
came
you're
into
making, the
the
original
point
point
here,
you're
though,
making was
the
about Russia.
American voters, they call BS on it. So you can go around calling them criminals, and they know very well the true criminals out there.
No,
So
he's a
that
criminal.
argument don't hold water.
The law,
Okay.
no, the law. He didn't just break one law. So many. Come on, man. Let's not do that.
Prince Daddy.
And Thomas, are you there? If you can share this video so that you guys, I think this video everybody should be seeing this type of video to understand why the world happens the way the machine behind why the world does what it does. This is kind of information that people in the military, from colonel or no, not even colonel, somewhere around general, they tend to be aware of in terms of understanding the world itself. I don't know whether Thomas is there. So the idea behind it is that it turns out that the reason why the First World War and the Second World War happened is not necessarily why most people think. is because of that heartland theory in terms of containing the heartland of Europe. Because if that heartland emerges, they will rule the world. That's basically what it is, and it means that the Americans from across the ocean has to back up the Western European nations to contain this Russia, including the Middle East. This is why Israel is so important too in that region.
Well, tonight, sometimes the reason, look, I like to say this: if you can perceive the essence of something, you're better off than reading a damn book or watching a video, because people can make a presentation that suits their own narrative. But if you perceive the essence of something, you know, you have a good grasp of the subject
I agree
matter.
with you on that. I agree with you on that.
Okay,
There's some what you
okay.
said.
So let me. So I'm not too much. Yeah, you can read a book, watch a video, whatever, a documentary. Of course, there's truth to it. But the way the narrative is structured, it can direct you left or right, or keep you confused for that matter. Uh, when it comes to Russia, we were talking earlier. The NATO members didn't want, or the West didn't want the Russia to join NATO. You got to keep in mind, this war machine has to continue, right? They need a boogeyman. Russia will always be that boogeyman out there. What the heck do you want Russia to be part of NATO? To whose benefit? To whose benefit is that?
You don't need a
That's like,
boogeyman.
huh?
Russia is just a boogeyman. They can't help it. It's not because they need a boogeyman, but they can't help it. Because if Russia becomes welcome into the Western Hemisphere, Russia will win. It will be the
No, they're
victor.
not. See, they don't even want it. So they don't want it. See. One thing I would say this: like, look, see, when you see smart people doing things that appear to be dumb, don't call them stupid. They know what they're doing. You can call them stupid and dumb, but they know what they're doing. Nobody wants Russia to be part of NATO. Okay, Russia has to be isolated as much as possible, because again they need that boogeyman. Okay, literally,
No,
Russia could have
that's not
joined
the
NATO.
reasoning. I really see, Thomas. Are you there so that you can see? You don't understand. That is not the reason. See, the reason why,
Tunaja,
Thomas. Yeah, there's a
you
video
are
that I
you
wanted
are
to share.
among the. Are you don't you have
No,
access?
I don't have access anymore. I don't have access
No,
anymore.
no, no, no. I'm not good with computer. I don't understand to do all these things. No, I
To
don't know.
share
I
video.
don't know how
You
to
don't
do
know.
it.
Okay. So the idea behind it is that there is just look for the Mackinder thesis or theory. Now when you look at what is happening in the world, you will understand. You understand why America went to China. You understand why America is working with India. You understand why America went to Afghanistan. All those things you will
Say
understand
no,
now.
no. Say hold on. Say, tonight, you reference, you make a lot of references. Okay, which is lovely about you, which is great. But one thing you gotta understand, that do not confuse um um Americans' policy or Western policy in terms of the outcome of what they intend. This is what the CIA calls a blowback. See, America or the West may have a plan, but the outcome intended may not be what they expected. Okay, and it happens a lot. It happens a lot. And a good person to reference when it comes to this is Noam Chomsky. Okay, it's a liberal guy. It's a documentarian for the most part, and he knows how to get information and present it out there. See, um, China, what China became was not really. Okay, Nixon was the guy that spearheaded the plan. I'm not sure where they got it from. Must have been America's foreign policy to bring China into the fold in order to keep China and Russia apart. And in so doing, right, they forked a lot of money to China. They helped China just like they helped Japan after the Second World War, dropping the bomb on them. But China now eventually morphed to be something else. They could never get China to fully embrace democracy in the way they practice it in the West. In fact, China never did. The Chinese, of course, they kept their communism and have like quasi democratic communism form of governance,
So
but they
what of that?
maintain their own originality.
So I argue that because of that is why they don't like China,
Who doesn't like China?
America.
America at least they actually love China. Look at it. See, before Trump came on the scene, how often, apart from people like Peter Schweitzer, for example, and some other people like um, Sachs, that were aware of China's hegemonistic tactics, okay, in terms of them stealing, intellectual property and this and that, and how they were becoming powerful. But to American politicians and the business class, they could care less. They don't care if China is strong. The, China was never an enemy. Before Trump, nobody was talking about China as being a damn enemy. China was our friend, actually. It was America that came, it was Trump that came and was singing the bell or ringing the bell that, look, China is a threat to America in terms of business, militarily, and in other ways, especially in business. Trump thinks China is eating our lunch, which is true in a lot of ways. So,
From what I gather,
Trump,
see, calm down. See, from what I can see, China became a problem to the West on once it started becoming too advanced, and because which is they don't. Why would they? You can see why they have to respond the way they are doing now. It's not. It's not a judgment of whether it's moral. At the moment, it's probably the right thing for them to
now,
do.
okay, tell us, give an example of an individual in the government prior to Trump, or a certain policy that America took that because of anti-China's advancement.
The policies that they took against African countries and in Europe, like one of them, they stopped the sale of Huawei's 5G equipment to West European countries.
Okay, what is the timeline? What is the year? I just told you. What is the year?
The year, I'm not sure the
The
year.
Huawei situation was around 2025 now, yeah? Around 2016, 2017.
It was
exactly. That was during Trump's period. That was during Trump's time.
Yeah, please, Daddy, I know about that Huawei very, very well. In fact, I knew about it several
I did too. So that's my question to tonight is that tell me, prior to Trump, when American policy was against China. That's what I want to hear from you.
There were so many policies against China before Trump.
There's so many policies against China.
Okay, tell us now. Yeah, you guys tell us now. Go ahead.
I would tell so many of the
the Chinese are just very smart. The Chinese are very. Chinese have studied the failure of the Russians and the failure of everybody else.
Wait. It was Trump that brought that policy against China, not America. It was Trump administration. They went to the extent of not even allowing some Chinese nationalities to study in the Ivy League schools. You know, that you are coming from China, you want to go to Harvard. He was trying to block every means for them to have access even to some kind of education in America. So prior to that time, I think America and China, they were the best of friends because, number one, American consume very well and China like to sell products to them. So that's why they are owing. One of the reasons.
Well, thank you for that analysis. That's my point. Anachronistically always present his argument, missing the point. China was a friend to them. China was a friend to America against the business class. Okay, because they made a lot of money importing all those cheap goods by Walmart. The Walton family, that's the Walmart family, they made billions. Do you know they were the richest family altogether, the richest family in the world? Like 20 years ago, about 15 years ago, they were. China was a great friend to America's businesses. So you don't know what you're talking about tonight yet. It was Trump's policy that highlighted China as sort of an enemy. Not so much as an enemy, but it's just that we don't want China eating our lunch. That's it.
I think what happened is that
there's absolutely nothing American to
let me share this. Let me just read this quickly. Let me just read this quickly.
I think anyone wants to say something. One voice. Yeah.
But they've been talking. I just wanted to
hear from Remy.
Okay.
Let me talk. What I want to say is that although you can say America and Chinese are like friends, but there's so many policies that are against Chinese, even before Trump. Because in China accepts that Taiwan and Hong Kong is part of China. America said no. And America put all their warship around them to control them. And when you talk about that trade or business between China and America gained more because they were able to buy quality product at a cheaper rate. And that is why you guys are buying. If you live in China, you know that all those quality products that they are exporting to China, to America. If you want to buy it in China, it's even more expensive
Okay.
than you guys buying it. So what I'm trying to say is that the business angle benefit Americans more than Chinese. But what the Chinese are after
Well,
is that,
not true. Not entirely true.
let me finish quickly. What the Chinese are after is expanding their market and also understanding why you are doing your business, because most of the major American brands, they brought their factory to China and they understudied them. It creates employment for a lot of people because they have 1.3 billion people. So you see, and when they understudy you, they started coming up with their own plan. And before you can say Jack, they took over. That's it. It's as simple as ABC. It's like
Okay, so Remy, everything you highlighted was actually a partnership between the U.S. and China. It was not any animosity between the two. The only difference, though, is the Taiwan thing that it's just a protectionism policy for Taiwan, because America gets a lot of benefit in terms of a semiconductor from the Taiwanese. So it was more like it was more like a geopolitical stance of America's foreign policy. It was not any antagonistic opposition to China.
It
No,
was.
Prince,
It
Prince
was.
Daddy, Prince Daddy, let me explain. Let
Can
me
I read
explain the
my bits
Taiwan.
then? All
Good
this
night,
talk. Let me just deal with Prince Daddy's assertion that I was making a mistake about
But we
Obama.
don't want to go to that route.
Obama was the one that first turned against China. He was the one that said their focus is no longer on the North Atlantic, that is in the Pacific. This thing. He was the one that devised the strategy to isolate China using smart policies that against that's with the rivals of China around the area against China. He is the one that devised the policy to start a trade union that excludes China. Obama started it. The idea that Obama
Those are just campaign rhetoric. Those are just campaign rhetoric.
Not just hold on. Let me finish. Then one other big one that he did was he deployed 60% of America's naval forces to the this in the Pacific, something that was always in the North Atlantic because of Russia. He deployed them to the Pacific. He literally shifted America's focus to China. So the idea that Obama didn't do it, check his record. I'm looking at the report here on World.
You just read a bunch of stuff that never really happened. Okay, when Obama was campaigning, hold on. When Obama was campaigning, yeah, it was kind of fashionable. I remember all those, from Hillary to all those Marco Rubio. I can't. Those guys, everybody was like China this, China that. Because why? Because America's economy was getting a hit from China's dominance in trade. There was no doubt about it. We were largely in a net negative, of course, to China in trade. Our trade deficit was like humongous. There's no doubt about it. So they had to say something. They were just politicians, but they never did jack. They didn't do nothing. It was Trump that came that actually put tariffs on Chinese goods. Obama didn't do that. They just moved the military fleet from one emissary to another. Did they attack China? What did they do?
Yes,
Nothing.
they did.
Can I ask a question?
I don't know why you keep saying
When did they attack China?
Obama is the one that changed America's direction completely. Obama is the one that changed America's direction on this.
Give me a chance to ask
just like the red line in Syria. Just like the red line in Syria. If they cross the red line, listen, Obama never did anything. It was just all talk.
Prince Daddy, can I ask you a question, please?
Yeah, go ahead, please. I will go ahead.
Okay. Your Lord and personal Savior, Donald Trump,
That's Jesus Christ. That's Jesus Christ. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, to the best of my knowledge, and all of us over here, we are. I mean, we can see and we can hear what you're saying very well, and we can see your tendencies over time. So we know who your Lord and personal Savior is, contrary to what you say. So we know that you have an altar to Donald Trump in your house. So, but that's fine. So is threatened to implement tariffs on China, on everybody else, if they don't, if they don't do what he says and this and that. So I just want to ask you, these tariffs, who's going to pay for them?
I think we kind of discussed. Yeah, we kind of discussed this before, and I said it. See, Trump is a businessman, and he knows all about business. There's no need to. The tariff is simply a trade reciprocity. It's that simple, and I explained it before. Trump is not going to he's not going to just put tariffs, blanket tariffs on every Chinese goods. No, just like he told this guy, this French president Macron. He said, hey, Macron said he's going to I think maybe 100% of American goods that go to France, they have tariffs on them. But guess what? Somehow, some way, the French, they have a sweet deal whereby their wine and some other products that come to America, there's like tax or no tariffs, zero tariffs. And Trump like, let's do the math there, Macron. What is going on? How come you tax our goods and when you send your wine and the French whatever Bordeaux here, we don't tax them? Macron like, well, that's the deal we had. He said, okay, from today on, deal is off the table. You tax us, we tax you. Guess what? Macron said, oh, well, a deal is a deal. But guess, in less than 24 hours, Macron called Trump, said, okay, deal. No tax on American goods or whatever, and don't tax our wines and Bordeaux. End of story.
Trump daddy, you've not answered my question.
Well, in regards to China, who's going to pay for it?
Mr. Prince Daddy, when an individual, okay, places an order, a container, for goods manufactured in China, for which he has prospective consumers in the United States of America. His cargo lands, he's paid for it, so the Chinese manufacturer is satisfied, he's collected his money, he's walked away. The goods land in America. And then the importer is levied with tariffs. Who pays for them?
See, this is okay. Let me try to explain as clearly as I can. See, yeah, I wish I had mentioned. Hold on, no, it doesn't work that way. I wish I had mentioned, for example, what products or what goods are being imported. I just explained. Trump is not taxing.
We're not talking about what products. We're not going into refinement here. We're just speaking in general.
Well, okay, then your analogy example doesn't apply.
Mr. Donald Trump.
No, it doesn't apply because there's no blanket tariffs.
Okay, let's call the product A, for which Mr. Trump has decided this product is
okay, good. If product A, if product A that comes from China to America, and America also has a complementary product that they've agreed on to send to China, okay, and China taxes that product of America B, yes, the A that comes to America also will be taxed. So the question should be asking what other products that fall into the category of tax of tariffs or what products are...
Okay, who's gonna if product A comes to America from China and product B goes to China from America, the Chinese are taxing that product to their citizen. Their citizen ultimately pay the consequence of a tariff that's been implemented by the Chinese government. Now, product A has landed in America, for which there are consumers that need to consume it in America. Who is going to pay for the tariffs?
Well, the market will determine that. The market will determine that. It's something supply and demand.
Don't run around in circles. The American citizen.
You want me to say that the seller will pass on the cost of the tariffs onto the consumers?
Absolutely, unless a
but that's not the way it works. Sometimes in America, what we call like loss leaders or whatever. Sometimes the businesses, in order to remain competitive, okay, they eat up that cost, the additional expense. They have to eat it up, meaning that they have to reduce the profit margin per unit item sold. That's what it is.
Really?
Yes. When Trump, before Biden came, when Trump was in power and was taxing the Chinese left and right, the cost of goods did not go up here in America. You were not here, but I'm telling you, the cost of goods at Walmart, all the stores were selling. The dollar store remained a dollar store. Keep in mind, the dollar store throughout Trump's term never went up in price. The only time it did now, the dollar store in America, what they call the dollar store, they sell goods for like $1 or less, right? Now they are $1.50 right now. But during Trump's term, it never happened. With all the damn tariffs it put on China And we know certainly perhaps 90% or more of those dollar store goods come from China. They came from China because they were low cost goods. You can go there and buy, I don't know, birthday cards or this and that, household utensils or whatever. You can buy them, and they remain a dollar for 4 years in Trump in power. And we had tariffs. Even Trump even bragged about that. We took billions of dollars from the Chinese on tariffs. But guess what? The cost of goods was negligible. I can't really tell you any item that went up in price. But we can't say the same about Biden's administration. I can tell you right now. I can tell you right now. Even the cost of eggs went up by over 50%. Cars went up by 40%. These are real costs.
Just give me 1 second. You continue. I just want to bring it to the notice of Prince Daddy. Do you know that since Trump first time, when there's a lot of tariff on Chinese goods, do you know that since that time, the Chinese have looked inward? And about, let's say in 2020 to 2018 to 2022, there were so many American brands in China. All of them are back off and they have left. No more Walmart, no more Tesco, no more of these big brands in America. They have a very good presence in China, in almost all the big cities. All of them are back off. The Chinese.
So what is your point? That's always been the Chinese model.
My point is this. Even now, if you put the tariff on their goods or whatever they are sending to America, they don't care anymore because they are no more patronizing you guys like before. It will affect you at the end of the day. So they already move on.
Hold on, Remy. Let me tell you. Cadillac, I don't know, Gucci, the Chinese people. Hold on. The Chinese people, they buy only a high-end American good. They don't buy American cheap goods. Okay, they don't.
No, so, I'm trying to understand me. Before your Buick was so popular, I even know where you are. Tesla has a big plant also there, a big factory.
They still do, right? Yeah.
But what I'm trying to tell you now, nowadays they don't patronize them anymore.
Because they have a lot of option nowadays. Are you kidding me? The Chinese market is growing. They have variety. They have options.
So what I'm trying to tell you is that now they have options. They don't care buying your own product anymore. They can. So that is not good news for America too. For most of these your big brand, it's not good news for them. They're not buying.
No, I disagree with you. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. See, the one thing about the Chinese is that they love to how do you put it? They love to not separate themselves, but they love quality and they love American goods. Actually, it's a form. It's a form of a recognition or distinction. I don't know how you want to put it. So I don't believe what you're saying.
Prince Daddy, I want you to do me a favor. After this show, go and check the property market in China. Things have changed. The economy too is not as good like before. They are not like Africa or European.
It is because of economic downturn and the economy is getting hard, just like here also.
Economic downturn, they are not buying American product anymore. They are buying their own locally product because the quality is even better than your product.
Remy, I'm not disagreeing with you. Let me tell you, because the Chinese, their quality of their goods also, it has improved greatly. I mean, they can match most of Americans' products or goods. Actually, that's one good thing about the Chinese. They steal all the technology. They allow you to come from partnership in their country, and they transfer the technology to their own people.
Technology. Why do you say that? Why do you say? Don't you think they are also very creative people that they come up with a better idea and better solution? Why?
Of course, I agree with that, but see, I'm after the Chinese people. I respect the Chinese people. So no matter what you say about them, I respect them a whole lot. I do. So, but let me tell you, in the past decade, the in terms of intellectual property that has been transferred or rather stolen by any nation has been China, the Chinese people. Okay, in the billions, even to the trillions of dollars. So the Chinese, they're not like black people or Africans. They don't sit around. Okay, they're very active people.
Who controls this international right? Who controls it? Where is the head office?
For what?
You talk about intellectual property right and something like that. Where is the head office? Who controls this in the world? Where is the?
Well, I mean, nobody. I mean, my point here is that, for example, now if you develop something in America and it comes to the IP or the know-how of that product and it takes to that country, what do you mean? We don't need anybody for that.
Okay, in a nutshell, what I'm trying to say is this: this is a country that are prepared for all this eventuality. Nowadays, the economy is in trouble. That is why you are seeing them, all those, because they look inward since the first time of what do you call it, Donald Trump. So, no, Donald Trump. They started to look inward that we cannot, and they continue to expand their business to Africa and other like in mind. That is why they brought out the idea of BRICS with Russia, India, and the rest. They knew that this thing will continue to happen. So they have to force their own people to be more creative and look inward and buy made in China products. While at the same time, they open a channel for the rest of the world. If you want to buy something from us, we can still do it in large quantity if the condition is right. So with
see, even the Chinese, they diversify. You know, they are taking really low cost manufacturing to Vietnam and this Cambodia and these other countries because that country also is getting into middle class.
And you're right.
Okay, so and therefore the American businesses also like Walmart, they also targeting those low cost countries like Cambodia and Vietnam for their products. So the Chinese they're moving up in the upper class. You know, I mean, of course, the income per capita is not that of the United States yet because of the population, but nonetheless,
those American brands move to like countries like Vietnam, Cambodia, like Walmart and the rest because they all pack off in China. Even the so-called brand like Zara, all of them, they all move out. So it's like it's unbelievable. This is a country.
Well, let me tell you, say, Remy, and I think you probably know this. You know, the cost of labor actually in China has gone up. You know that, right?
You are right. Okay. You're right. 100%.
So that's one of the main reasons. So I mean, it really cuts into the profit margin for the Apple manufacturer, Apple phone, and all these other products. And boom, just like the next door, you have Cambodia and Vietnam, and the labor is still super cheap there. So they just move over there. I mean, that's part of. I mean, even the Chinese, my understanding, even the Chinese manufacturers manufacturing product for China, manufacture the product in Vietnam and Cambodia to ship to China. At the end of the day, it's all about business. It's all about your profit margin.
What I'm just trying to say in a simple term, I don't know how it's going to pan out at the end of the day. It's like that country already prepared for the worst. So even if you put a lot of tariff on probably what is being produced in China, ship them, they don't care, okay? So, and at the end of the day, I think things will also continue to, the price will continue to increase in America too, whether you like it or not. So you are not going to have that free fall of cheap things like cheap quality things. It's not going to happen.
Well, and just like I said, and the tariffs don't go on all products. It only goes on specific categories of products. Okay, and Trump knows. I mean, why would you want to keep? I mean, charging tariffs on all goods and price of product keep going up in America? People are going to like, hey, what is going on here? People are going to complain. And Trump knows that, and he never did that. Okay, it's only on certain products, and the Chinese, trust me, we're more than happy to pay because they send billions and billions of dollars of products to America. They do. I mean, America is almost like their own, like Chinese dumping ground for most of their products. So they're more than happy to absorb that extra tariffs per unit item sold because they're still profitable. If they were not, they wouldn't do it. They're still profitable. Trust me, they are. So this analysis I hear on news, like Arun was trying to tell us.
Prince Daddy, do you know trading platform or selling stock platform like Shane and Timo? Do you know that?
I know about Timo. Yeah, Timo. Yeah.
So,
but what happens to Alibaba anyway?
Timo and Shane, you can buy product anywhere in the world and it will get to you. highest under 3 weeks or 2 weeks, you get it.
Yes, during Trump's first term, before he lost, I was actually drafting kind of a proposal to Trump to tell him that, especially on platforms like American platforms like Amazon, that any seller other than American seller that sells within the continental America and Alaska and
How can you
Hawaii.
tell in continental America when you are driving them away?
Huh?
I mean, if you want to sell within continental America, then your policy must be attractive to them too.
No. I think Amazon. Bezos is not. What does it care about? He want to make profit, but I think it's unfair that a lot of Chinese sellers on Amazon, they sell the product on Amazon and displace local American sellers and abuse the consumers. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair because we know for sure you cannot compete against. You see, how the Amazon platform works. Some people buy actually goods from China, for example. Let's say shoelace, right? They buy it directly from the manufacturer in China, and they send it to Amazon warehouse, and they do the packaging, the labeling, and whatever it takes to get that product out of the door to the consumers. But guess what? Amazon takes a huge chunk of that product, okay, from the seller, the American seller. So maybe they keep 60% or more, 65%, and you only make about 30-35% of each unit sold. But if a Chinese seller, a business person, does the same thing, well, the American consumer cannot really compete because they have the product much cheaper in that country, which they can sell directly to the American consumers and bypass Amazon. But even if they use the Amazon warehousing technology to get to the consumer, they are going to be more profitable, still going to be more profitable than the American consumer. So it's something that has to be looked at. It puts American businesses at a disadvantage.
Prince Daddy, you are right. But if you do like that, don't you think the price of those products, the price per unit will also increase? Since people cannot order directly from
No, but there's the thing though. That's my point. If you go on Amazon, the price of that unit of that shoelace is comparable for all the sellers. 1-2 cents difference. Just to get people to click on your item, but the price essentially is the same. That's my point. The price runs about the same. So that the Chinese seller and the American seller are both selling the same product for the same price, whereas the cost of operation is much different, and the standard of living is not the same. We know that for sure. So that puts American seller, business person, at a disadvantage.
I understand. It seems that everybody is gone. So that maybe Thomas will shut it down soon.
But American consumers don't have that opportunity on Temu or this other Chinese platforms. And by the way, is Alibaba still around? I don't even know. Is it still around?
They're still around, but because of what we just talked about, Shein and the rest. Alibaba is a B2B. It's not B2C. So if you are buying like in large quantity, or you are buying manufacturing product or maybe technical machines or machineries, then Alibaba is the place to go. If you don't want to go to Alibaba, you can go to madeinchina.com too. So if you are setting up a small factory, so all those machines and machinery, you can get it from Alibaba. But in terms of household products and accessories and the rest, I think people just use Shein and Temu for all those kind of stuff.
Well, but I'm not sure how it works in Finland actually, or on Europe in general. Because look,
you can order something from Shein and you can get it.
Okay,
here.
so my question is, I know the European nations are very strict when it comes to that. One second.
In Europe,
I know you guys are very strict when it comes to product specifications and materials used. In other words, you guys have a stricter law when it comes to consumer products.
Restriction on the quality of the product they brought here. But recently, I saw some big differences because when you go to like Walmart, they also have like kind of Walmart here. They call them like K supermarket or something like that. And I see that most of what they are selling, the quality is not as good as the real quality. And I see that most of them are being shipped from China to here to sell.
Well, so exactly. So the point now when you do the
But
B2C,
the price are much cheaper, so people have a choice. Because here, I also discovered that most product produced in the Nordic and Scandinavia is well accepted. But if you are bringing product from Germany, Italy, I'm not talking about food. I'm talking about maybe clothes or stuff. They don't really accept it easily. They also have a kind of control because they also have their own factory within the circle. So I think the Nordic and Scandinavia, they work hand in hand together. Whether Western Europe also work hand in hand together. So sometimes I want to buy something from made in Germany, I cannot find easily, or made in Holland, it's not in the market. Most of the things that are produced in Sweden.
Okay, right. So one big thing is that children's toys, right? They have, even in America here, they tend to be strict. Now listen, allow me. So companies like Walmart and some other retailers, the onus falls on them to make sure that children's toys that they import have certain specifications and they pass certain standards, American standards, before they can sell to consumers. So they have the responsibility. But now you have Temu and these other platforms you're talking about that people can buy directly. Now they bypass any safety and safety law or safety protocol required.
Regulation rules, yeah.
Exactly, regulation. So they bypass that. So now we as consumers are actually putting ourselves in much greater danger buying directly from these people from China and around the world.
Prince Daddy, I think what drives consumers is the price.
Remy, please let me say this. But I shop on Timo and Shein as well. Even my wife, that's the go to, because things are cheap there than buying it locally in Australia. But all those goods still pass through the custom in Australia. Because when your goods are coming, you'll be getting alert, is on airport. When it got to Australia, my brother, it will still go through the custom. They will still go through what is in that thing. Is that thing regulation? Does he mount with the Australian regulation before they can
Really? They
send
do
it to
that?
your house?
Yeah,
Yes,
let me
they do
tell you
that.
what the Chinese are doing.
Oh wow, that is great. They don't do that here. I don't think they do. They don't do that in America.
No,
Let
you
me tell
pass
you
through the
something.
there's nothing you order from Shein,
What they are doing,
Timo, Alibaba, we still go through the custom.
yes, of course.
Yeah,
Before they
here
send it to you.
it just comes to the mail. It goes to the mail. Nobody checks whatever damn you bought, and it goes directly to your home and to the consumers. So that's the danger I'm talking about.
What I thought they are doing, that I noticed that once you order something from them, if you get it, you discover there's some little flaw, and that's how the Chinese are making their money. For example, I'm not talking about for women, but for men, sometimes I bought something from them. When I receive it, I discovered that sometimes maybe the hems of the shirt is too short or too long, or the inner pant, according to the size, my size, is too tight or too loose. So, and the quality of the material they are using, it will look very beautiful in the picture. And when you receive it, you think you are getting the quality. But by the time you start washing them or using them, you discover that under 3 months, it's already packed off. That's how they make their money. They know what they're doing. They are crafted people. So I tell you the truth. But you can't blame them. The whole world wants cheaper products at affordable.
Of course, we can blame them, but that's the point. No, you don't have to blame them, but it's at the end of the day, it's Africa that's going to suffer the most, anyways. It's us that we're going to be at the end of the of the spectrum, so to speak, and suffer. But actually, America too is suffering. Actually, let me tell you.
I do not agree with you. Even here in Europe, the white are also buying from them. Everybody is buying from them. So the notion about all this Africa or black people will suffer, I don't believe in that anymore. If you live within the system, you know that everybody is the same thing. It's just the color of the skin is different. They are also buying from Shein and Temu. Who want to go and pay $50 or $60 for something you can get under $10.
But Thomas just said that when product comes from China and is overseas, still goes to their customs and they verify this product to make sure it meets their standards. Do we do that? Do we do that in Nigeria, in Africa?
Remy, let me say this. Remy, hold on. Prince Daddy, I ordered something from Timo. When it got to the custom, they checked it and they returned it back to China. And Timo refunded my money.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they said it doesn't meet their standard and regulation in Australia. And there is nothing you order from abroad. I'm talking of Australia. I don't know about America, you guys in Finland.
Okay,
but
that's
you still
great,
go
man.
through the custom. Yeah.
Now here they use UPS or a mail system, and it goes directly to the consumer. Nobody check that damn thing that comes.
Australia has a notoriously very strict customs service. Notoriously very strict. Yeah, very strict, very strict. There is nothing you order, even a pint, just anything you order, it will still pass through the custom. Yeah, because they are very worried. They are very worried about invasive species inadvertently coming in with shipped in items. So everything gets. They will not say you should not order it. So you will pass through them. They will scrutinize it. If it doesn't meet the regulation, they return it back. Yeah. Yes. So it's not really even just because of one of the things they check for as well is that like let's say an animal or a living organism inadvertently it comes along with a package during shipping. You could pick up an insect of some sort, or that or some so they are very very key, very very they scrutinize everything. Well, I don't think it's the same everywhere else. My wife orders from Temu. I don't, but I think I must have seen one or two items come from Temu, and to the best of my knowledge, I don't. It almost seems like it might take three weeks, but I don't. We've never received any kind of like because sometimes what they do over here is they'll intercept it. They'll then send you a notice asking you if you, for instance, need to pay a customs, charge for the item. They'll intercept it, and then you have to get collected from the postal service. Yeah, they are kind of like collection office, But I don't think that's really ever happened from China. So, but everybody buys from China. Everybody. I mean, I would suspect that even most of us, I think about 80% of purchases we've made would have had some inputs from China. 80%, probably even more.
Well, you are right, because I found out that they have a lot of OEM company in China, and they can produce your specification, and they can produce the quantity you want within some few days after you order. So they have been doing that thing, and they are perfect it to the extent that they now use cost advantage. If this old city, what they are doing is just producing like new Nigerian people like lace and these fabrics. All the people in that city or town, small factory, that's what they are doing. And they work together. Nobody is envious of one another. And before you know it, most of these guys, they became super rich. And what they do now is simple. They will now send their children to Europe and America to go and learn about international trade, business agreements, so many of these things. So when their children come back, they will be the manager of the business, and they can get a lot of soft loan. And with a very good government policy protecting them, they continue to expand and expand and expand. And before you can say turn around, in fact, I just wish that our country can be like that. But I know it's not going to be easy in Nigeria because of that tribal and religion or something. So that is what is killing us in Africa, that religion and tribe. I'm sorry to say this. Because if you see the work ethics of these people never complain, just get the things done, work together and get the things done. And before you can say, wow, everything is okay, and they ship MRs to every part of the world.
Remy, they don't complain, but a lot of suicide, they commit suicide also. They work them like dogs or...
It's just the propaganda of the Western media. For example, there is a big city in China, they call it Shenzhen. Is that Shenzhen that they are producing most of the mobile phones? that they use or electronic gadgets all over the world. And in that Shenzhen, they have a lot of AI technology. Of course, you are right, because these people, they were put in a factory and the machine have to run 24 hours. There are some instances that one or two occasions that one of them will say there's no work-life balance and takes his or her life. You are right. But that does not mean that in a factory of 5,000 people or 50,000 people, every day they are committing suicide. That's a lie. That is a Western propaganda. If you have ever been to a factory complex of a big, for example, there's a company called Foxconn. That Foxconn is the one that is producing all our laptops, whether Dell, Apple, whatever, they are the one assembling them. They have a big plant in Shanghai. It's about 100,000 people working in that plant. In that place alone, it's like a big city. You have a tennis court, a swimming pool. Everybody lives there, all the workers. They have an hostel where they are living. And I think that is why Dangote also copied their style. Most of those workers, they just build a complex for them. What I'm just trying to say is that they make every amenities available for you, and then you eat 3 square meals in a day there, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, depending on your shift. So, and when you finish your work, you still have lots of places to relax, and it's wonderful. It's one of the wonders I have seen. The efficiency, you cannot compare with anywhere in the world. And luckily for them, they also have the population. So go along with it. I think it dropped. So Arabida, you can continue.
I don't even think it's there anymore. I think we just shut it down.
And you can shut it down. Because
yeah. Thank you, Remy. Thank you, guys. Thank you to our listeners, super chat.
Oh, I'm here, but
you are here. Oh, yeah. So I don't get it. Yeah, because all these complaints, Remy, I won't lie to you. My way is I shop on Timo, AliExpress, and Shein. Because if you walk up to a store here, they'll be charging you $100. I can order it online, $50, $30. I never go to any shop anymore. Never.
I don't know why it's so expensive here like that. You want to buy something, how much is the money per hour they are paying, sir? And then you just go there, a simple slippers, petrol slipper, they will charge you. There was a day I wanted to buy.
Remy, sorry. My car is Ava from China. Because it's hybrid car, it has battery underneath, there's no spare tire. So I was thinking as an engineer to build like a spare tire, maybe to put it on the roof, put it at the back. But now you know all this trailer, we know you can draw trailer. So I'm checking some spare tire which you can use that back hole at your back, because I have trailer too. So I can remove my trailer, then put the spare tire. Everything here in Australia, 1,002. I just check on Timo now, $500, like half price. So will I go to Australian store and got it in 1,002 when I can order it online $300, $500? So I don't even know why the local market is very expensive here, very expensive. Go on.
And they will tell you maybe probably it's the quality. I bought a shoe last year winter. I bought it nearly 70 euros. And it has some kind of fur inside because I think it can keep my feet warm. I did not even wear it for 2 months. It started losing from the sole. And water started coming, snow started coming into my feet. I was like, oh my God. The shoe is still new. I have to just pack it up because nobody's going to reply for me. This is not Nigeria. So better. We use Govt to put it together. No way. Then somebody tell me, you can take it to some place. I took it there. And do you know how much the person wants to collect from me? 40 euro. Just to do put it on. I just, okay, don't worry. I'll just leave it there, and one day I'll just throw it away. That is just it, because it's of no use anymore.
Oh my God. Yeah. I think quality too, it tends to, I mean, not, and also on that same app that you are buying things, you will see the same thing you want in $20, you will see $100 so you will know that if you go with the $100 to $20 one, that will be inferior. But if you go with the $100 one, that will be it will be much better. But the price is still much cheaper than going to a store in Australia. I said, you want to buy the same item. Very expensive. Very, very expensive.
I don't think Australia is as expensive as Finland. I'm not sure. Here, things are very on the high side, okay? It's just too expensive, okay? Too expensive. That's what can we do? So that's a different developed country. Developed country that they will tax the hell out of your life. So
Remy, I pay $55,000 on tax last year.
That's a lot. That means you're also making a lot of money.
Yeah,
how much is the personal income?
Sorry?
How much is the you cannot have it because you are doing business, okay? That's why the tax you have. You are not, you have your own company.
Oh, Remy, I was just shaking my head. My wife said, "Really?" I said, "Yes."
But are they not going to you are doing it as a business too? So
No. I got tax. Yeah, I got tax refund on my government job. So like every year.
Entrepreneurship is very difficult. They won't do
No. You can't get it on my business. I don't get tax return. Sometimes they even want me to pay back. Sometimes. So, but on my government job, but even though they remove $55,000, but at the long run, I still get tax return of 10,000, 8,000, sometimes 5,000, sometimes 6,000, just tax return.
I know. I understand. But when you are oppose this system, let them use this system in Nigeria. Hey, people
will cry. People will cry. We are not paying tax in that country. I always say we are not paying tax. But Ajale Koko, we said no, we are paying tax. We are not paying tax in that country.
And when we ask can I say it's paying about 30,000 a year? Is that tax?
Is that money? Why you should go and change $55,000 to Nigerian naira? You can imagine $55,000.
Although the system is not perfect, but when you look both of them side by side, you are right. Basic amenities of life is being provided here, like good roads, hospitals, everything. But what I should let people know is that all of these things are also not free, one way or the other, because they have collected a lot of money for you to provide the amenities. If they can do like that, I don't know, but
they are not free, my brother.
I don't want part of it for Nigeria, not all.
My community, the playground, you can go there, do your party. There's a barbecue. There's a free barbecue machine there, which is powered by the government. Gas is there. You can make your barbecue. Yes, yeah. But said that is not free.
It's not free now because that gas.
Remy, my house, we paid land rate $2,200 per year.
Is it a flat rate or it depends on the appreciation level of your
It depends on what you build. Yeah, it depends on your house, the capacity. Maybe it's 3-2-2-1. Like my house now is 3-bedroom, 2 baths, and 2. That's what we did. 3-2-2 means 3-bedroom, 2. That 2 is 2 sitting room and 2 bathroom. 3-3-2. So there are 4-2-2. There are 4-3-2-2. That's how they calculated it.
Because in Australia, you see appreciation of your property, maybe year in year out about 5%. But here, I don't think the appreciation level is up to 2%. So if you buy a property here, the only thing you are getting here is that you are just, if you are consistent, it's like you are just saving money one way or the other. And
Remy,
my friend lived in Perth. He told me that he bought I think he's in Australia for about 6 years now, some more than that. I think he said his first house he bought, he paid the mortgage to some extent, and the bank called him. They gave him another loan. He bought the second one. So he said the first one, the appreciation level is very high. It's almost double now. But you cannot just sell it off and collect the money like that. because there's a
No,
lot of conditions attached
no,
to it.
you can't do that. Our first house, we bought it in 2017. 2017 till now, how many years is that? That
That's
is
about going to 8 years now. 7
years.
years plus. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. We bought it at the regional area because we were living in a regional area because my wife, she's a nurse. When we got there, there's no job in the city, so we went to the regional area. We bought it
Well, of course, that
to
is the best of there now.
yeah. There are so many jobs in the regional area, but people don't want to live there. People like the city life, so we bought it 285. Remy, in 8 years now, he has doubled, past doubled. If you want to sell it
So that
now,
is the advantage of having huge population, because here the total population of everybody living here we are just around 5.5 million people, and the landmass area
we are
in
25 million.
is even bigger than the whole of England. If I'm not sure.
Australia is the sixth largest in the whole world in landmass.
Australia, because it's very, very far to the rest of the world, so it's not easy for people to say, I want to go and declare asylum easily. Okay?
Yeah.
It's not, but I learned that your immigration is also tough. So
No, very tough. Very tough. Very tough.
and
Very
it's not
tough.
a
The only means you can come into this country that is very easy is the student visa.
Yeah, I know.
Student visa, spouse visa, and
permanent
tourist. Yeah. On working visa, very, very tough. Even that student visa too.
If you got tourist visa, would they allow you to stay? You have to go out. You are just
a tourist visa is not that America that you go for tourist then you will stay. No, be allowed
the same thing here in Europe.
You have to return back to your country. There's no how
even here is so worse that anything you want to do, the first question is social security number. That is the question. Once they ask about that question, we don't have it, and if you lie, it will come out now. Immediately put it into their system. They already know where you are from, where you are
where even the day you enter the country.
Yes.
The status of your visa, the status of your visa.
Whether it's a criminal or been to jail or not or something like that. So they don't need to fight over you or something like that. So everybody, they knows everybody. So
Australia is far, but it's one of the safest country. It's a very calm country. No war, no disaster.
Australia, Finland, Canada. Here, I'm telling you, you can walk any time of the day. Nobody's going to harass you. It's like we are also going like be united now. We don't even know one another. So everybody go their own way. So you can walk. You cannot see people there. How many people do you see on the road? Everybody's either driving.
You can be traveling. Just park your car because everywhere you are traveling to, maybe 10, 20 kilometers, there will be a resting area. Just park your car there, sleep in your car. Nothing will happen to you.
Yeah, nothing.
It's nothing. Even in the middle of the middle of the bush, nothing. You barely have kidnapping. No.
I drove from the north to the south. It's about 7 hours drive. And that time it was extremely cold, and all the snow are already about to melt. So it's like if you are not careful, is that the water that's coming out from the snow want to take the wheel away from your hand.
From you, yeah.
And these people, they are just driving like 120, 130. They are just like me. I'm just about 80. I have to step it up because I think what's going on? So it's another. Well, if you like the Jenkele lifestyle, like just like Alakowe totally Alakowe life, or just
these are the best place to live here.
Or if you want the vibe, the real vibe, go to that America. That is where the
America. No. My sister has been inviting me to America now, almost 15 years because she's
I
a
go
citizen
now.
there.
Go for holiday. Go for holiday.
I'm thinking this year I should just go. And you can even imagine where he's even living is the gun place. They
Chief,
said
Chief
Bronx in
Remy,
New York.
Thomas
Baba
hold on.
has come. He will tell you more.
Chief Remy, kò jẹ́wọ́ fún ẹni, wọ́n deny visa ẹ̀ ni.
I mean, one deny me the visa.
Apply
You need
wọn
the
fún
visa
ni.
now.
Wọ́n fún ní
You
visa
need the
ní
visa. That was
Tinubu.
America. King or ticket me. You need the
Deny
visa.
kò tó ṣe jẹ́wọ́ nìyẹn. By the way,
You need the visa.
By the way, Thomas, ẹ kú oríire ti Sharia ní òkè òhò.
I don't need visa to go anywhere in the world. I'll just buy my ticket.
Èmi ò ṣògo.
Ìpínlẹ̀ Ìjẹ̀bú, wọ́n rí ẹni Bìní, wọ́n rí ẹni Ìbàdàn. Ìrì wérewère tòmí rìn yìí kò máa tẹ́ mi lọ́rùn o. Ìrì wérewère tòmí rìn yìí kò máa tẹ́ mi lọ́rùn o. Bó bá ń bọ́kọ sọ̀rọ̀ awú bí búrẹ́dì omi. Bó ń bọ́kọ sọ̀rọ̀ awú bí búrẹ́dì omi. A máa mọ́jú táyé bí ojú egbére. Irú eléyìí kò máa tọ́ sí ìyàwó ilé. Bí bèbí ti dára tó fi wà bẹ́ wa jẹ́. Bísísí ti dára tó fi wà bẹ́ wa jẹ́. Ọmọ dára kò máa dẹ̀ níwà ó alákọ̀rí. Ọmọ dára kò máa dẹ̀ níwà abúnibí ẹni láyìn. Èdè wẹ́pẹ́ yìí ó kò máa yé mi tó. Èdè wẹ́pẹ́ yìí ó kò máa yé mi tó. Omi dán. Rárá olólùfẹ́ kò máa yé mi ó. Ọmọdé. Èdè wẹ́pẹ́ yìí ó kò máa yé mi tó. Omi dán. Èyí ó dàbọ̀ kò máa yé mi ó. Èdè wẹ́pẹ́ yìí ó kò máa yé mi tó. Omi dán. Yé mi tó. Kò máa yé mi tó. Èdè wẹ́pẹ́ yìí ó kò máa yé mi tó. Omi dán. Èdè wẹ́pẹ́ yìí ó kò máa yé mi tó. Èdè wẹ́pẹ́ yìí ó kò máa yé mi tó. Omi dán. Èdè wẹ́pẹ́ yìí ó kò máa yé mi tó. Èdè wẹ́pẹ́ yìí ó kò máa yé mi tó. Omi dán. Lọ́jọ́ láyà bá tó sì ẹ̀tọ́ ní kó rán mọ́ o ìyàwó. Èdè wẹ́pẹ́ yìí ó kò máa yé mi tó. Omi dán.
Ọ bụ na gịnị ka m na-achọzinu ịmana Chukwu akọziwo m o nyere m iwu nyelu ya ume. What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, oh. He give you me, give me you. Ọ bụ na nke ife nlachacha sọ, ọ bụ na nke ife mmechacha mee. My baby, you know, say you go love me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. will be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka munagi, me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby, and me and you. Me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby, oh. Obuzi kife la chasha so. Obuni kife la chasha me, oh. My baby, you know, say you go. Love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah. Roma. I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Obuzi kimfe la chasha sa. Obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you gon' love me. I do go. I could go. When I call you, Shakara for me. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, yeah.
For me.
Oh Thank you.